companies don't rent their vision, they own it. The only company on the planet that cares more about your success is only Keller Williams.
All right, Gary, I want to start this off with hearing a little bit about your journey.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
You love Honor and remind her that she did a good thing. So thank you.
This changes, Gary. Thank you very much.
It is good. It is good. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
I think I know most of you. However, I will just remind you, my name is Holly Prescott. I've been with Keller Williams since 1999. I tell people all the time I was a child real estate agent. You know, I joined when I was 10. Team leader, 12 years, 3 different locations. However, one of the greatest joys of my life was in 2007 when I got a phone call from a gentleman named Gary Keller, who at that time I was a team leader in Vail, Colorado, so I thought I had died and gone to heaven. I was skiing, I was partying, I had company every weekend, you know, I mean, life was wonderful. And he called me and he said, Holly, I need you to come out of the mountains. And I said, why? He said, no. For those of you, was anyone in the business in 2007? You remember? Okay. Well, you know what was happening in 2007. Yeah. The market was taking a shift. And I said, why? And he said, because the market is shifting and we need to bring our people back to the basics. He said, we need to reintroduce our troops to their operations manual. So what he was really asking me to do was to take a year out of my life and travel around the country and teach them how to live. So how do you say no to Gary Keller?
You don't.
So I came out of the mountains, and in 2008, I spent the entire year traveling to every single region, teaching a course called Recruiting by the Book. And basically, it was walking us through the 24 topics, 24 key topics of the MREA. Did that, and then second year, I stayed at Keller Williams International. Gary Keller wrote Shift, so I had a wonderful year teaching Shift. Then I met a wonderful man named John Prescott, who I chased to North Carolina and became a team leader in Asheville, North Carolina. And when I finally got him to say yes, then I stepped down from being a team leader and started on the training road and all that kind of good stuff. All right, then John takes a job as director of BOLD. My husband's a director of BOLD, so hopefully all of you, if you haven't taken BOLD, will take the new BOLD.
It's awesome.
Don't tell me you've already taken BOLD, because if you didn't take it, the 2.0, you haven't taken BOLD. It's a totally different gig.
It's awesome, guys. I was in the lab last year and took it. It was phenomenal.
Well, you know, it's back to Keller Williams. It's back. It's anyway, so promise me this year you'll take BOLD again, because it's not the same BOLD. All right. So I'm sitting across the table, and now we're up to 2016. I'm sitting across the table now, having dinner with Jay Pakazan, author of the book, and his wife. And Jay looks over at me and says, "Holly, you got to do it again." And I said, "Do what?" He said, "We've got to bring our troops back to the operations manual." And he said, "And now we have 2 operations manuals. The One Thing and MREA. And by the way, we have updated models. We have updated systems, which will eventually show up in the 2nd edition of MREA. However, Jay said we don't need to be waiting for the 2nd book to come out to be sharing this information with our troops. So, needless to say, we spent 2016 writing this course called Business by the Book. What this today is going to look, and we spent the last, in 2017 and 18, I traveled around and taught. This time I was smart, and I had a team of 5 instructors. I didn't do it all, you know. And myself and 5 other instructors traveled around the country and taught Business by the Book in all the regions. Now we teach it to whoever asks for it. And of course, when Round Rock calls, I always come because I don't have to get on an airplane. I can just drive, you know, less than 15 minutes. Anyway, so what we're doing today, though, is we are bringing you back to what Gary calls the operations manuals. This morning, we are going to spend the entire morning reading the MREA. Reading the One Thing. This afternoon, we are going to be spending the afternoon going back to the basics of MREA. However, I'm going to be sharing with you the updated models, the updated numbers, the updated, what Gary has determined, you know, what the numbers are now, 17 years after he wrote the book. See, the thing to remember about the MREA is that when Gary wrote The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, his goal was to help as many people as possible gross $1 million. Gross. Today, by the best we can track, we have between 50 and 75 agents in our company who have netted $1 million and up. Think about that. The book was written to help people gross $1 million, and by using what the models in this book, we have agents now who are grossing $2 million, $3 million, $4 million, and netting $1 million. So, as I said, I get the question asked all the time. So, okay, so when is Gary going to write the new book? And so when I asked Gary that question, he gave me two answers. The first answer was, when everyone has mastered the first book. And the second answer is, when things stop changing.
Well, okay. So,
Now, don't get me wrong. There will be an MREA second edition because he has updated numbers. The point, though, I want to make, though, is even though today I am going to be sharing with you updated numbers, this book is still alive and well. This book, if you will follow the models in this book, you will still gross $1 million. The numbers I'm going to be sharing with you are the numbers now that are proven by agents who have already netted $1 million. So I don't want anyone to think, because I hear it all the time, well, I'm not going to bother, focusing on this book because there's going to be a new book out. No. This book is still the basic foundation. Gary says there'll be very few changes other than statistics and numbers in MREA 2. All right? Everybody clear what we're going to do today? We're going to read 2 books. All right? Now, please understand that I am going to read to you today. And it's not because I'm trying to insult your intelligence. It's not because I think that you can't read. It's because that I know if I said to all of you all, okay, look, it's a gorgeous day outside today. I'd really rather go play golf. So here, just take these books. This is my gift. Just read the book. You'll be fine. How many of you would go running out of here and lock your door and read the book? I get it. It would go back up on your bookshelf and you'd go, well, I'll get around to it. Right? So please understand, we are going to be literally walking through these books, and there are going to be times I'm going to be reading this book to you because I want you to see what's inside this book. I want you to see, I've picked out the key points in these books that I think that are important for you to really get a grasp on. I want you to take, even though we have a workbook, in fact, would you do me a favor, just pass those out. We have a workbook where we'll be taking notes, we're doing some exercises and all that. I would really like to see you mostly taking notes in your book. So that these books, quite frankly, so that these books start looking a little bit more like mine. Because what does it say when you look at a book that looks like this?
it's well done.
It's been used.
Yes.
I've read it. Because these books are the basics. These books are your operations manual, and I truly believe should never be very far away. Everybody clear on that? All right. So what we're going to do now, go ahead and put your MREA book. So we're not going to be focusing on MREA until this afternoon. We are going to be focusing on the one thing. Now you're going to be a two-fisted student because you're going to have your workbook and then you're going to have your actual book. So you probably need to make your, I don't know whether you're going to have room with the computer up. You're going to be moving fast between these two things. So I would clear out as much space as possible because I'm going to have you flipping back and forth between workbook and book and all that good stuff. So I'm just preparing you now for what your day is going to look like. All right?
It's going to be awesome.
It is going to be awesome. All right. So here's what I'd like you to do first. Open the front cover of the one thing. Just open the front, well actually we're open to where you see some little words. I think it might be, in your book it's probably one page in, right? And I want to start out by saying to you at the end of the day, if you can get the gist of what I'm about ready to read you, you don't need to read this book. You've got it. Because this is the whole premise of the entire book. Here's what Gary says. If you chase two rabbits, turn the page, you will not catch either one. How many of us feel that we spend a lot of time chasing a lot of rabbits? You've got your business, you've got your family, you've got your sellers, you've got your buyers, you've got technology. Again, we get it. However, Gary's very clear. When you're chasing two rabbits, you don't catch either one. So let's see how we stop chasing two rabbits. So turn over to page 7. And let me share with you where this book, where the idea of this book even came from. Believe it or not, it came from Gary watching a movie. Here's what Gary says. Actually, it's page 6. He says, on June 7th, 1991, the Earth moved for 112 minutes. Not really, but it felt that way. I was watching the hit comedy City Slickers. How many of y'all have seen City Slickers? All right, well, it's a great movie.
Yeah.
Here's the gist of the movie is Billy Crystal, who plays Mitch, and the late Jack Palance, who plays Curly. Mitch is this city slicker who decides he's trying to find himself, and he goes out to a dude ranch, and Jack Palance is this rough and tumble cowboy, cattle, rancher, and he's with this Billy Crystal. And here's what happens. It says, let's start at bottom of page 6. Curly, the gritty cowboy, played by the late Jack Palance, and city slicker Mitch, played by Billy Crystal, leave the group to search for stray cattle. Although they had clashed for most of the movie, riding along together, they finally connect over a conversation about life. Suddenly, Curly reins his horse to a stop and turns in the saddle to face Mitch. Curly says, "Do you know what the secret of life is?" Mitch says, "No, what?" And Curly says, "This." And he holds up one finger. Mitch says, "Your finger?" Curly says, "One thing, just one thing. You stick to that and everything else doesn't mean you know what." Mitch says, "That's great, but what's the one thing?" Curly says, "That's what you've got to figure out." Out of the mouth of a fictional character to our ears comes the secret of success. Whether the writers knew it or unwittingly stumbled on it, what they wrote was the absolute truth. The one thing is the best approach to getting what you want. So then Gary goes on page 9, and he says, bottom of the page, he says, if everyone has the same number of hours in a day, why do some people seem to get so much more done than others? How do they do more, achieve more, earn more, have more? If time, and I love this statement, so you might want to highlight it. If time is the currency of achievement, why are some able to cash in their allotment for more chips than others? The answer is they make getting to the heart of things the heart of their approach. In other words, they go small. They go small. And on page 10, he defines going small. He says, going small, top of the page, going small, please highlight this too. Going small is ignoring all the things you could do and doing what you should do. And then he goes on, and I think this is a key statement. It's realizing, same paragraph, it's realizing that extraordinary results are directly determined by how narrow you can make your focus. And he ends this section by saying on page 11, when you go as small as possible, you'll be staring at one thing, and that's the point. So, if you get that concept, you got the book. And yet we're going to talk about why it is so hard for us to get that concept. So, here's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about what this concept of the one thing really means, and then we're going to talk about the domino effect and why Gary says understanding this is so important. So the first thing I want to do is turn to page 12. We're still in the book. And why don't I get you now to get into the workbook, and let's turn to page, in your workbook, let's turn to page 8. So, as Gary started studying this concept of the one thing, he says he literally fell upon this concept of the domino effect. And he said he realized that there was a world record domino fall. 4 million, I'm on page 12, 4,491,863 dominoes. And by the way, all of these dominoes were knocked over by what? Knocking over one domino. And he said that after all of these dominoes fell, it had created enough, what they called 94,000 joules of energy, Joules. Now, I looked up joule in the dictionary, and I still don't know what it means. It's some kind of scientific term. I don't know what it is. Are you a nurse? Do you know how? Anyway.
No, my husband's an engineer.
All right, anyway. The point is, it's enough energy. It was the same amount of energy that if an average size male did 545 push-ups. That's a lot of energy. And all started with one domino. Now, as he continued to study this concept of domino falls, he also discovered a study, and this is on page 13, by Lauren Whitehead, where he discovered that bottom of that section, domino falls could not only topple many things, but they could also topple bigger things. In fact, it was determined that a domino could knock over another domino twice its size. So it said on page 14, Whitehead's experiment created 8 dominoes out of plywood, each of them 50% bigger than the one before. The first one was a mere 2 inches. The last one was 3 feet tall. Now, if we took that further, theoretically, if we started with a 1-inch domino and we kept that going, you can see on page 15 and in your workbook that, quite frankly, by the 57th domino, the domino would be the size of from here to the moon. Now, the reason this is so important is because what Gary has now determined, and he hopes that we will all understand, is that true success, is sequential, not simultaneous. And yet, how many of us wake up every day pushing 10 dominoes in all different directions, hoping that they will all knock over the next domino, when he's saying, that'll never work. Success is sequential, not simultaneous. So over on page 16, he says, top of the page, getting extraordinary results is all about creating a domino effect in your life. And then he goes on in the next paragraph and says, highly successful people know this. So every day they line up their priorities anew, find the lead domino, and whack away until it falls. He says, why does his approach work? Because extraordinary success, as I said, is sequential, not simultaneous. What starts out linear becomes geometric. You do the right thing, and then you do the next right thing. And he ends that paragraph by saying, success builds on success. And as this happens over and over, you've moved toward the highest success possible. Now, we all get this, right? It all makes sense. I mean, we all have great intentions. I mean, you're going to walk out of here today and go, hey, I get this. That's, I'm going to focus on that one thing. And then what happens? Life gets in the way. So, Gary started studying, he said, this all makes sense. And yet, why is it that we have such a hard time buying into it? Well, if you will turn to now let's go to our little friend Stephen Colbert. And let's go to page 29. See, don't you like when you're reading this book, you're just flying right there.
I'm going to read all my books like this.
Stephen Colbert, everybody know who he is, Comedy Central, comedian, all that stuff. In 2006, coined a word called truthiness. It's top of page 29, truthiness. And bottom line, he defined truthiness as truth that comes from the gut, not from books. And he goes on in that paragraph and he says, truthiness captures all the incidental, accidental, and even intentional falsehoods that sound just truthy enough for us to accept them as true. We've all heard people say, bet on the jockey, not the horse. Well, where did that come from? Or the concept of, you've heard the whole heat the water and the frog, heat it quickly, the frog will jump out, heat it slowly, and may burn to death. Well, there's no proof to that. And yet we hear things so often that we just assume they're true. So Gary says, in the middle of the page, he says, the problem is we tend to act on what we believe even when what we believe isn't what we should. That's truthiness. So what we're going to talk about now, we're going to go through the 6 lies or the 6 truthiness that Gary believes most often get in our way from truly buying into the one thing. So please turn to page 9 in your workbook, and we're going to now talk about the first truthiness or the first lie on page 32 in your actual one thing. Because the first truthiness is that everything matters equally. See, he says on page 32, equality is a worthy ideal pursued in the name of justice and human rights. It says, in the real world of results, however, things are never equal. In other words, equality is a lie. And he goes on page 33, and he says, understanding this, top of the page, is the basis of all great decisions. And then he says, at the bottom of that next paragraph, it all became our choice. Aren't we making choices every day? Don't we wake up and choose how we're going to spend our time? Choose what task needs to be done. Choose what phone call. We make choices every day. So he says, it all became our choice. And when our lives are defined by our choices, think about that. Our lives are defined by our choices. The all-important question becomes, how do we make good ones? And then, of course, complicating matters, the older we get, as I just turned 68, the older I get, the more choices I have to make. It seems there are more and more piled on what we believe simply must get done. Anybody feel like that? Overbooked, overextended, overcommitted, in the weeds, overwhelmingly becomes our collective condition. How many can buy into that? Absolutely. Absolutely. And on page 33, he says, when everything feels urgent and important, everything seems equal. And then he says, he ends that page by saying, activity is often unrelated to productivity, and busyness rarely takes care of business. How many of you have had those days when you know you've been busy? In fact, every second has been full. At the end of the day, you are just, you are whooped. And yet you look back and go, well, what did I really accomplish today?
How does this sound about that?
Then you are in the right place and stuff.
My day was awful yesterday.
So, turn to page 34. He says, we live our life based on how much we get done. Haven't you all heard? The more you get done, the more successful you'll be. And yet, is that really true? See, I don't know about you. How many of y'all are list makers? Oh, I'm the queen. And when we make a list of the things we need to do, what's our goal?
To get them
All. I'm so bad that if I have made my list and I do something that's not on my list, I write it down on my list. Just so I can cross it off. I mean, that's how bad I was until I started teaching this. I thought I was being so efficient because I was making lists. Here's what Gary says about lists. He says, middle of page 34, he says, while to-dos, and he's making reference to a to-do list, while to-dos serve as a useful collection of our best intentions, they also tyrannize us with trivial, unimportant stuff that we feel obligated to get done because it's on our list. And then he goes over on page 35, middle of the page, and says, left in its raw state as a simple inventory, a to-do list can easily lead you astray. A to-do list is simply the things you think you need to do. The first thing on your list is just the first thing you thought of. To-do lists inherently lack the intent of success. In fact, to-do lists are actually just survival lists, getting you through your day and your life, but not making each day a stepping stone for the next so that you sequentially build a successful life. Bottom of that paragraph, he says instead of a to-do list, you need a success list. A list that is purposely created around extraordinary results. So then he goes on, bottom of the page, so how does a successful person turn a to-do list into a successful list? With so many things you could do, how do you decide? And then he talks about what we've all heard about before in many of our KW classes, the 80-20 principle. So please turn to page 37. Pareto's principle, a proven principle. It says 20% of our actions give us 80% of our results. So we start there. However, Gary says that doesn't take us far enough. He says the key is to go extreme. So please turn to page 39. He says extreme Pareto means that you take the 20% of the 20% of the 20%. So let's do the math. What's 20% of 20? 5, right? 20% of 20 is 5. What's 20% of 5? 1. So, yes, is it important to come up with your 80-20 principle, the 20%? However, at the end of the day, how do you decide what to do within the 20%? You go extreme. And that's where you begin to create your success list. So, let's have a little fun with this. Please turn to page 10 in your workbook. you to turn to page 11. Because Gary says we've got to drop the to-do list addiction and focus on a success list. So on page 11, I want us to do a little exercise here. So how many of you, as you were driving in here to class today, were going, oh my gosh, there's so many other things I should be doing besides going to this class? Come on, let's have some honesty. I want to don't be, we're all friends here, right? I get it. So here's your opportunity. I want you just do a brain dump on me now. What I want you to do is I want you to write down at least 10 of those could do's.
Can I get my list out?
What? Yeah. What 10 things could you have done if you hadn't come to this class today? Or include yeah, there you go. Or include coming to this class on the list. You know, what if you had a choice, what 10 things could you have done? Just write them down, don't think too much about it, don't get too analytical, just write them down.
This is the could do part, right?
Yeah, just write down 10 things you could have done besides being here today. Now, once you've gotten those 10 down, now I want you to really be analytical with that list. Now I want you to really think about it. And which one of those items really are items that will either move you forward in your business or move you forward what's really important in your personal life? I mean, maybe you could have gone to lunch with your kids today. Well, maybe if you really, have not spent a lot of time with your kids this past week, maybe that's really important. Again, I don't want this class to it is a business class, but I really want to open your minds to whatever's important in your life. So I want you to look at that list, and I want you to move it from a could list to a should list. Come up with 5 things or less of items that you really, if you look at that list, are most important for you to get done today. It would have the greatest impact on your life. Is everybody clear what I'm asking you to do? See, now you have your to-do list and you have your success list. However, as Gary says, that's not far enough. So now I want you to look at that should list. Now, yes, you're going to be with me a good portion of the day today. Thank you very much for making that choice. However, you will still have lunch. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch. I'm going to have you out of here no later than 5 o'clock, maybe earlier. There's still time to do one thing. So when you look at that should list, I want you to choose one thing, the one thing that if you got done today, in addition to coming to this class, would have the greatest impact on your world. Pick that one thing. See, Gary's suggestion and Gary's challenge to you is if you truly buy into this concept of the one thing, you will wake up every day with a should list, a could list, and then that one thing that you need to do first. See, I play a little game with myself now, and I'll show you if anybody wants to see it, but I always have a to-do list and I have a success list. And I allow myself to go to my to-do list when I have completed 2 things on my success list. Because I know there's stuff that needs to be done. I need to go to the grocery store, right? I need to do the wash. I mean, there are things that we just need to do. I get that, especially if you got kids and all that kind of good stuff. However, I've got to get 2 things done on my success list before I allow myself to get distracted rather than staying over here in my to-do list and then going, gosh, I didn't get the right thing done on my success list. What were your ahas from doing that exercise? Give me some ahas. What did you just learn?
It was hard to pick one thing out of the list I had because I had work stuff and I had family stuff and outside of family stuff I had, and it was hard to look at that list and go, what's the one thing I can do?
However, did you pick the one thing?
I did.
And is that one thing, if you complete that, will it have an impact on all of those? Think
Yes.
about that.
Yeah. Yes, it will. Yes. But it was still.
I get it. And Gary says it's simple but not easy.
No, it's not easy at all.
Good. What other ahas did you get from this exercise?
It's hard deciding what, yeah, like she said, it's hard deciding the one thing. It's like, I need to call people and get more business, but I also need to schedule my open houses, you know, and get people lined up to do open houses, for me. So it's like.
And yet, if you're lining people up to do open houses, isn't that a source of more business?
Yes, and that's that's hopefully closing them.
So again, the key is yes, it's a way, we've got to learn how to think differently. However, if we get caught up with all the things that need to get done, how many of you get sort of frozen and don't get any of it done?
I like your permission to go back to the to-do list.
Yes,
because
I do like that too.
I think when I read this, I was, I've got these little minor little things, but they still need to be done. And I sort of read this before as like, well, you only focus on the success list.
No.
So
You focus on the success list
first. So I think I like the idea of first. My success list, do 2 of those things, then I can make my grocery list. Then this, and then I can do my.
Because why is it we always gravitate to our to-do list? Easier. It's easier. It's maybe more fun.
A little more satisfying,
It's our family is pulling on us to do all these things, and yet isn't our family also pulling on whether or not we can take the house payment?
Yeah.
Have you read the book? Probably have Eat the Frog. Steve Schluter, I recommend. That's a great one. Have you read it before?
Yeah,
I think
I've
that
read
just
it,
sort of
yes.
ties in with this because a lot of things on the success list are not as fun as doing the things on the to-do list. So.
All right, so the first lie or the truth in this we've got to get over is that everything matters equally. All right. The second lie we're going to talk about on page 43 is the concept of multitasking.
What page?
On 43 in your book. And then I want you to turn to page 12 in your workbook. Multitasking is a lie. And this was proven by a study done by a gentleman named Clifford Nass. Here's what he says. He says, Nass, a professor at Stanford, was in awe of multitaskers and deemed himself to be a poor one. So he and his team of researchers gave 262 students questionnaires to determine how they multitask. He was convinced that people who said they were good multitaskers would get more done. They'd be more successful. However, here's what he found out, that second paragraph. He says, but it turns out that high multitaskers are suckers for irrelevancy. They were outperformed on every measure. Although they convinced themselves and the world that they were great at it, there was one problem. Multitaskers were just lousy at everything. See, how many of y'all have been on the phone at the same time, reading your emails? You respond to an email and you end up sending the email to the wrong person. Anybody else done that but me?
Or you call the person on the phone the wrong name because you're worried you're
Because
emailing
you're looking
John
at
and you're
something
talking
else.
to Robert and you're like, yeah, John, and Robert's like, what? Oh, never mind. Yeah. I've never done that though.
See, the reality of it is we can do two things at one time. We can do two things. The question is, are we able to focus on two things at one time? And the answer is no. Multitasking was never a term that was intended for people. It was a computer term. It was designed for computers. And yet, we take on this concept of multitasking as a badge of accomplishment and courage. And at the end of the day, it just causes us to make more mistakes. In fact, on page 46, turn to page 46, toward the bottom of the page, it says, researchers estimate that workers are interrupted every 11 minutes and then spend almost a third of their day recovering from these distractions. So let's have a little fun with this one too. Please turn to page 13 in your workbook. And let's see why this happens. All right, so first, turn page 40. Let's go to 48 right now in your book. See, here's what our normal day looks like. We start our primary work. We get either distracted, we get a Facebook, we get an email, we get a phone call, right? And we focus on that, get that done. Then we've got to get back to our primary work, if we get back to our primary work. Then we start up again, and then we get distracted again. And you can see by the graph at the top of the page, look how long it takes us to get our primary work done. And yet, if we could focus on that primary work, on that one thing without allowing the distractions, without multitasking, we could get it done half the time. See, he says, it always takes some time to start a new task and restart the one you quit. And there's no guarantee you'll ever pick up exactly where you left off. See, here's what multitasking does to us. Turn to page 50. Multitasking short circuits us. And it says, here's the short list of what multitasking does to us. Number one, there's just so much brain capability at any one time. Divide it up as much as you want and you'll pay a price in time and effectiveness. The more time you spend switched to another task, the less likely you get back to the original task. Number three, bounce between one activity and another and you lose time as your brain reorients. And then researchers estimate that we lose 28% of an average workday to multitasking ineffectiveness. Number four, chronic multitaskers develop a distorted sense of how long it takes to do things. How many of you this morning, as you were coming to this class, squeezed in that one last thing you had to do before you left the house, and of course then ultimately you end up late for wherever you're going, right? Number five, multitaskers make more mistakes. They just flat out make more mistakes than non-multitaskers. And number six, multitaskers experience more life-reducing happiness, squelching stress. So let's see if that's true. Please turn to page 14 in your workbook and let's have a little fun here. So we're going to do an exercise. And here's what I want you to do. Okay, so you see you've got round one and you've got round two. So when I say go, don't do it till I say go. On the first line in round one, I just want you to write 1 through 10 as fast as you can. 1 through 10. Go. Okay. All right, cool. Now, second line. I just want you to, you know the alphabet, right? I want you to write A, B, C, D, E as far as you can go to the 10 letters as fast as you can. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. Everybody got it? You see how, kind of see how long it took you, you know, you kind of flew through it, nothing too tough. Now we're going to do exactly the same thing, however, when I say go, this is how you're going to do it. You're going to go 1, A, 2, B, and that's, you're going to do, it's going to look exactly the same way, but you're going to do it a different way, and I want you to do it as fast as you can. All right, here we go, start. What was the difference? Give me some ahas. I saw your eyes.
I saw on 7 through 10. The 1 through 6 was easy enough, but then once I got to 7, I was like, okay, hold on. And I wasn't trying to look up at the top. I was trying to use my brain instead of looking at
My
that.
brain's definitely slowed down. I even put a letter on a number. So
Yeah,
You made a mistake.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And it took me, I mean, I wasn't even done when we started talking.
Yeah.
Really exercise.
I mean,
oh my gosh.
So what's the aha?
it's
to
better
one
to
thing.
do one thing at a time, not go back and forth.
Look how fast you got the 1 through 10s, the ABCs, and then when you were trying to go back and forth, it was a whole new, same thing.
Yeah.
You wrote the same numbers, same letters, same everything, but you were switching your focus from one to the other.
The brain was more tired too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And anybody stressed when all of a
Just a
sudden you
smidge,
finally
yeah.
got-
Because my handwriting isn't
This
as
is
neat
not-
as it normally
This
is.
is not supposed to be so hard, right? So the moral of the story, multitasking is a lie.
Well, and it's harder, especially now, because we have a phone, and then we have social media, and so we have something to occupy our time when we have a little bit of, you know, instead of just sitting quietly. We have something to always keep our brain going, you know? So.
Well, but here's the thing, we still always have a choice. For instance, okay, so please take this the right way. I love you all very much, you know that. So, I sold a whole lot of houses for a lot of years. Well, I didn't have a cell phone. My phone was I was the first one in my real estate office, this is how old I am. I was the first one in my real estate office to have a car phone. You all have no clue.
I remember
that was
I remember when
that
I
was
had
a big
I had a friend who
deal.
had
A
one.
big deal.
She worked for
Okay? Now, I love you all to death, but if you're in this classroom with me today and your phone or your computer is in front of you where you can actually see it or look to see if you got a text or an email, you are multitasking. You're multitasking. Are you really getting everything you can from this class when you're sitting in the classroom with your phone right here where you can look and see whatever happens? So you're exactly right. We have become habitual multitaskers. And yet I've quit being insulting and telling everyone, okay, look, if you're going to be in my class, put your phones away. But that's what I would like to say to every single one that comes to my class. There's no reason, there are no emergencies. Unless you've got a sick kid or you've got a sick parent or somebody, that phone could go in your briefcase, because I'm not sitting here as your instructor with my, how would you all feel if I'm sitting up here looking to see if my phone's going off?
Mm-hmm.
So we've become, you're exactly right, in the world of electronics and we just live every day in this of thinking we are able to multitask.
So, and I haven't done it in a couple of years, but I used to, I am a yoga instructor. And so this was a big thing that I used to talk with about my students. And so first we did 2 weeks, and then we did a month, but we did monotasking. So it was like I made them but I just was like, take the Facebook app off your phone, right? And it was when you're having a cup of coffee, that is all you do. That is, obviously we're not going to be rude if someone comes up to speak to us, but this is all you do. You just monotask and you think about the coffee, you think about whatever you're going to think about, but you don't get your book, you don't get on the phone. And if someone does come up to you and starts to talk, well then you have to kind of tell yourself, okay, well I'm going to monotask, and I'm only going to have a conversation with this person. I'm going to stop thinking about all this stuff. So you can do it, and if you do it in like 2 weeks, and then you do like a whole month, it just
become a habit, like a power habit. It becomes a habit to go ahead and start doing that.
Yeah. But I also know in our crazy business, right? It's just like,
well,
I'm not saying I'm great at it, obviously.
But hear what you said. I'm going to challenge you a little bit.
Yeah.
Who chooses to make our business crazy?
Yeah, we do.
We do. Gary Keller goes into his office in the mornings, and if he has a writing day, or if it's his day designated to do something, he turns off. He gives his phone to his assistant. He turns off his computer. You can't get in. I don't care. The building would have to be burning down before anyone would get inside.
I was about to say it's very disciplined, but then I just saw the word up there.
And we're going to talk about that.
Yeah,
so perfect segue. Okay, good. All right. So the next truthiness, the lie that we believe, turn to page 54, is that our goal should be we should be attempting to live a disciplined life. Here's what Gary says about that on page 55. He says, the top of the page, in any discussion about success, the words discipline and habit ultimately intersect. Then he goes on and in that same paragraph, and he says, when you see people who look like disciplined people, what you're really seeing is people who trained a handful of habits in their lives. This makes them seem disciplined when actually they're not. No one is, on page 55. No one is. No one is disciplined. Then he goes on the bottom of the page and says, this may be the best news of the day for you. You don't need to be a disciplined person to be successful. In fact, you can become successful with less discipline than you think for one simple reason. Success is about doing the right thing, not about doing everything right. And he goes on, he says, the trick to success is to choose the right habit and bring just enough discipline to establish it. And he goes on page 57 and talks about the fact, okay, so if we accept that discipline is creating the right habits, then of course, how long does it take to develop a habit? And studies have shown that on average, it has to take, some people say 2 weeks, some people say, 100 and some days, but on average, studies have shown it takes 66 days to create a habit. Now, of course, then the decision becomes, what are the habits that you want to create? Well, there are habits in our personal life. There are habits in our business life. You know, business-like habits might be as simple as I'm going to get up every day and I'm going to lead generate for an hour or 2 hours. Or I'm going to call, if you've taken bold, a habit is doing the D2, right? You know, calling your database. I was a team leader in Nashville, North Carolina, and I had one very successful agent who came into work every morning at 8:30, shut the door, gave his phone to his assistant. This was back when we still had real phones in our offices. And he lead generated from 8:30 to 10, 5 mornings a week, without question. He wouldn't even serve on the ALC because my ALC meetings were at 9 o'clock. So one day something came up and I had a question for him, and I went downstairs to see him, and because I didn't think about the time or anything like that. It was about 9:30 or whatever. I knocked on his door. He turned around, looked at me, waved, went right back to what he was doing. 10:15, he shows up in my office and he said, "Holly," he said, I didn't think I was rude. However, you know what I do between 8:30 and 10. How can I help you? And of course, what do you think? I was embarrassed to death, because what should I have been doing as a team leader from 8:30 to 10? And it opened up a wonderful discussion, because he said, Holly, the reason I have to do that from 8:30 to 10 is because, number one, my team is counting on me to get listings. If I don't have listings, I have no buyers for my team to work with. He said the second thing is that if I'm not making those calls from 8:30 to 10, I'm letting down my family. I have 3 kids. I got to get them to college. This is the only way it's going to happen. He said the third reason I do it is because I don't know what's going to happen when I walk out of my office at 10 o'clock. I mean, the world could be falling apart. You know, deals could be falling apart. You know, the world happens. But he says if I know that 5 days a week from 8:30 to 10, I've been disciplined to do what I know is the most important thing in my business, I know everything's going to be okay, no matter what happens the rest of the day. And I thought, what an amazing philosophy. So he had created a habit of coming to work every day, being in his office by 8:30, shutting the door, making phone calls from 8:30 to 10, and then he was ready to start the rest of his day. Now, was he disciplined in everything in his life? No, absolutely. In fact, his desk was always a mess. I mean, the guy, I love him, but he was all over the place at 10 o'clock. But from 8:30 to 10, you knew exactly where he was and exactly what he was doing, and because of that, he was highly successful. So, he wasn't disciplined in everything. He was disciplined in the things that mattered the most. So the next slide, turn to page 61, is that willpower is on will call. How many of you, you've got great intentions, you show up in the office in the morning, you're going to lead generate, something gets in the way, and you go, well, I'll do it this afternoon. I'll lead generate from 2 to 4. 2 o'clock rolls around. Gosh, it's been a tough day. I just really don't feel like doing that. Any honest people here that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
So, what's happened? See, Gary says our willpower is like our cell phone. At the end of the day, how much power do we have on our cell phone? Not much. We plug it in overnight, right? Anybody else plug their phone in overnight? We start our day out and we got 100%, right? Mm-hmm. See, willpower is the same way. Willpower wanes throughout the day. We have our most willpower when we wake up in the morning. That's why Gary says, make your lead generating calls first thing in the morning while your willpower is at the highest. See, here's what Gary says, bottom of page 61. When we tie our success to our willpower without understanding what that really means, we set ourselves up for failure. And he goes on page 62, and he says, for most of my life, I never gave willpower much thought. He says, once I did, it captivated me. The ability to control oneself, which is willpower, to determine one's actions is a pretty powerful idea. Base it on training, it's called discipline, but do it just because you simply can is raw power. And then he goes on page 65, turn to page 65, middle of the page, and he says, everyone accepts that limited resources must be managed, right? We need to be, managing our water. We need to be managing our electricity. We don't need to be cutting down so many trees. So the point is, we fail to recognize that willpower is one of those manageable resources. It says, as a result, we don't consider it a personal resource to be managed like food or sleep. This repeatedly puts us in a tight spot for when we need our willpower the most. It may not be there. So then he goes on and he says on page 69, bottom of the page, he says, we lose our willpower not because we think about it, but because we don't. And he goes on in that paragraph and says, without intentionally protecting it every day, we allow ourselves to go from a will and a way to no will and no way. And on page 70, he actually talks about what taxes our willpower, what most often takes away our willpower. And let's think about these and think about how many of these we deal with every single day. So what taxes our willpower is implementing new behaviors. Anytime you're trying to do something different, you're using your willpower, right? Anytime you're learning a new skill, how many of you all are dealing with learning the new command and technology and all that? That's taxing your willpower, right? Filtering distractions, resisting temptation, suppressing emotion. Anytime you want to strangle that teenager or strangle that seller, that's using your willpower. Restraining aggression, suppressing impulses. Gosh, I really would like that chocolate cake. Oh gosh. Taking tests, trying to impress others taxes our willpower. Coping with fear, doing something you don't enjoy taxes our willpower. And then selecting long-term over short-term rewards. So at the end of the day, Gary says at the bottom of the page, so like any other limited but vital resource, willpower must be managed. And on page 71, he says the best way to do that is this, middle of the page. So if you want to get the most out of your day, do your most important work, your one thing, early before your willpower is drawn down. Since your self-control will be sapped throughout the day, use it when it's at full strength on what matters most. So the next lie or truthiness that gets in our way of buying into one thing is very much like our pursuit of a disciplined life. It's the pursuit of a balanced life. Please turn to page 72 in your One Thing book. See, what Gary says is, no matter how perceptible it might be, what appears to be a state of balance is something entirely different. It's entirely different. An act of balancing. And he goes on page 73, and I love this. He says, We hear about balance, middle of the page, we hear about balance so much, we automatically assume it's exactly what we are seeking. How many of you said, I just got to get balance in my life, right? My life is out of balance.
A lot of companies do that too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Work-life
Here's what
balance.
Gary says. We hear about balance so much, we automatically assume it's exactly what we want when it's not. Purpose, meaning, significance, these are what make a successful life. Seek them, please highlight this, seek them and you will most certainly live your life out of balance. Then he goes on and he says, the act of living a full life by giving time to what matters is a balancing act. Extraordinary results require focused attention and time. Time on one thing means time away from another. This makes balance impossible. Now, if you want to be a great parent, doesn't that require at times that you spend more time with your children than at your work? Yes, it does. There are times when you just have to let that client go. That deal just may fall apart. And yet at the end of the day, what's most important to you? Being a great parent. There are times when if you want to get those kids through college, you're going to have to say to your kids, look, I really can't go to that movie today. I've got to spend today focusing on calling my database. There are going to be times, if it's important enough to you, that you are going to have to be out of balance with your work as well. So this seeking balance is frivolous. It's not going to happen. See, Gary goes on and he talks on page, please now turn over to page 79. In the middle of this page, he says, replace the word balance with counterbalance, and what you experience makes sense. The things we presume to have balance are really just counterbalancing. He gives the example of a ballerina who's up on their toes. It looks like they're just walking around on their toes, right? But what's really happening is there's really this fast vibrating going on, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it's perceived as balance. And he goes on and he says at the bottom of page 79, he says, when we say we're out of balance, we're usually referring to a sense that some priorities, things that matter to us, are being underserved or unmet. The problem is that when you focus on what is truly important, something will always be underserved. No matter how hard you try, there will always be things left undone at the end of the day, week, month, year, and life. Please highlight this. Trying to get them all done is folly. Making your goal, crossing everything off your to-do list every day, is just going to make you crazy. He goes on, he says, when the things that matter most get done, you're still left with a sense of things being undone, a sense of imbalance. But here's what's important. Leaving some things undone is a necessary trade-off for extraordinary results. He says, he goes on to the next, he says, the idea of counterbalancing is that you never go so far that you can't find your way back or stay so long that there is nothing waiting for you when you return. Yes, if you spend every day going to movies with your kids, then yes, chances are you're not going to be able to, you're not going to get them through college with your real estate business if that's your goal. And if you spend all your time at work and have no relationship with your kids, you'll pay for that later, right? So the issue is counterbalancing is knowing that at times things are going to be out of balance. The issue is how long do we stay there? And so he ends this, turn page 82, he ends this section by saying, the question of balance is really a question of priority. He says, when you change your language from balancing to prioritizing, you see your choices more clearly and open the door to changing your destiny. Goes on and says, extraordinary results demand that you set a priority and act on it. When you act on your priority, you'll automatically go out of balance, giving more time to one thing over another. The challenge then doesn't come one of not going out of balance, for in fact you must. The challenge becomes how long you stay on your priority. So the last lie, the last truthiness that we're going to cover, please turn to page 85, is the concept that big is bad. I hear it so often. I don't want to get too busy. You know, I've got a family, I've got kids. You know, I can't get too busy. I don't want to build a big $1 million team because it'll take over my life. Well, the big thing I want you to know is that, and this unfortunately I think sometimes at Keller Williams we don't communicate enough. Your big is your big. Not everybody wants to build a mega team. However, big is maximum potential based on where you are. So, being fearful of big is a waste of time. Because how do you know how big is big for you? Here's what Gary says. He says, he talks about a concept called, the bottom of page 85. He says, let's go to the middle of page of 85. Mention big with achievement, and their first thoughts are hard, complicated, and time-consuming. How many of y'all, when I say, do you want to build a big business, that's the first thing you think about? Well, then the question is, well, what's big? He says, difficult to get there and complex once you do, pretty much sums up their views, overwhelming and intimidating as they feel. He says, for some reason, there is the fear that big success brings crushing pressure and stress, that the pursuit of it robs them of not only time with family and friends, but eventually their health. He says people actually have what they call megaphobia, the irrational fear of big. And he then goes on and says, when big is believed to be bad, thinking small rules the day, and big never sees the light of it. See, here's what we know. Turn to page 86. He says, none of us knows our limits. And he goes on in that paragraph and says, no one knows their ultimate ceiling for achievement, so worrying about it is a waste of time. And then he says, when you allow yourself to, we're moving down a little bit in the paragraph, when you allow yourself to accept that big is about who you can become, you look at it differently. Who you can become. Yes, it's perfectly okay that some of you don't want to net $1 million in real estate or don't have a desire to build a big team. But your big is your big. The issue is, are you reaching your full potential? And how do you know what that is if you don't allow it to happen? He goes on page 87 and he says, The only actions that become springboards to succeeding big are those informed by big thinking to begin with. Belief that your big is what you're striving for. So at the end of the day, turn to page 92. Here's what Gary says. Big stands for greatness, extraordinary results. Pursue a big life, and by the way, whatever that definition of big is your definition of big. I know very few real estate agents that got into real estate to be mediocre. Anybody get in here because you wanted to have a mediocre career? I mean, think about it. When you got into real estate, what did you want? Mediocrity? Just getting by? No. You want your definition of a big life, whatever that is. So Gary says, to live great, you have to think big. You must be open to the possibility that your life and what you accomplish can become great. But here's what I like the most. He says, don't fear big, fear mediocrity, fear waste, fear the lack of living to your fullest, fear never accomplishing what you can possibly accomplish. Don't compare your big to someone else's big. Just compare your big to what you want out of real estate. If your goal in real estate is to make $100,000 a year so that you can send your kids to private school, then that's your big, right? If your goal in real estate is to do enough deals that you can redecorate your house, fine. But focus on getting what you want. And he says, when we fear big, we either consciously or subconsciously work against it. We either run toward lesser outcomes and opportunities, or we simply run away from the big ones. And I like this. Please highlight this. If courage isn't the absence of fear, but moving past it, then thinking big isn't the absence of doubts, but moving past them. Only living big will let you experience your true life and work potential. So, we've just talked now about the lies, the truthiness, the 6 lies that, quite frankly, keep us from truly buying into the big thing. The first 2 we spent a lot of time on because Gary believes they're the ones that absolutely derail us the most. The first one was that everything matters equally, right? And the second one was the concept of multitasking. But then he says we also, this pursuit of a disciplined life has us convinced that we have to be disciplined in everything, when Gary says no, we just need to be disciplined in the most important things. He talks about the fact that willpower is not on will call, that we can't, you do the most important things when we have the greatest amount of energy to do it. And then he goes on and reminds us that this pursuit of balance in our life really is folly. And if we're continually looking for that, we're going to be continually frustrated and disappointed. And the last thing he says is don't fear big, fear mediocrity. Fear not being the best you can be. And so, this first half of the morning, what we tried to spend our morning talking about which one of these are getting in your way. Which one of these did you identify with the most? So please turn to page 16. And I want you to think about, based on what we talked about this morning, because we've read almost half the book, believe it or not. Don't you like the way you just read half the book? And half of the book is all about what's going on in your head. Because it does Gary no good to dive into talking about the one thing until we get your head on straight. He believes that success begins here. So what I want you to do on that page, I want you to think about what we've just talked about, and I want you to write down 3 action steps that you're going to take moving forward after this morning, based on what we've just talked about, the 6 lies, on how you can get your head going toward understanding this concept of the one thing. What 3 things are you going to do moving forward? Alright, someone share with me an action step they're going to do moving forward after our discussion this morning. Thank you. Tell me again your name.
Sonia.
Sonia.
I said to make things a habit.
To make
Things a habit.
what? Let's get specific.
So for instance, instead of waking up at 6:30, wake up at 5:30 to give myself another hour to myself to prepare for the day, because I've got 5 kids. So getting them ready for school, and I always seem to say, oh, I'll go in, but then 9 o'clock comes around, I'm like, I'm already too tired. I've got to make it a habit to allow myself to get up and be ready and have that hour to myself to prepare myself for the rest of the day.
Alright, what else? Someone else share something action step. Thank you, Melissa.
Mine was, I put not to fear big, which means my big is different than other people's big. I don't
Absolutely.
have to be a mega agent. I don't have to have a big team. My big is for me, not for everyone else to judge. So.
Absolutely. However, do what it takes to get your big.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yes. Yes.
Don't be judging your big with others. However, also don't be fearful that that big could be bigger than what you're expecting.
Yes, yes.
You
But
know.
boy, that really spoke to me.
Good. All right, give me one more.
I'm gonna create a success list.
The success list. All right. So why did that jump out?
Well, because I'm the queen of to-do lists, and I just pick and choose. I want to do that one, and the next one rolls over to the next day, and just keeps rolling over. So, and I'm queen of multitaskers.
I love it. Good. Give me one more, Joanne.
Mine was really just concrete, because I'm trying to get rid of the, nebulous stuff, which is appointment with Bruce, get my command up and running. So I have a place to put my D1, D2 people, then D1, D2, do that people, let my people know that I'm here. Then once I have my base set, my foundation set, start doing open houses and Legion, locally do my stuff, full stuff I've learned.
Right.
But I need a foundation, because that's what's holding, I feel is, I want a place, if I have all these people, if I'm going out and lead generating, and I don't have a place to put them, that's, they're on a piece of paper here, or, I need a place.
All right, good job. Well, you all have read almost half of the book, so you deserve a break. All right, so it's 10:30. Come back here at 10:45-ish or so, 10:46. I'll give you a full 15 minutes, but come on back so you can finish the book.
Hey, awesome agents. I just wanted to tell you some cool stuff that was happening here at Keller Williams Round Rock.
Hi, thanks for stopping by today.
Hi, I'm Siobhan Martin with Keller Williams Realty.
Keller Williams Agents. This is Greg Gearing with GDA Property Management. Wait.
Allowing agents to choose their own loan officer is really exciting for the agents and for the loan officers. Being able to get into a rhythm with a particular agent or particular team.
Brian stands out because of his service, the way that he's able to communicate with us. I can call him at any time, even on the weekend. Yay!
My preferred loan officer with Keller Mortgage is Lisa. I love working with her because she's prompt, very experienced, and works well with all of my clients.
Working with Amy has been great. She's getting the service that she needs for her clients. I've been working with several agents on a repeat basis, but this will make it so much easier.
There's so many disruptors in our industry. You have to start thinking, how can you save your clients the most amount of money? What is best for the client? The most important part about Keller Mortgage is that they're adding value. The fact that everything keeps moving in the right direction because it's designed for agents. It's a no-brainer and it's going to keep getting better.
There are millions of residences across the country, but every one is a home. A home for families of all types. A place to live, rest, and make your own. A home for all your things and all you love. A safe place you want to keep safe. But stuff happens. Little stuff. But now, more really serious stuff that leaves the majority of homeowners underinsured and at financial risk if there's a fire, flood, hurricane, or major claim. Why is that? Home insurance is complex, jargony, mystifying. In times when everything's getting easier, why hasn't someone stepped up to make getting insurance easier? Now, there's a better way, a simpler way, a perfectly timed way, a way provided exclusively by Keller Williams agents. Say hello to Keller Covered. It's home insurance made awesomely simple. It's a revolution for your clients and for you. For your clients, Keller Covered makes it easy to compare quotes from a variety of top carriers in one place. Information on a client's new home is automatically loaded into Keller Covered. No jargon, no friction, no what? With a few taps, your client confirms their information, then gets multiple quotes in just 2 to 5 minutes, not in hours. Nothing's faster, nothing's easier, nothing's like it. Your client can explore options, choose the coverage they need, and buy if they like. They get a plan that's truly right for their family, budget, and new home. So when they move in, they can rest assured because Keller Covered has them, well, covered. Of people who've already tried it, 100% say they'd recommend it. For agents, Keller Covered revolutionizes how you work with clients. It expands your relationships. It gives you data to be more involved in more aspects of their homes and lives. When it's renewal time, you're there with help to make sure your client's protection is up to date and you are top of mind. Keller Covered is an industry-first competitive advantage. Not only does it bring you closer to clients, it slams the door on outside companies hungry for your commission. Many have tried and failed. They'll be back. But you and Keller Covered will be there, delivering the future today to make your clients' lives easier, year after year after year. Keller Covered. Home insurance made awesomely simple. Good insurance. Good insurance.
Kelly, what am I doing today?
So let's turn to let's go to page 18 in our workbook. And let's go now to page 102 in our One Thing book. So we talked about the 6 lies that hold us back. The next section of the book is about the truth. The simple path to productivity. Now remember, we said simple, we didn't say easy, right? And Gary believes that the simple path to productivity begins with a question. So let's look at this on page 103. Bottom of the page, he says, Mark Twain states, the secret of getting ahead is getting started. The secret to getting started is breaking your complex, overwhelming tasks into small, manageable tasks and starting on the first one. So how do you know what the first one should be? And the answer is the focusing question. So turn to page 104. Gary says, you may be asking, why focus on a question when what we really crave is an answer? He says it's simple. Answers come from questions, and the quality of any answer is directly determined by the quality of the question. He goes on and he says, ask the wrong question, get the wrong answer. Ask the right question, get the right answer. Ask the most powerful question, and the answer can be life-altering. At the end of this, at the bottom of that page, he says, research shows that asking questions improves learning and performance by as much as 150%. So what is this question that can have a life-altering impact? He calls it over on page 106, the focusing question. And he says in the middle of the page, anyone who dreams of an uncommon life eventually discovers there's no choice but to seek an uncommon approach to living it. The focusing question is that uncommon approach. And this, I love this sentence. In a world of no instructions, and we of course have no instructions in our world, right? In a world of no instructions, it becomes the simple formula for finding exceptional answers that lead to extraordinary results. We are on page 106 today, and page 18 in your workbook. So the question that Gary calls this focusing question is right there in the middle of page 106. What's the one thing I can do such that by doing it, everything else will be easier or unnecessary? So let's break down this question a bit and really find out what this question is asking. So on page 107, here's what Gary says. Extraordinary results are rarely happenstance. They come from the choices we make and the actions we take. The focusing question always aims you at the absolute best of both by forcing you to do what is essential to success. Make a decision. Isn't that interesting? Making a decision is essential to success. I tell people all the time, I would rather someone make a wrong decision than make no decision at all. Think about the last time you were in a situation where you knew you had to make a decision and you did not make a decision. The most painful time was in that period where there was no decision being made, right? Even if you made the wrong decision, there was a sense of relief that you had at least made a decision and you learned from that wrong decision, right? The la-la land of indecision is what's painful. So Gary goes on and he says, but not just any decision, it drives you to make the best decision. It ignores what is doable and drills down to what is necessary, to what matters. It leads you to the first domino. So turn to page 108, and let's break down what this question is really asking. And this is also at in your workbook at the bottom of page 18. So part one of the question says, what's the one thing I can do? It doesn't say what are the many things I can do. It also says what's the one thing I can do. It doesn't say what's the one thing that you might be able to do or that you should think about. It implies action.
Do we have to like it?
Can do, not necessarily. He says, this sparks focused action and tells you the answer will be one thing versus many. The phrase can do, if you've taken bold, is an embedded command. What one thing can you do? Now the next part of the question, the second part, such that by doing it, implies that there is a criteria that must be met. There's a purpose in doing it. He goes on, he says, this tells you there's a criterion your answer must meet. Such that by doing, on page 109, lets you know you're going to have to dig deep, because when you do this one thing, something else is going to happen, right? And the third part of the question, everything else will be easier or unnecessary, implies that when you do this one thing, it impacts many others. It moves you forward. It moves you in the direction you want to go. When you decide that that you're going to do the lead generation every morning for 1 hour, it leads you toward being able to do more things with your kids. It leads you toward getting more listings so that you can work more open houses. Again, the key is the question says, what one thing can I do such that by doing it makes everything else easier or unnecessary? And by the way, Gary says if you dig deep enough, there's always an answer. There's always one thing that makes the greatest difference. You can say, but there are 5 or 6 things. Yes, but if you dig down deep, you can always find that one thing might just have a little bit more impact than someone else or than something else. And the issue is, are you willing to take the time to dig and find the answer to the focusing question? Now, turn to page 19 in your workbook, and then turn back for just a second to page 107. Promise we're not going backwards. I don't know about you, but how many have read this book? First time I read this book, I closed the book and I was totally frustrated. Because for some reason I thought if I read this book, I would have a clear picture on what my one thing in life would be. And I would know the direction I was going to go. And I could focus on that every day. And I read the book and I was still like, I don't know what my one thing is. So then when I was asked to start preparing this class, I had to read the book again. Because, repetition is the mother of mastery. Whoops. And I all of a sudden realized that Gary wasn't telling us that this book is about finding your one thing. Now, if it helps you find that one thing, great. But at the end of the day, what he's really saying is, it starts with your small focus. It starts with even adding 2 words to this question. And those 2 words are right now. What's my one thing such that by doing it makes everything easier or unnecessary right now? See, Gary says, focus on the small point your direction in the small focus direction, and it will show up in your big picture. Your big picture will show up. Knock over that first domino, and by the time 4 million dominoes are down, now all of a sudden the energy you've created can do huge things, right? I doubt Oprah woke up one morning when she was 15 knowing that she was going to change Africa. You know, I mean, she got up and said, my one thing today is I'm going to do whatever it is Oprah did. She was going to get her degree in whatever she got. The point I'm making is that this book is not about that one big thing that's going to define your life. Although that's great if you can determine that. It's about what's going to define your life. What's that one thing right now? It's taking that first step. Everybody clear on that? Because we're going to spend a lot of time talking about that this afternoon. All right. So now turn in your workbook to page 20. And turn to page 113. So Gary says the key is, you know, as we talked earlier, having a disciplined life is about creating good habits. And he truly believes that the success habit that we most should be trying the hardest to develop is the habit of using this question. Now, he also says that if this is going to truly be our success habit, we have to decide, we've got to define what success looks like for us. And what I love about this, he's very clearly, and you see in the workbook, he says success is getting what you want. It's not what someone else wants. It's not what your husband wants. It's not what your kids want, although that could enter into it. However, at the end of the day, if we're going to develop a habit that will lead us to success, we've got to ask ourselves, what do we want? See, I hate to say this, but I've dealt with thousands of real estate agents in all my years of being a team leader and teaching and all that. And sadly, I cannot tell you how many times my observation is, they get up every morning, they get on the real estate treadmill, and hope that someday they'll figure out why they're doing it. Think about that. They don't, when I ask them, what do you really want? They can't give me an answer. They get up and they just go, well, you know, I want to make money in real estate. Well, okay. What do you want that money to do? See, making money for the sake of making money, to me, is very boring. I mean, you can't, you know, what we're focusing on is what the money can do. So I want you to take a few minutes down. I want, on page 20 in your workbook, I just want you to do a brain dump, and I want you to write down 4 or 5 things that you want. Whether you want it now or in the future, doesn't make any difference, but just at the end of the day, what do you want? What do you want from your life? What do you want? What do you want for your, what do you want? What do you want? If I were to look back and say, did you have a successful life, and your answer was yes, what would you have accomplished? What would have happened? Maybe that's another way to ask it. If I showed up here 20, 30, 40 years from now and said, was your life a success, Melissa? You said, absolutely. I'd say, well, tell me why. So write down 4 or 5 things that you want. Now, once your list is done, what do you think I'm going to ask you to do? Pick one. As you look at your list, as it is right now, just pick the one thing that if it happened, you would look back at your life and you'd say, my life was a success. Just pick one. We're going to come back to that throughout the day. Everybody got it? Cool. All right. So page 113, Gary says, the focus in question is the foundational habit I use to achieve extraordinary results and lead a big life. He goes on and he says, I apply it to the important areas of my life, my spiritual life, physical health, personal life, key relationships, job, business, and financial life. He says, and I address them in that order. Each one is foundational for the next. So please turn to page 114 and turn to page 21 in your workbook. I'm going to guess that pretty much everything you wrote down is probably going to fall into one of these categories. Because when I ask you what you want, it's going to fall somewhere in what Gary believes are our 7 key categories of life. So let me run through these really quickly. So he believes start at the top and go around clockwise. So he believes the most important area of your life is your spiritual life. And Gary tells the story when he presented the manuscript of this book to the editors. The editor said, "What? You're not going to put spiritual life first. Don't you want to put business first?" And Gary said, "No." Because quite frankly, business is a byproduct of everything else. So he says, spiritual life. Where are you in your spiritual life? What do you believe? What grounds you? Then he talks about your physical health. Gary has some very significant physical problems. You all probably don't know that because he hides them. He is, he has to watch everything he eats. I mean, he has some major issues. So Gary knows that if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. He also says the next most important is your personal life. Now, let me explain to you what he means by personal life. Personal life is personal. It's you. It's you. It's not your kids. It's not your husband. What's going on in your head? Are you allowing yourself that downtime? Are you allowing yourself every now and then to, go get a facial or go get a massage? Are you allowing yourself to read a book you've always wanted to read? How are you at really taking good care of your personal life? The next are your key relationships. Yes, your relationship with your spouse, your kids, your family, your mother, your father. Absolutely. Very important. After that, then, he talks about the importance of your job and your business. Now, I get this question all the time. What's the difference between job and business? Well, I'm going to have you write down 2 words. Next to job, I want you to write down the word actions. See, you all have a job. You all have a real estate business, right? Mm-hmm. However, within that business, you all have a job. For some of you, it's probably lead generating. That is your job. If you don't have leads, you're not going to have a business, right? Mm-hmm. If you're building a team, maybe your job is hiring the right people on the team, right? So you all have a job within the business. Business, then, is results. Put down the word results. How well you do your job is going to impact the results of your business. And then, of course, after that, the last that he believes in terms of priority is your financial success. Because he says, if your spiritual life's in order, your physical health is in order, your personal life's in order, your relationships in order, Your job and business, chances are, will be in order, and because of that, you'll make more money. So these are the key areas that he believes using the focusing question is critical. So let's do a little exercise. Turn to page 22 in your workbook. And let's have some real honesty. What I want you to do now is I want you to rate on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the pits, and 10 being you've got it all together. I want you to rate yourself 1 to 10 in all of these different areas. Then, before you start doing that, let me finish the instructions so you can think. After you've done that, review your numbers and choose one that you're going to make a commitment to improve your score. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be what you gave yourself the lowest score on. However, the one I want you to think about is which one of these areas can I use the focusing question, which is what's the one thing you can do to improve your score, that will have the greatest impact on all the rest, because they all affect everything. They're all interconnected. The great news is if you're working on one, chances are it's going to improve the score on all of them. Everybody clear? Mm-hmm. So go ahead, rate yourself, and then ask yourself the question, what's the one thing you can do to improve your score? Choose the one that's most important and write down that one thing down at the bottom. Everybody clear what I'm asking you to do? Not saying the one thing on all categories. I'm just asking you to pick the one that's most important to you right now. Who's willing to share the area of their life they chose and what's the one thing they're going to do to improve their score? Thank you.
My physical health.
Okay.
Because improving that would give me more energy. Sometimes I wake up.
Exactly.
So I put treat my body with appreciation. Eat it good things.
Okay, so let's get a little bit more specific with that. So, what one thing could you do that you believe would have an impact on your body that would give you more energy?
So I would focus more on plant-based because eating meat, I feel it. Drinking wine is.
We don't want to give up that.
So moving, yeah.
So here's the thing. So one, and again, what Gary says, and I've actually kind of forgot to mention this when we were talking about living a disciplined life. Gary says, don't try to become disciplined overnight on all things. Pick one thing. For instance, pick eating plant-based. Don't try to change everything in your role. Pick one thing. And when that becomes a habit, when that becomes something you start feeling the results, what happens when you're successful at developing one habit, it gives you the incentive to go do the next thing, right? Too many of us want to change too many things all at one time, and then we get frustrated and we don't end up changing anything, right? If you know that eating meat makes you, drags you down, then just decide not to eat meat. I'm not going to eat meat for the next 30 days or 60 days, or as he says, average is 66 days. Start with that. And then see how that makes you feel. And then if you get excited about the fact that, hey, I'm just going to eat plant-based the rest of my life, then give up something else, right? So don't try to do pick one thing. Good. Who else will share with me what they wrote down?
I picked the same thing, which was my physical health.
Okay.
But I said to exercise.
All right.
Just period exercise.
All right. So let's get specific. What kind of exercise are you able to do based on your time constraints and all that good stuff?
30 minutes of cardio every day.
Okay. And that's realistic?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So then, when you say cardio, does that mean what? Going for a walk? Does that mean? Okay.
Just walking progressively for at least 2 weeks, and then from there try to move up to at least jogging or running.
Okay. All right. So what Gary would say about that is he should say, okay, Sophia, right?
Sonia.
So Sonia. So let's talk about, so how much do you walk now?
Right now, 15 to 20 minutes a day.
How often? And how many?
3 days a week.
Okay.
Is what I've been doing.
So consistently.
Yeah, consistently.
So then he would say, all right, that's awesome. Now decide if you're going to increase the time 3 days a week or increase the consistency. Like maybe for the next 2 weeks, you're going to do it for 20 minutes. Remember he talked about taking one step at a time, not trying to, so many times I hear people say, I'm going to work out 5 days a week, and they haven't been working out at all. Well, how realistic is that? Make the commitment to work out 1 day a week or 2 days a week.
Well, that's how I started. I started realistically throughout all these years. I would do diet and exercise, and figured, well, that's too much because basically my kids aren't going to eat the same thing that I'm going to eat, and I have to adjust everybody's meal or cook multiple items or whatever the case may be.
Right.
So now I've just decided I'm going to start at walking 2 days, and now we're at 3, and so
there you go.
Gradually growing up.
Good. So this exercise shows you how identifying the areas in your life that you want to make a difference. And by the way, both of these, if you take care of your physical health, are going to take care of everything else, right? It's going to impact your business. It's going to impact your relationships. You're going to feel better about yourself, so you're going to have more energy for your kids, right? And ultimately, it'll probably impact your energy to pick up the phone and call your database and that type of thing. So again, drilling it down to that one thing that you can do such that by doing it makes everything easier or unnecessary.
Holly, can I share? My coach recommended a book called Atomic Habits. Have you heard of that? Mm-hmm. It basically ties just perfectly in with this. Atomic, very small. Like, for example, if you say you want to exercise, 30 minutes a day. Well, day 1, just get up and put your shoes on, okay? Then day 2, put your shoes on and step outside. And then day 3, walk down the block. And little by little by little to make it more, very domino-ish.
Right. Rather than mentally going, okay, well, I'm a failure, I didn't run a 10K today. Because that's what we do. We set these humongous goals, and instead of taking it one domino at a time, we get frustrated because we didn't run a 10K the first time we wanted to exercise. Mm-hmm. I love it. All right, good job. Now let's turn to page 23 in your workbook, and now let's turn to page 132 in your one thing. I know, I told you, this is a great way to read a book, right?
Where were you when I was in school?
No kidding, this is like the clip the better.
That's exactly right.
So we talk now about using the focusing question. Now Gary's going to help us determine, so not only do we know to use the focusing question, but what is the real purpose in our life, and what is it are we really focusing on accomplishing so that we can use the focusing question properly. And he says there's a formula. He says extraordinary results, unlocking the possibilities within you is a formula. And he calls it the 3 P's: purpose, priority, and productivity. And he says on page 132, there's a natural rhythm to our lives that becomes a simple formula for implementing the one thing and achieving extraordinary results: purpose, priority, and productivity. Bound together, these 3 are forever connected and continually confirming each other's existence in our lives. See, he compares it to an iceberg. He says, what you normally see in an iceberg is only a small portion of it above the water. That's how the Titanic got into such trouble, right? Mm-hmm. Historically, you only see 1/9, or scientifically, you only see a small, like 1/9 or 1/10 of the iceberg above the water. The major part of the iceberg is below the water. And so he compares that to our 3 P's. See, the world doesn't see our purpose, and the world doesn't see our priorities. The world does see our productivity. And yet, what's more important, what the world doesn't see or what the world does see? So let's talk about this. He goes on the bottom of page 133. The more productive people are, the more purpose and priority are pushing and driving them. So what we're going to do now is, and then of course on page 134 he says ultimately when the purpose and the priority are driving the productivity, then the productivity ultimately ends up with profit. So let's break down these 3 P's and talk about how they apply in your life. So turn to page 13. Let's talk about living with purpose.
What page did you say?
I'm sorry. Turn to page
135.
130. Okay. Yeah. I'm on. Yeah.
Chapter 13 as well, so I didn't know if I misheard.
135, and we're on page 23 in our workbook. Actually, now let's go to page 24 in our workbook. Let's talk a little bit about purpose. So in this section, Gary talks about the Christmas Carol. Does everybody remember the story of the Christmas Carol? Charles Dickens, Ebenezer Scrooge. Anybody not know that story? All right. In summary, what happens? Ebenezer Scrooge, through visits from the ghost of the Christmas past, present, and future. All of a sudden, his purpose changes. Mm-hmm. And his world becomes different. And on page 138, top of the page, in the book, here's what Gary says. As I reflect on this story, I believe Dickens reveals purpose as a combination of where we're going and what's important to us. He implies that our priority is what we place the greatest importance on, and our productivity comes from the actions we take. He lays out life as a series of connected choices where our purpose sets our priority and our priority determines the productivity. To Dickens, I want to highlight this, our purpose determines who we are. And on page 139, toward the middle of the page, and it's already underlined, it says, who we are and where we want to go determine what we do and what we accomplish. And he says, a life lived on purpose is the most powerful of all and the happiest. So then he goes on please turn to page 142. At the bottom of the page, he says, I believe that financially wealthy people are those who have enough money coming in without having to work to finance their purpose in life. However, he goes on further on page 143, the middle of that bottom paragraph, and it says, when you have a definite purpose for your life, clarity comes faster, which leads to more conviction in your direction, which usually leads to faster decisions. See, Gary's very clear. If you don't know where you're going, the chances are pretty slim you're going to get there. I mean, you don't get in your car every morning and go, well, I don't know where I'm going to go, but I'm just going to get in my car and drive, right? Get in your car, you either come to the office, you're going to meet a client, you know where you're going. And yet, how many of us lead our lives with this, I have no clue where I'm going. So I just hope I'm going to get wherever I'm supposed to get. So he goes on page 144 and he says, purpose provides the ultimate glue that can help you stick to the path you've set. When what you do matches your purpose, your life feels in rhythm. Now, please understand, he's very aware of the fact that most people do not have a clear definition of their purpose for two reasons. Number one, they've never taken the time to even think about it. And number two, they don't know where to, even if they want to think about it, they have no idea where to begin. So there's an exercise on page 24 in our workbook that's designed to help you at least get started in that process. So we're going to take a few minutes now and do this exercise. I can't promise you you'll walk out of here today with your ultimate purpose, but it'll at least get you pointed in the direction. So here are the questions I want you to answer. At the top of the page it says, I am passionate about, and write down three things. What I wrote down when I did the exercise, I'm passionate about my faith, I'm passionate about my husband, and I'm passionate about teaching and developing other trainers. Training right now is my passion. Then it says, I love to, and I want you to add a word there, it says, I love to do. And I wrote down there, okay, I love to be with my husband. I love to teach. And, I love my Bible studies. I love being part of my, women's group and all that kind of good stuff. So I looked at those and I went, wow, okay, so I'm passionate about the same things I like to do. So that's at least a place to start. Mm-hmm. So I wrote down my purpose. So I looked at those and I went, okay, how do I define that as my purpose? And so I wrote down to be a godly Christian example in my work and my marriage, and leave KWU with more great trainers than there were when I started. So again, by identifying what I'm passionate about and what I love to do, I was able to create a purpose for now. Now, 5 years from now, might look totally different. We're not talking about your purpose for life. We're talking about what's your purpose right now. So take a minute now and see if you can answer those questions. What am I passionate about? And what do I love to do? What do I love to do? And see how they intersect, and see if from that you can somehow come up with some sort of a statement that for now might identify your purpose. It could be all about your kids right now. It could be all about your grandkids. It could be all about your business right now. Again, it's okay, whatever it is. Anyone willing to share with us what they're passionate about, what they like to do, and their first stab at identifying maybe their purpose in life? Who'd like to? Thank you, Melissa. There's no right or wrong here. This is all yours.
I am passionate about my family.
Sure.
I'm passionate about real estate and my clients. And I'm also passionate about my friends. What I love to do is I love to hang out with my family, help my clients, and be a great friend. So my purpose right now is to love my family, come from contribution in my business, and be the best friend I can be.
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So when you get up every morning, does that purpose motivate you? Is it pushing you?
Absolutely.
To do what you know you need to do?
Yes.
To be all of those things?
Yes. Yeah.
So your purpose has got to be powerful enough that when you wake up in the morning and you don't really feel like getting on the phone and calling those clients, or you really don't feel like taking your kids to the roller park or whatever, or you've got that friend that you know is going through all kinds of stuff and you're going, oh gosh, I know when I get coffee with her today, she's gonna.
When my phone rings, I just gotta be ready. Yeah.
Right. Good. Someone else share with me what they like to do, what they're passionate about, and how that is defining their purpose for right now.
Bravo.
Awesome.
My passion is my parenting, and my second one is my relationship, and third, my financial freedom.
Okay.
And I love to spend time with my kids. I love to be busy. I don't like downtime.
Okay.
And then I love to debt.
So I'm going to help you a little bit. Let's change I love to be busy to be I love to be productive.
Okay, I can do that.
But let's get mentally around what we're really saying here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can have a long day and come home and I'm like, oh, I'm going to do, not that I love to do the dishes or I love to do laundry, but I'd rather be productive. I actually use that word a lot than just sit and watch a 2-hour movie.
I got you.
And my purpose, I actually just stuck to one. I didn't merge all of them. So I just said to be the best parent I can be and send my children out into the world with confidence they will be loving, loyal, smart, inspiring human beings, and that they in turn will teach their children the same values.
And by the way, even though you didn't necessarily use the words, all of that was combined in what you said. Because to be a great parent, you've got to teach them financial responsibility. You don't want them to be in debt.
Right.
So by being focused on paying off your debt, you will be a great parent, right? By being productive and by, you will be setting the example for them as adults to be productive, not just busy. So whether you're using the words or not, they all show up in there, right? So when you read that, does that motivate you in the morning to get up and do the things that you need to do?
Oh yeah.
Good. All right, let's have one more.
So I said I'm passionate about Jesus and others seeing him at work, my daughters and learning. I love to help others and to connect with them, to provide for my family and to spend time with friends and family. And my purpose is to glorify God by sharing him with others, especially my daughters, continuing to learn the art of real estate because I'm fairly new, and help others to the best of my ability, which allows me to provide for my family.
Exactly. So does that motivate you? Does that see again, our purpose has got to be what gets us up in the morning when we don't feel like getting up. Because you're gonna all have those days. We all know that, right? Did anyone have any trouble with this exercise? And it's okay to be honest. Because you are not going to really determine your purpose in life in the 5 minutes you just took.
Yeah, it was hard to come up with what I love to do.
Here's what Gary says though. And I want you to we'll finish this section by turning to page 145. He says, and I'm going to summarize it. He says, if you're absent an answer, pick a direction. And he says, the very last paragraph, pick a direction, start marching down that path, and see how you like it. Time brings clarity, and if you find you don't like it, you can always change your mind. It's your life. So if you're struggling with really figuring out what your purpose is, just pick one. Pick one. Go after it, follow it. If it doesn't feel right after 30 days, pick another one. Point is, you're never going to get there if you don't know where you're going. Now, you've got your purpose, which is the foundation. Now it's about living by priority, the second piece. So please turn now to page 147 and turn to page 25 in your workbook. Here's what Gary says. Actually, the top of the page. He says, live with purpose and you know where you want to go. Live by priority and you'll know what to do to get there. When each day begins, you each have a choice. We can ask, what shall I do or what should I do? Without direction, without purpose, whatever you shall do will always get you somewhere. But when you're going somewhere on purpose, there will always be something you should do that will get you where you must go. When your life is on purpose, living by priority takes precedence. And he goes on page 147, the last sentence in that first paragraph, he says, purpose without priority is powerless. If you're not prioritizing your life based on your purpose, it's never going to become a reality. So he goes on page 149, and he says, toward the bottom of the page, he says, we need a simple way of thinking to save us from ourselves, set the right priority, and move closer toward accomplishing our purpose. And he says, goal setting to the now will get you there. So please turn to page 151. Now, quite a few of you said that you had read this book, right? Let me say it again. How many have read the book? All right. How many of you think you're pretty good at following directions? Because here were the directions that Gary gave you in reading this book, top of the page. He says, to understand how goal setting to the now will guide your thinking and determine your most important priority, read this out loud to yourself. How many of you all did that? Okay, well, you're going to get a chance to do it right now, so everybody stand up. Everybody stand up. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, out loud. Based on my someday goal, what's the one thing I can do in the next 5 years to be on track to achieve it? Now, based on my 5-year goal, what's the one thing I can do this year to be on track to achieve my 5-year goal, so that I'm on track to achieve my someday goal? Now, based on my goal this year, what's the one thing I can do this month so I'm on track to achieve my goal this year? So I'm on track to achieve my 5-year goal, so I'm on track to achieve my someday goal. Now, based on my goal this month, what's the one thing I can do this week so I'm on track to achieve my goal this month? So I'm on track to achieve my goal this year, so I'm on track to achieve my 5-year goal, so I'm on track to achieve my someday goal. Now, based on my goal this week, what's the one thing I can do today so I'm on track to achieve my goal this week, so I'm on track to achieve my goal this month, so I'm on track to achieve my goal this year, so I'm on track to achieve my 5-year goal,
so I'm on track to achieve my someday goal. So based on my goal today, what's the one thing I can do right now? So I'm on track to achieve my goal today. So I'm on track to achieve my goal this week. So I'm on track to achieve my goal this month. So I'm on track to achieve my goal this year. So I'm on track to achieve my 5-year goal. So I'm on track to achieve my someday goal.
Good job. Give yourself a round of applause, Scout. Woo! Alright, here's what Gary says. I hope you hung in there and read the entire thing. Why? Because you're training your mind how to think, how to connect one goal with the next over time until you know the most important thing you must do right now. You're learning how to think big, but go small. So what I want you to do now is I want you to turn to page 26 in your workbook. And I want you to go back and I want you to look at page 20 in your workbook. And I want you to remind yourself of the one goal that you thought was most important. And then what I want you to do is I want you to put that one goal on a timeline here on page 26. Is that one thing that you identified that's most important? Is it something that you can accomplish in a year? Is it something you can accomplish in 5 years? Is it a someday goal? But identify the time frame when you think most, you would very much like to accomplish it. And then work backwards. So if I'm going to accomplish it in a year, what has to happen this month? And then if it's going to happen this month, what has to happen this week? And then if it's going to happen, if I'm going to get it done this week, what do I have to do today? And then what's going to happen my day? See where I'm asking to do this? Take that one goal that was most important to you and apply it to this exercise called goal setting to the now. Poor book is totally falling apart. Well, I can't quite give it up because I got all my notes in it. I've got everything in it.
Can you get spiralized?
Can't imagine. Well, you know what? They don't do that anymore.
Oh, they
Gosh,
don't?
that's a great.
I've always had book ending with y'all, with all your teachers that have the
spiral.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I guess the machine is too difficult.
You can't take it off. Steve won't anymore.
That's crazy.
State won't do it. People won't do it.
Schools still do it.
Well, they send it to big publishing companies probably, that just take one book in and get it done.
Yeah, that's true.
So she's guarding that with her life.
Yeah. We have one.
All right, let's not get distracted. Let's finish this
Sorry.
exercise.
I'm just so worried about it.
I know. I've only got 30 more minutes and we got a book to finish, so I want you to I think this is an important exercise for you to get clarity around what it's going to take for you to get what you want. And by the way, we're teaching you how to think with everything you want in life. It starts with that first domino. It starts with what you're going to do today. What you do today is going to impact what happens 5 years from now. When you get to be my age, your 5-year and your someday goal kind of start running together. one person share with me what their most important goal was, and then work backwards. Give me one person is going to share that. No right or wrong here. This is just your stuff. One thing. One person. Thank you, Melissa.
Sure. Mine is to attend church regularly.
Okay, your
My
one thing is.
spiritual life.
All right.
That was
so,
the one that was lacking the most. So.
Okay, good. All right. So then.
So my 1 year goal is to go to church every Sunday.
Okay.
So then my monthly goal to start off is to attend at least 2 Sundays to get into habit. My weekly goal is to attend this week.
Okay.
My daily goal is to tell my husband every day, hey, don't forget we're going to church on Sunday. And right now, just doing this exercise.
Doing the exercise to get you there.
That's great.
As simple as that is, how
it's
powerful
extremely
will that
important
be?
to me. Yes.
And by the way, she didn't say I have to start right now going every Sunday. What was it you started?
Every 2 Sundays.
The monthly goal was going every other Sunday.
Just to get into the habit.
Absolutely. Good. Love it. See
Thank
how
you.
this works. Okay, good job. So we've talked about purpose, setting priorities. Now let's talk about productivity. Please turn, if you will, to page 156. Let's talk about living for productivity. And please turn to page 28 in your workbook. Here's what Gary says. Middle 156, productive action transforms lives. Then he goes on page 157 and says, living for productivity produces extraordinary results. Now, what does he mean by living for productivity? Turn to page 158. Bottom of the page, productive people get more done, achieve better results, and earn far more in their hours than the rest. They do so because they devote maximum time to being productive on their top priority, their one thing. They time block their one thing and then protect that with a vengeance. Now over on page 159, he defines what we mean by time blocking. And he says, bottom of the page, most people think there's never enough time to be successful, but there is when you block it. It says time blocking is a very results-oriented way of viewing and using time. It's a way of making sure that what has to get done gets done. And then he goes on and he says, time blocking harnesses your energy and centers it on your most important work. And this is what's important. It's productivity's greatest power tool. Now, on page 160, Gary shows what a typical day looks like. Your one thing covers a little bit, and then everything else surrounds it. Versus the productive day is when you focus an unequal amount of time or an inordinate amount of time on your one thing.
But what if your one thing is going to take some time? It's lengthy.
Okay. Then guess what? You decide how much time can I devote today to that one thing.
So maybe you break it up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. However, that one thing has to get done. Let's talk about that. Hold that thought. So here's what Gary says about time blocking. Now, he says, time blocking does not mean you are scheduling every minute of your day. And see, that's what people think. People think that a successful calendar has everything scheduled. No. Gary says he can tell whether someone's going to be successful based on their calendar. He said if you walk around the room and look at someone's calendar, you can tell whether they're going to be a success in real estate. Why does he say that? Because he believes there are 3 key things that a successful person time blocks for. Please turn to page 164. A successful person time blocks first for their time off. Here's what Gary says. Extraordinarily successful people launch their year by taking time to plan their time off. They know they'll need it, and they know they'll be able to afford it. In truth, the most successful simply see themselves as working between vacations. And he goes on page 164 and says, resting is as important as working. There are a few examples of successful people who violate this, but they are not our role models. The second thing Danny believes in time blocking on page 165 is your one thing. And I want to emphasize that one thing right now. I mean, if you are, Joanne's one thing right now probably is to get on the phone and call her database and let her database know that she now lives in Georgetown. Even over and above command and all those things. Now, that doesn't mean command's not important, but I would probably suggest that you spend at least 1 hour a day on the phone calling as many people as you get in touch with and letting them know where you are. That's her one thing. See, it says, after you've time blocked your time off, time block your one thing, or portions of that one thing, right? It says the most productive people, the ones who experience extraordinary results, here's what's really important. Please highlight this. They design their days around doing their one thing. Their most important appointment each day is with themselves, and they never miss it. Remember my story about the guy who came to work every day at 8:30 to 10, got on the phone. At the bottom of the page, Gary says the most productive people work on event time. They don't quit until their one thing is done. The key to making this work is to block time as early in your day as you can. Give yourself 30 minutes, turn to page 166, to an hour to take care of morning priorities, then move to your one thing. Now, Gary says, my recommendation is to block 4 hours a day. He says this isn't a typo. I repeat, 4 hours a day. Honestly, that's the minimum. If you can do more, then do it. And the third thing he says,
To clarify, so he's saying do the one thing for 4 hours a day?
I mean, if at all possible, he would say, if he were talking to you, he'd say, all right, my love, 4 hours a day calling that database until you have called all your database. Okay. Then you can determine what your next one thing is. Okay. And maybe the next one thing is putting all that database into command or doing whatever else. But again, and again, that's his recommendation. Now, he's also saying if all you have is 1 hour to do it, at least time block that 1 hour.
I like the 4 hours because 1 hour isn't really enough to even dig into doing something.
That will be your call in determining on each day how much time you have to devote to whatever that one thing is. You may only have 1 hour one day to devote to whatever you're trying to get done, but you'll have 2 hours the next day. The key is, and this is the third thing you time block for, this is on page 168, you time block for planning time. Like if I were to ask you all to pull out your calendar right now, have you time blocked time every day for whatever that one thing is? Would I see on your calendar, Joanne, an hour time block to contact your database? Maybe 4 hours tomorrow since you're in class today. Maybe 2 hours the next day because you've got a client in town. But again, the key is time block for planning time. And here's what he says on bottom of page 168. Block an hour each week to review your annual and monthly goals. Ask what needs to happen that month to be on target for your annual goals, then ask what much happened that week to be on course, You're essentially asking, based on where I am right now, what's the one thing I need to do this week to stay on track for my monthly goal, and for my monthly goal to be on track for my annual goal? You are lining up the dominoes. So the three things he believes should show up on your calendar: time block for your time off, time block for your one thing, and time block for your planning time, to make sure that time blocking for that one thing is showing up in your world. Does that make sense? Yeah. And he says that's the key to productivity. Now, he goes on though, and he says, on page 170, he says time blocking is easy. He says although time blocking isn't hard, protecting the time you blocked is. And I want you to highlight this next statement. The world doesn't know your purpose or priorities and isn't responsible for them. You are. So it's your job to protect your time blocks from all those who don't know what matters most to you, and from yourself when you forget. Now he gives us 4 suggestions on how to protect your time block, and I'm just going to go through those quickly so we can kind of move on. Turn to page 172. And also you can turn to page 30 in your workbook. The first thing he says is build a bunker. Put a do not disturb sign on your office. If you're, say, for instance, if you're trying to call that database, right? Store provisions. You know, aren't we all distracted? We get up, we'll get a cup of coffee, and then we stand and talk to someone for 15 minutes, right?
So I will say that I have found that the Round Rock Library is a great place to work.
I love it. There you go.
I go there a lot.
You're building a bunker. You're building a bunker. Good job.
Those little 1 hour rooms.
Number
Yeah, you don't have to make calls, but I've been there. I just work all day some days there.
Number 3, sweep for minds. Turn off your phone. Shut down your email. Shut down. Don't allow distractions to show up. Our computer and our phone does not have to be our third arm when we're focusing on our one thing, right? And then last but not least, enlist support. Ask your teenage girls to try not to call you between 9 and 11 because you are lead generating. Tell your spouse, hey, you know, just here, take my phone, don't let me look at it until I'm come out of my office and, you know, finish doing what I'm doing. The story I told you about Brad Puffer, he gave his phone to his assistant and said, unless this office is burning down, don't let anybody in my office and take my phone. Enlist support. Don't be afraid to tell people, please don't call me at a certain time. I'm on a mission. I need to be doing this from 9 to 11. I can't answer your call. Don't be offended. You know, I know we all like to help all the brand new agents. Put a sign on your door saying, I'm lead generating. If you've got a question, I'll be available after 11 o'clock. Let people know what you're doing. All right? Protect that time block with a vengeance. All right? Now, if we're going to be productive, we're going to move quickly now. Turn to page 175. There are 3 commitments you're going to have to make. You're going to have to follow the path. In fact, turn to page 176. Follow the path of mastery. What that means is understand that mastery is a journey, it's not a destination. Just because tomorrow you don't successfully time block, don't quit. Keep doing it. Work toward developing the habit. Don't get discouraged. Move from E to P. Understand if you want things to change, you've got to change the way you've always done things. Break through that ceiling and do something different. That's what we mean by moving from E to P. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, right? And then the third thing is living the accountability cycle. And I want to just touch on that a minute. Turn to page 185. Actually, page 184. Accountable, middle of the page. Accountable people, oh wait, top of the page. Taking complete ownership of your outcomes by holding no one but yourself responsible for them is the most powerful thing you can do to drive your success. And then he goes on in the middle of the page and he says, accountable people achieve results only others dream of. Says when life happens, you can either be the author of your life or the victim of your life. Those are your only two choices, accountable or unaccountable. So please understand, we all slide into the victim mode. Why do you think that happens? Why do you think when stuff happens, we can always come up with great excuses why things didn't work, why I didn't lead generate, why this didn't happen? Because it's easier. And yet, the difference between highly successful people and those not so much is their willingness to be held accountable. This afternoon, when we talk about the MREA book, I'm going to show you where Gary says accountability is the relationship choice for champions. Choice for champions. Accountability is not a bad word. How many of y'all have a coach? I'm just going to get real. Okay, good. You're on the first step. Allow yourself to be held accountable. Allow someone to hold up that mirror and say, what do you see? And guess what? Sometimes you're not going to like what you see. But looking at what you don't like is going to help you next time look in that mirror and like what you see, because you want to be reminded what you don't like. You don't want to be reminded that you didn't make your phone calls, right? And by the way, best friends, husbands, wives can't hold you accountable. Don't expect that. All right. All right, last but not least, please turn to page 190, and I just want to touch on the 4 thieves that will rob us of everything we have just talked about. The first one, and please turn to page 32 in your workbook. The first thief is our inability to say no. Anybody have that problem? Here's what Gary says. Someone once told me that one yes must be defended over time by 1,000 no's. And he goes over on page 192, and here's what he says. Middle of the page, here's the thing. When you say yes to something, it's imperative that you understand what you're saying no to. When you say yes to talking to your friend on the phone about what you cooked for dinner last night rather than lead generation, you're saying no to your family and taking them to Disney World or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. It says in the end, the same paragraph, the best way to succeed big is to go small, and when you go small, you say no a lot more than you might have ever considered before. And then, of course, he says on the next page, remember saying yes to your one thing is your top priority. As long as you keep this in perspective, saying no to anything else that keeps you from keeping that time block should become something you can accept. Now, the second thief that gets in our way on page 195 and on page 33 in your workbook is our fear of chaos. How many of you are always trying to get your life under control? You're trying to control your kids. You're trying to control your business. Get over it. Here's what Gary says. When we and I want you to highlight this, when we tirelessly work our time block. Wait, let's see. Yep. When we tirelessly work our time block, clutter automatically takes up residence around us. Please highlight that. And then he says, messes are inevitable. On page 195 at the bottom. Messes are inevitable when you focus on just one thing. And on page 196, top of the page, one of the greatest thieves of productivity is the unwillingness to allow for chaos or the lack of creativity in dealing with it. Focusing on one thing has a guaranteed consequence. Other things don't get done. And then he comes down at the bottom of the page and says, the truth is, it's a package deal. When you strive for greatness, chaos is guaranteed to show up. So trying to keep everything under control, everything in order is just going to make you crazy. So accept it. Accept it. Next, poor health habits. Turn to page 198. Not taking care of yourself. Right? And here's what Gary says. He says, if we don't take care of our body, where else will you live? And on page 201, he gives us the highly productive person's daily energy plan. See, he says health is all about energy. You mentioned energy when you were talking about the fact that meat took away your energy, right? Energy comes from exercise, right? Gary says without energy, we will never get what we want. Now, he also says there are different kinds of energy. The highly productive person's energy plan. And we're going to talk about this again this afternoon because all of this comes straight from the MREA book. There's 5 kinds of energy. Meditating and praying for spiritual energy. Eating right, exercising for physical energy. This is my favorite. Hugging, kissing, and laughing for emotional energy. Setting goals and planning for mental energy. And time blocking for business energy. And he says, here's the productivity secret of this plan. When you spend the early hours energizing yourself, you get pulled through the rest of the day with little effort. You're not focused on having a perfect day all day, but on having an energized start to each day. If you can have a productive day until noon, the rest of the day falls into place. And then last but not least, the thief that he believes gets in our way on page 202 is our environment. Our environment must support our goals. His definition of environment is the people we hang out with and the place where we work, where we live. You know, he goes on and he says, your environment is simply who you see and what you experience every day. In that same paragraph on page 202, he says, for you achieve extraordinary results, the people surrounding you and your physical surroundings must support your goals. Haven't you heard it said if you want to get to know someone, get to know their 5 best friends? Are those 5 best friends encouraging you to hit your goals? Are they helping you become a better parent? Are they encouraging you in your business? Are they calling you and going, oh, come on, let's go have lunch. You know, you don't have to work today. Come on, let's go play golf. Yeah, are they supporting your goals? And he goes on and he says, on page 203, he says, ultimately, being a success-minded person creates what researchers call a positive spiral of success, where they lift you up and send you on your way. Are the people you're surrounding yourself lifting you up? Is your environment lifting you up? The good news is you all work for Keller Williams, so I know this environment, if you will take advantage of it. Thank you all for being here today. I heard that there's 205 agents in this office. How many are from this office? All right, there's 205 agents in this office, and look how many of you all are here. But the good news is I know that 6 of you will be lifted up today. You're putting yourself in a situation where you are willing to learn and you are willing to expand your mind. Your environment matters. You chose your environment today. So those are the 5 thieves that most likely are going to get in your way. So what I want you to do right now is I want you to turn to page 36. And as I wrap this up here, we're going to write down 3 action steps we're going to take based on this entire morning. Before that, though, I want you to tell you how Gary sums up this entire thing. So please turn to page 209. Actually, 208. Gary says, 1 step at a time may be trite, but it's still true. No matter the objective, no matter the destination, the journey to anything you want always starts with a single step. That step is called the one thing. He goes on page 209, bottom of the page, please highlight this. Extraordinary results require you to go small. And then he wraps it all up on page 214 and says, success is an inside job. And he tells a story of a father who wanted to spend time with the son, but was trying to read the newspaper and drink his cup of coffee, so he came up with a game. He took a picture of a man and tore it up into a bunch of pictures of newspaper and said, here, put together this puzzle, and then we'll go play. Well, amazingly, this kid put it together in like 30 seconds, and the father was shocked. And here's what he says. Bottom of page 216. Actually, top of the page 216. He says, the young boy beamed. It was easy, Dad. I couldn't do it at first, and I started to give up. It was so hard. But then I dropped a piece on the floor, and because it's a glass top table, when I looked up, I saw that there was a picture of a man on the other side, and that gave me an idea. When I put the man together, the world fell into place. And so Gary says at the bottom of the page, put yourself together and your world falls into place. When you bring purpose to your life, know your priorities, and achieve high productivity on that priority, that, oops, my goodness, $25 is He says, when you bring purpose to your life, know your priorities, achieve high priority, that matters most every day. Your life makes sense and the extraordinary becomes possible. All success in life starts within you. You know what to do. You know how to do it. Your next step is simple. You are the first domino. So on page 36, just take a few minutes and then I'll call in our lunch sponsor. Write down three dominoes, 3 first steps that you're going to take based on giving me the gift of your morning this morning, which, by the way, I appreciate so much. I know you all have choices what you do with your time. So 3 things that you're going to do based on our time together. Of course, no surprise now that you've written down 3 things. What do you think I'm going to ask you to do? Choose the one that's most important. Alright. And then, Mo Anderson says that if you don't get 7 hugs a day, you get weird. Everybody know who Mo Anderson is? If you don't get 7 hugs a day, you get weird. At the end of every section of my class, if I don't get 7 ahas at the end of every class, I get weird. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got 8 of you. So I need 7 quick ahas, and then I promise I'll let you eat. So, Melissa.
Time blocking.
Time
like,
blocking.
It's important. It's something I've got to do.
Right.
It's something I haven't been doing.
Good. Good, good, good.
So for me, it was the balance is to view it more like counterbalance.
Understand that to be a extraordinary results only come when you allow yourself to be unbalanced, just not for too long.
Right.
Number 3. Thank you.
To be extremely intentional with where and
With where you spend your time.
and with him.
Yeah. Being able to say no, right? Being able, because again, we're all caught up in this people-pleasing business, right? Good. Number 4. Yes,
I'm going to set my yearly, monthly, weekly, and daily goal in front of me so that I know what I'm working towards.
So you can look back at each day and go, did I do something today that moved me forward? Right? Good. All right. Number 5.
I've got to let control go. I control food.
Most of us are. Most of us have control issues, and yet the reality of trying to control our entire life is just going to make us nuts. Yeah. Because we can't. Yeah. Good.
I think mine was to call my database is before I do the other stuff, because I do, and I remember when I was coaching for 2 years, and I have to help guardians getting ready, spending more time getting ready, and usually if I just do the activity, the rest comes, okay, my office chaos, but hey, but I'm not making money.
That's exactly right. Good. All right, one more, and then you get to eat. One more aha.
I think to me, just having some clarity through these exercises of what my one thing is, my purpose. And I just love that multitasking exercise. So whenever I feel the need, which it's a habit to multitask. So anytime I feel the need to stray away from my one thing, I might stray to kind of do that exercise again, just to show how it's really
almost like an addiction.
Yeah, I know it is.
It's just so absolutely. I mean, aren't you all like dying at your phone? Now that we're finally going to have lunch, you can pull your phone out of your purse and look at it. All right, great job, guys. All right, we're all ready.
Have you ever had that thing where you put a list of things?
All right.
That's
I'm not sure who our lunch sponsor is, but let's give it up for whoever's bringing us lunch.
We know who we are. Alright, good morning. Your lunch sponsor today is D.R. Horton. He brought Rudy's. So you guys got Rudy's, and I did order some turkey because I know it's New Year and a lot of people are watching their waistlines. So I'm handing you 3 flyers. My friend Kelly was supposed to come for Liberty Park, but she wasn't feeling well today, so I'm going to do her presentation. That's this first one here. She has some great buyer incentives right now, plus she has 5% realtor commission. So those 6 opportunities you see on the paper are the last 6 opportunities in that community. She is located in Liberty Hill, and she does have A-rated schools, one of the best school districts in Central Texas, and this community goes to them. So her name and number is there at the bottom if you'd like some more information about that 5% commission and the last 6 homes that are available. Now the next 2 are for me, and that's in Cantera. Now Cantera is right off of Howard Lane. I can see Samsung from my model. I'm going to be right across from the East Village development that will be going in as well. We have 2 different styles of products. The East will be the new modern contemporary elevations and features, and then the Meadows will be your more traditional style. Not in closeout, we've got plenty of land ahead of us, starting in the mid-250s, and that is including like double vanities, full sod, full sprinkler system, full gutters, covered patios in most of my plans. So you're going to be real impressed, your buyers will be real impressed with the feature level. I have a Pflugerville address and Pflugerville schools.
But we're actually annexed into Austin, so it's a 2.47 tax rate and $360 a year for the HOA.
I'm sorry, how much was the HOA?
$360. So Austin taxes, Austin services, but the better Pflugerville schools. So come out and see us. And then I have brought my friends from the online department who will tell you a little bit more about the services they can provide.
I'm Stephanie and this is Ryan. We do online sales, so we go over San Marcos and Seguin now. So if you guys need any inventory flyers, we have a sales event going on with realtor commissions. Feel free to reach out to us and we can just email you guys directly. Or if you guys have a tax rate worry buyer that you guys need help with, we can kind of narrow it down for you so you don't have to sift through online and go through and then call every community. So feel free to reach out to us. We're just kind of like a one-stop shop. So.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
if you guys were not aware, it won't work for me because I don't have anything for March, but definitely Kelly's neighborhood out in Liberty Hill and some of our other communities as well. We are offering an amazing 2.99% interest rate on FHA or VA loans and a 3.25% interest rate for your buyers. The home just needs to close by the end of March. Okay. So
Is that using anything to buy it down? Or?
yeah, we bought it down.
But you pay for it, you cover it?
We cover the 2.99. The 3.25 costs like a third of a point. And we're giving you $4,000 towards closing costs, so usually you can use that money to pay it
I'm
down.
sorry, I wasn't listening very well. Is that just for your community or?
No ma'am, that's across the board for any of our Austin communities.
Oh, okay.
Cost just needs to close by March.
Do you have any next gen homes? Did you ever make them?
We did.
What neighborhoods did you make them?
Sold like that fast.
How come you're not gonna build more?
Permitting.
I can imagine.
Yeah, you know, permitting. The city of Austin considers, a lot of the city of Austin and the metros consider them duplexes. And so they won't give a permit.
What communities do you currently have, ones that you have built in the past?
Syringe, I know Syringe. I walked a couple last year, and then that's the last one.
Where's
we sold.
Sorrento at?
Right across Lake Pflugerville.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, that was the challenge because we tried it in Round Rock, and Round Rock wouldn't allow you to have 2 stoves. They also wouldn't allow you to have second entrance. So, yeah,
They were nice for
Oh, that's,
Yeah.
you know, Terra Vista does it, but it's in Georgetown.
Yeah, Terra Vista's
It's
in
in the
Georgetown.
Georgetown part of Terra Vista.
All right, are there any additional questions? Who had the opportunity to go to our VIP event this year? Excellent, okay. For those of you who didn't have the opportunity to go, any of these names that are on here, we actually have the Metro study that they gave, that they presented. So if you'd like a copy of it, so you can show your buyers how quickly the Austin market is exploding, just reach out to any of us, we can get this for you. Okay, now show of hands. Ryan, watch the hands, because I can't see everybody. What's my tax rate?
2.47.
There she goes.
Very nice. That's an easy way to do it.
All right, y'all have a wonderful day. I'm gonna leave a few extra copies of this in case you want to give them out.
Great.
Somebody
Thank
else.
Great.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, good job. All right, so can we take a 35-minute lunch? Are you okay to come back at 1 o'clock and we can get started right at 1 and then we got another book to read. So anyway, thank you all very much.
Hey, awesome agents. I just wanted to tell you some cool stuff that was happening here at Keller Williams Round Rock.
Hi, thanks for stopping by today.
Hi, I'm Siobhan Martin with Keller Williams Realty.
Keller Williams Agents. This is Greg Gehring with GDA Property Management. Williams.
Allowing agents to choose their own loan officer is really exciting for the agents and for the loan officers. Being able to get into a rhythm with a particular agent or particular team.
Brian stands out because of his service, the way that he's able to communicate with us. I can call him at any time, even on the weekend. Yay!
My preferred loan officer with Keller Mortgage is Lisa. I love working with her because she's prompt, very experienced, and works well with all of my clients.
Working with Amy has been great. She's getting the service that she needs for her clients. I've been working with several agents on a repeat basis, but this will make it so much easier.
There's so many disruptors in our industry. You have to start thinking, how can you save your clients the most amount of money? What is best for the client? The most important part about Keller Mortgage is that they're adding value. The fact that everything keeps moving in the right direction because it's designed for agents. It's a no-brainer, and it's going to keep getting better.
There are millions of residences across the country, but every one is a home. A home for families of all types. A place to live, rest, and make your own. A home for all your things and all you love. A safe place you want to keep safe. But stuff happens. Little stuff. But now, more really serious stuff that leaves the majority of homeowners underinsured and at financial risk if there's a fire, flood, hurricane, or major claim. Why is that? Home insurance is complex, jargony, mystifying. In times when everything's getting easier, why hasn't someone stepped up to make getting insurance easier? Now, there's a better way, a simpler way, a perfectly timed way, a way provided exclusively by Keller Williams agents. Say hello to Keller Covered. It's home insurance made awesomely simple. It's a revolution for your clients and for you. For your clients, Keller Covered makes it easy to compare quotes from a variety of top carriers in one place. Information on a client's new home is automatically loaded into Keller Covered. No jargon, no friction, no what? With a few taps, your client confirms their information, then gets multiple quotes in just 2 to 5 minutes, not in hours. Nothing's faster, nothing's easier, nothing's like it. Your client can explore options, choose the coverage they need, and buy if they like. They get a plan that's truly right for their family, budget, and new home. So when they move in, they can rest assured because Keller Covered has them, well, covered. Of people who've already tried it, 100% say they'd recommend it. For agents, Keller Covered revolutionizes how you work with clients. It expands your relationships. It gives you data to be more involved in more aspects of their homes and lives. When it's renewal time, you're there with help to make sure your client's protection is up to date and you are top of mind. Keller Covered is an industry-first competitive advantage. Not only does it bring you closer to clients, it slams the door on outside companies hungry for your commission. Many have tried and failed. They'll be back. But you and Keller Covered will be there, delivering the future today to make your clients' lives easier, year after year after year. Keller Covered. Home insurance made awesomely simple. Good insurance. Good insurance.
Kelly, what am I doing today? Kelly, add a local insight. Kelly, what am I doing tomorrow?
Got it.
We need a pool. Let's start with a budget. But don't we want to live close to
My parents.
my parents? We'll pick this up later. Nice.
Okay, now what? Remember the guide? Now, how about that pool?
Companies are nothing more than people. People create everything inside an organization. And what's going to make us better in the long term is the way that our people think. Our goal is to tap the way people think and put it to use for everybody.
Keller Williams is going to listen to what their agents want for tech.
To break and rebuild the entire command system, which is what we call the lab processing.
Okay, tell us what works, tell us what doesn't.
There were a lot of, can we do this, can we do that? The answer is always going to be yes.
I feel like I designed it.
I really want to show you some updates and products, mostly command.
Our agents can be smarter.
I'm not doing multiple data entry and things aren't falling through the cracks. They're all in one place.
Now we can focus on the relationship with the clients.
I like to call it high tech and high touch.
We're creating the industry's first innovation partnership with all of the agents out there.
I feel like I'm on the cutting edge of my profession.
This is for the agents. This is for the people that are actually doing the work on a daily basis.
They invest in not just the technology, but also in the people in the company.
Command makes my life easy.
So when people say you can't build software, well, actually we can, and we actually are.
Hi Avis, we just wanted to congratulate you on your retirement from the Texas Real Estate Commission. We appreciate your last 12 years of service, and now we know you can spend more time with us and your grandkids. So congratulations. We love you. Congratulations.
The lab's experience has been wonderful.
This is for the agents.
Real estate in a way that hasn't been done before.
Keller Williams is asking agents what they want and then doing everything possible to deliver that.
They're keeping it real simple. That means that our agents can be smarter.
High tech and high touch.
Break and rebuild
Tell us what works, tell us what doesn't.
so that we can go out there and be the most impactful real estate professional with the human interaction and also live the life that we've been dreaming of.
One of the secrets to great success is to change your perspective on failure. Everyone experiences failures before they ultimately succeed. Some let their failures stop them. Some keep trying. You'll probably have to fail a few times before you get it right. Success is not about avoiding failure. Failure is about avoiding failure. Success is about trying. Fail fast, fail forward, fail often.
You guys can't see, but I have the one and only Gary Keller behind me and Seth Campbell.
Where? Here we are. We're here.
Here we go. Look at this. Here it is. We're just doing a quick command overview. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
Great to see you.
This is command overview. So we're just doing command, step-by-step instructions to get started. If you've never logged in, we're just walking through everything.
Perfect.
So yeah, so that's what we're doing.
Keller Williams was kind of a cultural experiment. At the end of the day, I wanted to see if I could build an organization that put people first.
As soon as I heard about the economic model and how they were going to share with all the people that helped build the company, I actually said, this will be the #1 company in the world.
The Y4C2Ts was the first time in my life that I'd seen a company actually express their value system and what they believed in on paper.
We are no longer outsourcing to third-party companies. World-class technology companies don't rent their vision, they own it. The only company on the planet that cares more about your success is only Keller Williams.
All right, Gary, I want to start this off with hearing a little bit about your journey.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
We're a family here at Keller Williams, and families hug. With all the reuniting that's going on this week, we want to pass along a few helpful tips to make sure you're ready to hug. Tip number 1, be transparent. You don't want to scare your friend, catch them off guard, or put them on the defense. When going in for a hug, make it clear what you are doing. Tip number 2, show your sincerity. There is nothing worse than a sloppy, half-hearted attempt at a hug. Remember, a hug is a gift, and when you go in for the hug, grip your friend firmly in your arms for at least 2 seconds and mean it. Tip number 3, go with the flow. If you have a bear hugger approaching you, embrace it. Don't force the one-armed, half-hug backslap. Nothing says awkward more than trying to turn a bear hug into a halvesies. Now that's it. If you follow these simple tips, you'll be ready for an awesome week filled with hugs. And may I remind you, you gotta give and get 7 hugs a day, or you start to get a little bit weird. So let's all make it a goal to give out 7 hugs every single day. Happy hugging.
A few years ago, we gathered all the smartest people we knew: agents, market centers and regional leaders, technologists, data scientists, and asked them some big questions. What does it look like when technology is simple, smarter, and more human? How can we ensure agents stay at the center of the transaction where their clients want them? How do we accomplish this while eliminating the cost? It's called Command, and it's going to change the way we do business. Start by adding contacts directly, or through a simple voice command with Kelly. All calls, texts, notes, and any other customized fields are synced automatically across all platforms. When you add a new contact to Command, a neighborhood is automatically associated with their address. That way you can share the most pertinent information, such as migration patterns or median home price. Marketing materials have evolved from one-to-many to one-to-one, providing value at the home and neighborhood level for everyone in your database. And with Command, your business is not restricted by IDX. Wherever your clients are, there you are. Another challenge agents identified was the complexity added to the transaction by piecing together different systems connected by spreadsheets. We solved this by ensuring Command aggregated offers, documents, and communications with your client and broker, all in one place. Get a quick overview of your listings, appointments, contracts, closed deals, revenue projections, and customized reporting. Command shines a light on your business, so you're never left in the dark. Housed within the Command dashboard is Lead Accelerator, an intelligent marketing tool. Get leads through ROI and AI-optimized ad campaigns across Facebook, Instagram, Google AdWords, Twitter, and an ever-growing list of channels in seconds. And campaigns aren't limited to the digital space. Quickly set up and deploy a modern print marketing campaign to specific homes identified based on your criteria. That means brand awareness grows and leads flow faster with far less spend. And if you think you have to be a computer scientist to take advantage, rest assured, because Command was built hand in hand with agents. It's designed to be used by agents, by you. Simple, smart, human. Command puts you in control of your database, your business, and your future. It's time to take command.
Real estate is about helping people with one of the most fundamental aspects of their lives, home. And you are the expert they turn to. And not just when someone buys or sells, but before, after, and all the little spaces in between. So it can be frustrating when you don't have the time or technology to know when someone needs your help. And when you miss that opportunity, it creates a gap that someone or something else can step into. So let's close that gap and give you the time and technology you need to build high-quality relationships with more people. Let's join forces and demand our technology not replace us, but help us be more human, more present, more everything. Let's take command. Built exclusively by and for Keller Williams agents, Command is your do-it-all, do-it-quickly, people-centric, less stress, more time, end-to-end platform to grow your relationships, your pipeline, and your market share. Whew! Luckily, using it is a lot easier than explaining everything it does, but let's give it a try. Organize, customize, and sync all your contacts. Group them however you want. Know exactly who to reach out to, when, and about the things they really care about. Send personalized neighborhood-centric just-in-time marketing materials in a snap. Have more conversations, build more relationships, earn more business. Say, "Hey Kelly," and escape from your desk in the office. Add a new contact, log notes, and sync everything while on the go. Seamlessly and transparently source, send, and manage referrals through one of the world's largest and most profitable referral networks. Deploy an ROI-maximized ad campaign across Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter in like 30 seconds. Integrate the systems and tools you already use every day. Automate paperwork and background tasks. Access real-time revenue projections, end-to-end ROI insights, and goal tracking to get a bird's eye view of your business. Have more conversations, build more relationships, earn more business. Command empowers you to be a better agent by giving you more time, more value, and more freedom. And best of all, it ensures you and your relationship with your clients remain at the heart of real estate, where you belong.
A few years ago, we gathered all the smartest people we knew: agents, market centers and regional leaders, technologists, data scientists, and asked them some big questions. What does it look like when technology is simple, smarter, and more human? How can we ensure agents stay at the center of the transaction where their clients want them? How do we accomplish this while eliminating the cost? It's called Command, and it's going to change the way we do business. Start by adding contacts directly, or through a simple voice command with Kelly. All calls, texts, notes, and any other customized fields are synced automatically across all platforms. When you add a new contact to Command, a neighborhood is automatically associated with their address. That way you can share the most pertinent information, such as migration patterns or median home price. Marketing materials have evolved from one-to-many to one-to-one, providing value at the home and neighborhood level for everyone in your database. And with Command, your business is not restricted by IDX. Wherever your clients are, there you are. Another challenge agents identified was the complexity added to the transaction by piecing together different systems connected by spreadsheets. We solved this by ensuring Command aggregated offers, documents, and communications with your client and broker, all in one place. Get a quick overview of your listings, appointments, contracts, closed deals, revenue projections, and customized reporting. Command shines a light on your business so you're never left in the dark. Housed within the Command dashboard is Lead Accelerator, an intelligent marketing tool. Get leads through ROI and AI-optimized ad campaigns across Facebook, Instagram, Google AdWords, Twitter, and an ever-growing list of channels in seconds. And campaigns aren't limited to the digital space. Quickly set up and deploy a modern print marketing campaign to specific homes identified based on your criteria. That means brand awareness grows and leads flow faster with far less spend. And if you think you have to be a computer scientist to take advantage, rest assured, because Command was built hand in hand with agents. It's designed to be used by agents, by you. Simple, smart, human. Command puts you in control of your database, your business, and your future. It's time to take command.
Alright, so I told you this morning that Jay Papazon said we've got to bring our people back to the basics because now we have 2 operations manuals. See, the one thing I believe is the operations manual for how you think. they're life lessons, right? We didn't talk about real estate this morning. However, as I said to you earlier, Gary says the foundation of a successful business starts here. So I consider that sort of our operations for life. Now we're going to talk about what Gary believes is our operations manual for business. For business. Although the interesting thing, you will see life lessons, you will see how the one thing and MREA are continually intertwined and are continually intersecting, because it's very hard to separate the two. So, please turn in your workbook to page 38. And let's launch into the MREA. So, let me give you a little history lesson on the Millionaire Real Estate Agent. So, I was a team leader in, as I said, 1999. And I was around when Gary Keller decided it was time to study highly successful people. And like I said, at that time, Gary's goal was to help as many people as possible gross $1 million. That was a lot of money in 1999. And as I also said to you this morning now, the exciting thing is now here we are 20 years later and people are netting $1 million. So in 2007, when Gary was asked me to go on the road and teach this for a year, and he said, I want to bring people back to the basics, I questioned him. I said, Gary, I said, everybody's reading the MRA, because when the MRA book came out in 2003, we all dove right into it. He sold a lot of books very quickly because we all were hungry for that. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. So when Gary asked me to get on the road and teach it, I said, Gary, why? People are using the book. People are, you don't have to do this. People are into the book. And he said, Holly, wait and see. And so as I got on the road teaching it, I found out that Gary was absolutely right. Because when I would ask people if they had read the book, I got sometimes a very small show. What do you think the number one reason was that people said they didn't read the book?
They were too busy.
I heard that.
I don't want to be a millionaire. I don't want to be a millionaire.
What?
I don't need I don't want a big business.
This book doesn't apply to me. I'm not interested in being a millionaire. And it broke Gary's heart. And so as we launch into this book again, I want to remind every single one of you in this book that Gary did not write this just for the millionaire real estate agent. And he's very clear in this book that that's the case. So the first thing I want you to do is just open up your book to the dedication of the book. It just looks like this. There's no page number on it. It's just we're actually in the book, my dear. We're in the actual book. In fact, just to sort of bring you up to speed, you're going to be a two-fisted student today. I'm going to be reading to you from the book, and we're going to be working the workbook. And I'm hoping that you'll take all your notes in the book so that the book looks a little bit like mine by the time the day's over. I hope you spill something on the book, okay?
I'm a sloppy writer, though.
All right, so here's what Gary says. He says, the millionaire real estate agent is dedicated to the men and women whose hard work and entrepreneurial spirit place them squarely on the front lines of free enterprise. This book is dedicated to real estate agents everywhere. not just millionaire real estate agents. It's dedicated to real estate agents everywhere. Now, he also is very clear on page 22, so please turn to page 22. He's also very clear what this book is about. Top of the page, here's what he says. This book is about aiming high. It's not about the money. It's really about the fact that most great achievements in life are the result of thinking big and aiming high. He says the word millionaire is just a placeholder for that idea. It also makes for a snappier title. He says, obviously you've read this far. Honestly, would you have picked up the real estate agent who thinks big? And Gary says, I rest my case. He says, this book is for you. We believe that no matter where you are in your real estate career, thinking big will take you to a higher place. In fact, it may help you become the very best you can possibly be. To be your best, think big and aim high. So, again, this book, I want every single one of you to understand, even though, yes, today I am going to be sharing with you the updated models, the models that have been proven now to take people even beyond grossing $1 million. The fundamental models that we're going to talk about today are still alive and well. If you will follow what this book tells you to do, you will gross $1 million. And quite frankly, for a lot of people, that's a lot, right? Or it will help you gross $100,000 or whatever your big is, which is what we talked about. These models are timeless. So let's talk about models. So please turn to page 38 in your manual and turn to page 35 in your MREA book. See, what I want you to understand is that this book is not just Gary Keller waking up in the middle of the night saying, this is what I think real estate agents should do. No, this book is a study of highly successful people. In fact, okay, I'm going to go back real quickly to page, keep your finger in 35. Go back just briefly and look at page 11. These were the original people who were on track at that time. And by the way, Shirley Miners is right there. Oh my gosh. Shirley Miners is right there. Let's see. Who else would be from Flower Man? There's Linda and Jimmy McKissick. Oh, yeah, right. These were the original agents that Gary called into a mastermind because they had either already grossed $1 million or they were on track to gross $1 million. And for 1 year, they met with Gary, Dave, Jenks, and Jay every month, and they brought what they did to the table. And what Gary found was that they all were doing a lot of the same things. The interesting thing is that they all were having the same challenges. And so this book is based on what he learned from studying highly successful agents. He even went outside our company, and if you'll look back on page 313, you will see from 313 on, you will see stories of agents who don't even work for us. And he interviewed them, and he found that there were so many similarities and so many things that they all had in common that he didn't intend to write a book. It was just that after a year of studying these people, he went, wow. He said, if I can just collect all this information and then make it available to real estate agents everywhere. This wasn't a Keller Williams book. You know, this was a book that he immediately made available to all real estate agents. I can help our industry become more and more successful. I can teach people to sell volumes of homes way beyond anything anybody ever seen before. And it was right. So after a year of studying these people, Dave and Jay decided to write a book. And so for 6 months, they literally locked themselves behind closed doors. Talk about doing their one thing. They locked themselves behind closed doors, and after 6 months, they came out and said they had what they thought would be a great book. So Jay Papasan, who used to work in the publishing industry, had been given the challenge or the opportunity to find a publishing company. Jay says he got on the phone and must have called, 50 publishing companies, and the answer was very emphatically no. Real estate agents don't read. You won't sell enough books. You don't have a market for this. No, 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 no. Finally, they found a publisher. Now, none of you have one of the original books. However, if you see a book with a little different cover, open it up, because the publishing company was a company called Relic. Relek. What does that spell backwards? Keller. Gary Keller self-published. He spent his own money to publish the first 90,000 of these books.
I have one.
This is it.
Wow.
Because I have them. He gave us that $1 million.
By the way, this is a collector's item. Please hang on to this.
My husband has that. Even with the stuff he gave me stuck inside.
Right.
He gave us one.
That makes it even more. No,
Started bidding.
The publishing company is Relek.
You told explain.
Well, the copyright on this is 2003.
Yeah, I got that one too. Yeah. It was we went down to Westlake, Southwest Market.
The only thing I'm going to say to you, my love, it sure looks pretty new.
I don't write in my books. I never have. And it's worth more without it being written. And I've been an antique collector for 50 years. So.
Anyway, so the proof.
Yeah.
And by the way, those first 90,000 books were sold in the first 120 days. Do you think McGraw-Hill now publishes anything Gary writes?
Yes.
Absolutely. But Gary was so committed to sharing with you the models, the systems that had worked so well for these agents, that he was willing to put his own money out there, publish these books, and make them available to whoever wanted them. Okay? All right, so now let's go back to page 35 and page 38 in your workbook, because we're going to talk about the power of models. Why was Gary so committed to studying top people? Because here's what he knew. In fact, turn to page 37. Now we're in your book, your MREA book. Here's what he studied. He found the models that were the foundation of a successful business. Because how many of us, and think about, because some of you weren't even alive back then, but back then it was the wild, wild west. There was no study of what worked in real estate. Everybody was sort of out on their own. And is there anyone in here that, let's have some honesty here, who has really started thinking, what is that one thing that I'm going to do different than everybody else that's going to get me there faster? We all have that thought, right? Why do I have to build this foundation? Why can't I just go to sleep a $2 million producer, take a pill, and wake up a $16 million producer? We all want that. But what Gary found was these successful people didn't build their business on creativity. They built their business on a firm foundation. And this foundation were the models that we are going to talk about today in the book. See, in your workbook on page 38, in your workbook, here's what Gary says about the power of models. He says, first, he says, models are the cornerstone of success. In other words, he says, people have lived before us, so why reinvent the wheel? He says, success leaves clues, so does failure. I'm sure that we could make a list of all the things that people who don't make it in real estate do or don't do, right? Just like we can make a list of all the things that if you observed highly successful real estate agents, things that they do and things that they don't do. So, success leaves clues. Actions are the source of all results. You will never become successful by thinking about it. Actions are where it starts. It says, discovering what people do to lead to specific results is called modeling. Modeling is the pathway to excellence. It's the way to leverage the knowledge and experience of others. What I love about Keller Williams is that plagiarism is not just encouraged, it is required. It is required. Do what successful people do, and you will be successful. And last but not least, modeling excellence requires that you act as an investigator, curious about the paths others take to success. I want to commend all of you. The fact that you are in this room today says that you are curious about how other people succeed. Nothing makes me sadder when I hear someone say, when I say, hey, are you going to go to this class? No, I already know how to do all that. Because for successful people, learning never stops. However, you've got to be curious to learn new things. You've got to be curious to want to follow new models. You've got to be willing to do what we all love to do, which is change. If you truly want to move forward in your business and in your life. Models at least give you opportunities to change wisely and to follow people who have already proven that certain things work. So what we're going to talk about today are models, things that we know work. This is not theory, this is not hypothesis, these are models. So turn to page 39 in your workbook and turn to page 44 in your MREA book. Now what we're going to be doing a lot today is I'm going to be showing you how the models have evolved over the last 19 years. And I'm going to be showing you the models that you're going to be seeing whenever the second edition of MREA comes out, which it will, I just couldn't tell you when. So as you see on page 44, the diagram at the bottom, this is the fundamental model of the millionaire real estate agent. Basically, what we call the 4 stages of growth. And this book is basically written around those 4 stages of growth. The first stage of growth is how we think. Does that sound familiar? And by the way, 1/3 of this book, all the way, this is a 300-page book. 1/3 of this book is still dedicated to how we think. Because Gary is so emphatic that what's going on up here is so important. After we get our head in the game, the next stage of growth, now we can start putting into action the models that help us earn, right? How do we make money? How do we build a business, right? Then the next stage of growth, and this was something that back in 2003, quite frankly, most people never in real estate never even thought about. No one was teaching it. Now all of a sudden we're talking about the importance of netting. Now, when I first got in real estate in 1986, the only thing anybody ever talked to me about was how many houses have you sold. No one ever said, let's talk about whether or not you're making any money. Because what Gary's very clear about is, it's not how much money you make, it's how much money you keep. So, the next stage of growth was focusing on the net. And then, the next phase of growth, which absolutely blew the industry sky high, was all of a sudden Gary was now talking about receiving. He was now teaching how you can build a real estate business and at some point in time actually step outside the business, do something else, and the business still runs. That wasn't even heard of back then. People thought he'd lost his mind. And yet now today we have many examples of people who have done exactly that thing. And by the way, we have examples of people who have done that and they haven't even necessarily netted $1 million. It is possible to do that at any level of your career if you build your business on a firm foundation. So these all worked. These all got people where they are today and beyond where Gary ever expected. So needless to say, what you are going to see in the next MREA is that Gary has added a 5th stage of growth. And that stage of growth is giving. He truly believes to whom much is given, to those who receive, much can be given. And he believes that when we have taught the success at the levels we have, it is our responsibility to give back. Now, giving, interestingly enough, I went to a family reunion breakout session with Jay Papazan and Ben Kinney. And they taught a breakout session called the 5 Giving Strategies. And it was very interesting because he said, you know, giving can very much be a part of your business philosophy. Giving is because we are nice people and we love help and all that. But at the end of the day, don't think for 1 second giving can't help you receive. So I want to briefly walk you through the 5 giving strategies that they talked about at family reunion, because I think it's sort of eye-opening. So the first thing is giving your gratitude. How many of y'all like getting thank you notes? When's the last time you wrote a thank you note to a client?
Yesterday.
Love it. Love it. The point is, just saying thank you can be a huge relationship building activity. Jay Papazan one day challenged himself to say thank you 100 times. He actually put one of those little counters on his belt, you know how you just click it, you know. And I used to use it on the golf course to keep track of my score. Anyway, but he literally was counting the number of thank yous. He said he didn't get to 100, but he got to like 80 something. So the day after he did that exercise, he got a phone call from his dry cleaner with a referral. And Jay said, of all the real estate agents that you know, why did you give me the referral? And the dry cleaner said to him, you know, Jay, you did something that very few people do. Yesterday, when you picked up your dry cleaning, you thanked me for doing such a good job on your clothes. When's the last time you told your dry cleaner, thank you for doing such a good job? The point is, when a referral opportunity showed up, who did the dry cleaner pick up the phone and call? Jay Papazan. Because Jay gave gratitude. Second thing is, of course, giving your time, being willing to volunteer at a food bank, being involved in an organization, You know, we all think that's going to take away from our business. However, it can be a fabulous source of business when people see you giving your time, right? Giving your time for the PTOs and things like that with your kids. Of course, giving your money. So, I had a very successful girl years ago in Flower Mountain who decided that giving was going to be part of her lead generation strategy. So every month she chose a charity, and she would send. Now she was doing direct mail. This was back when direct mail was still alive and well. She would send out a direct mail piece every month to her database, and in it said this month, and it was kind of like February was the Heart Association because of Valentine's Day. She'd say, anyone who either closes a transaction with me or sends me a referral in the month of February, I commit that I will do a 10% tithe to the Heart Association. And every month it was a different charity. Oh, wow. And her business blew up for two reasons. Number one, people were impressed that she would give back. And number two, the people involved with these charities were blown away because they received donations because of that. She made giving of her money part of her lead generation strategy. And it worked.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Number 4, give of your leadership. Again, be willing not just to serve, but actually lead. Maybe lead your homeowners association, lead your chamber of commerce. Be willing to put yourself out there, put yourself in front of people. Be willing to really give back. And then, of course, last but not least, is giving of your wealth. Ben Kinney is committed to leaving a foundation, and so he's building a foundation for a specific cause that he wants. And so every closing, he puts so much money into this foundation. And as a result, this organization that he's putting together, people are excited about that. They're excited about what he wants to do, and they're supporting him. And they give him business because they know he's building, I think it's around underprivileged boys or something, I forget what it is exactly. But the point is, he said, when I just started talking about the foundation I wanted to build, he said, I was amazed at how many people actually called and said, how can I help? And I said, just send me a referral. So again, we all give because we want to give, but Ben and Jay are saying, hey, look, giving can also be part of your lead generation strategy as well, and that's okay. Don't feel like you're doing anything wrong, because the more money you make, the more money you can give, right? So that's why the 5th stage of growth, when Gary writes the new book, will be give. All right. So let's turn to page 71. And let's just briefly touch on, because we're still getting our mind set, we're still getting our mind ready to really think like a successful real estate agent. And I'm not even going to say think like a millionaire real estate agent anymore, because that was just a title, right? This book is about building a successful business, whatever that success is to you, right? Your big is your big. So Gary says on page 71, there are 9 ways that highly successful people think. The 2 most foundational ways, the 2 that drive us, and this is where you're going to start seeing the one thing sort of all start intertwining. The 2 things that are foundational is, number 1, highly successful people are powered by a big why. They know why they're doing it. And we're going to talk later about the difference between purpose and why. So I was teaching, when I was on tour with Gary teaching this class, I was in Boise, Idaho, and a lady in the back corner, I'll never forget this, just bursts into tears. We're talking the big why, and she just starts bawling. And I'm like going, oh my gosh, what have I done? And I didn't know whether to stop or whether the girl sitting next to her kind of said, keep teaching. So I'm just teaching away on the big why, and the next thing I know, this lady raises her hand. I'm going, oh boy, now what am I going to do? So she stands up and she says to me, she says, Holly, she says, she said, I've been in this business for 16 years. She said, for the first 14 years, I couldn't wait to get out and work with a buyer. I was passionate about finding listings. She said, I was all over it. And she said, and as a result, I was usually number 1 or number 2 in my office. She said, but a couple of years ago, I just kind of lost that. I kind of just got where I just was dreading the phone ringing. I thought, oh gosh, not another buyer. She said, I lost all that. And she said, I quit going into the office. And she said, as a result, my business, of course, went down. And she said, I now realize what the problem was. She said, for the first 14 years of my career, I was totally focused on getting my 4 children through college. She said, 2 years ago, my last child graduated from college and moved out of the house. She said, I never replaced my big why. She said, I never had anything that motivated me to get up. So, Gary says, highly successful people are always clear on their big why. When they determine their big why, then they can build their business by setting big goals and following big models. And remember, when I say big, this is your big. No one else is big, your big. Now, once those are in place, then you've got to have the support of a thought process. You've got to have the next 7 things are the support of the first 2. So number 3 says, once you set big goals, you've got to believe they're possible. You've got to think possibilities. You've got to believe that you can accomplish what you want to accomplish. Then you've got to understand that the only way it's going to happen is if you take action. See, too many times we want to be judged by our intentions, not by our actions. Haven't we all said this? Well, I'm going to do. All right. Highly successful think without fear. They realize that they are going to fail at times. They're not going to get all the listings. They're not going to get all the buyers. They're willing to change. They're willing to take risks. They think without fear. Number 6, highly successful people think progress. I think this is a real important one. Because how many of us beat ourselves up when things don't end up quite the way we want them to end up, rather than rejoicing in the progress we've made? See, when I was a team leader, I always encouraged my agents to set big, fat, audacious goals. But what if I don't hit them? Well, guess what? You're probably going to get farther than you ever would have gotten otherwise. So it's not about did I hit my big, fat, audacious goals, but let me look at the progress I made toward that. So I believe successful people rejoice in progress, not focus on the results. Highly successful people think competitively and strategically. This is a competitive sport. However, the great news with Keller Williams is we believe in co-opetition, not competition. Mo Anderson says our standards are what people will remember. Our standards are our legacy. Highly successful people are not just about how many houses they sell, but how many lives they've touched. Our standards are what people remember. And last but not least, highly successful people think service. Now, this concept of service, I believe, as we move forward into the new models, I think is something that we really need to spend a few minutes on, because the models that we're going to be talking about this afternoon all relate to the level of service we can provide to our clients, however, also the level of service that we provide to ourselves. So what I want you to do now is I want you to turn to page 94. See, we're just moving right along, right? All right. So, as you know, my husband and I just recently moved to Georgetown.
No, I didn't know that. Great.
And we love it. We
Are you in
absolutely
Sun
love
City?
it. No, I'm in Cimarron Hills.
Oh, okay. Very good.
And we are continually now, and I don't know, I mean, we'll be there for a while, but of course, you know my husband, he never put his address in ink, because I never know where we're going. Don't tell him I said that, but I'm just as bad. So his dream is that we will possibly spend some time again in Vail, maybe build a house in Florida someday. So when my husband and I are ready to make that change, and if we decide we're going to sell our house in Georgetown, who would like to be my listing agent? Okay. So Melissa, why should I pick you over everybody else in this room?
Oh my gosh. I have a high level of service. I have a professional photographer. I have a guy that I can hire to do drone aerial footage. I market the house through Facebook, through advertising. I do open houses. I will door knock. I will call my sphere of influence. I will call other agents in other market centers and other companies to see if they have a buyer.
Awesome. Who else would like to be my agent? All right. Why should I choose you?
I did everything she said, and I have a list of buyers in my database that want to be neighbors with Nolan Ryan.
That was a good
selling point. I'm going to give you both an A+, and I'll tell you, and I don't normally hear this. Here's what I normally hear. Well, I've lived in Georgetown for 20 years. I am going to treat you the way that you want to be treated. I'm going to, it's going to be fun.
Why would you like to? It's not fun.
Here's what Gary says though. I mean, and I know this probably doesn't happen very often in Georgetown, but it did happen when I was a team leader in Flower Mound and in other places. Every now and then the buyer and seller would ask to negotiate commissions. Does that ever happen here?
Yes.
Why do you think they do that?
They don't more money in their pocket. They don't see your value.
They don't see your value. And whose fault is that?
Mine. Ours.
See, here's what Gary says, middle of page 94. Top real estate agents always have a clear understanding of why they should be hired, and they're able to articulate it to anyone at any time.
Yeah.
See, every one of you should be able to answer that question that I asked immediately, without even thinking about it, without hesitating. Here's what he goes on and says, though. Under value proposition, even beyond their sense of purpose, the very best real estate agents are able to translate this purpose and the reason people should hire them, I want you to highlight this, into a specific set of services they will provide. We've come to call this the agent's value proposition. I am very impressed, Melissa. You gave me a list of services that you provide, right? Yeah. I mean, having a list of buyers that want to live near Nolan Ryan could be considered a list of services. You see what I'm saying?
See, my daughter played golf for Texas A&M. I have a list of golfers
Great.
want to be in some markets.
Great. The point is, I mean, if the point is that's what your buyers and sellers want to hear. They don't hear they don't want to hear I'm a nice guy.
Right.
They don't want to hear I've been in the business for 25 years.
Yeah.
They want to know WIIFM, what's in it for me. When I taught this class around the country, and we had a little workbook, and in that workbook, we provided them with what Gary called the 192 tasks of a real estate agent. And that was back in 2006. I don't know if they're going to revise that list for the new book. However, I bet if we made that list today, it would be 292 tasks of a real estate agent. So I challenge you all, when is the last time you made a list of all the specific services you were going to provide your buyer and or your seller, and provided that for them at the time you meet them? Why would anybody negotiate a commission when you hand them a list of 200 and some things you are going to do for them? And by the way, page 95 gives you a place to start. Page 95 has the top 10 service areas of the seller and the top 10 service areas of the buyer. Gary says, highly successful people understand that service is everything. And you've got to communicate to your clients up front what that's going to look like. All right. Good job. Good job. I love it. All right. So it starts with what's going on in your head. It starts with the MREA, or the highly successful person's mindset. So please turn to page 41. As we leave this discussion on mindset, I want you to write down 3 action steps. Basically, what we have talked about. We've talked about modeling. I gave you a history lesson on why Gary wrote the book. And we talked about how successful people think. So before I dive into the new models, I want to get our head in the game again. I'll write down a couple action steps you're going to take to make sure that your head is ready for taking new action toward building your business. All right, someone give me an action step they're going to take moving forward with the first 45 minutes of our class today.
I'm going to create the service list.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Your value proposition.
Yep.
What specific set of service are you going to provide? Absolutely. And by the way, here's the other reason that's a good exercise, because it reminds you of the things you need to be doing. Because if you're handing them a list of service you're going to offer, guess what? You got to offer them, right? Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Good. What else? What other action steps?
Giving as lead generation.
Yeah. Understanding that giving can be a very important part and enjoyable part of lead generation. Yeah. You know, calling your database to tell them about the charity you're passionate about. Mm-hmm. Calling your database to invite them to come participate on Red Day with you. I don't think we utilize Redberry nearly the way we should as a lead generation opportunity, right? Good.
I love the idea of thank you notes. I used to do that all the time. I've gotten away from it, but I'm going to tie it into the title company. A lot of them, they have the graph for sales for last year. May is the biggest closing month, and I'm going to send those with my thank you notes.
I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Good job. Yes, dear.
I need to come up with a new big why, because I started this when I was a single mom when my son was 2, and he's graduating from high school in a few months. So like my big why, I don't want to be that lady in the back crying because I don't have a big why anymore.
It's easy, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You're right.
It's been heavy on my mind.
When Ben finished medical school, I retired.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Yeah. And so you weren't nearly as motivated after the medical bills and the school bills were over, right?
After I got 2 kids through college as a single mom, I thought, oh, I can vacation now.
Excellent. Good. All right, good job. All right, now let's turn to page 44 in our workbook. And now let's talk about page 120 in your MREA book. And let's talk about the 4 fundamental business models of the millionaire real estate agent. Now, let's see, how many of y'all have read this book?
It's been years.
Okay. All right, then let me ask you another question. How many of you started reading the book? You got going in it, you were great, and then all of a sudden you got in the middle and you just kind of got stuck. You just kind of stopped. All right.
Well, you know what it is. Once you start doing the things, you get busy working.
Well, all right. And that's true. However, let me show you what probably happened to both of you, to all of you. Go back to the table of contents. Let's go to page 15. So, as I said to you, the first third of the book is how agents think. So no problem. It was easy reading going through the 6 Smith understandings. It was actually pretty easy reading thinking about the 9 ways a millionaire real estate agent thinks. Turn to page 16. Then we talked about the 3 L's. We talked about goal categories. This is all stuff that's pretty normal stuff, right? Then we talked about earning $1 million, and we talked about the 4 fundamental models, and we gave you the overview of the economic model, lead generation model, budget model, and organizational model. Here's what happened at page 172, though. Now we jumped into the millionaire real estate agent models. And we started showing you pretty big numbers, right? We started talking about, spending a lot of money. We started talking about things that probably most people went, that's not me. I don't need this. And the main reason you got stuck is because you hadn't spent the time, very much like you said, you hadn't spent the time focusing on building the fundamental models before you were trying to dive into the millionaire models. So even though today I am going to be sharing with you the models of the top agents, I want you to promise me that if you have not yet grossed $1 million in real estate, just go back to these fundamental models. Don't worry about reading past page 172, page 172, until you have implemented the fundamental models. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Perfect. And that's why you got stuck in the middle of the book. Because the numbers started getting big, and you said, this doesn't apply, I don't know where to go with this, and you got discouraged. All right? Okay. Now,
that's really great advice.
Turn to my very favorite page in the book, page 122. My very favorite page. If you get the drift of this page, you've got the drift of the entire book. Now, you've got the 4 models, and then of course now look at what happens on page 123. Now you've got the 4 models of the millionaire real estate agent. And you look at that and you kind of go, oh gosh, what is all that, right? So what I want those of you who are still on the path to grossing $1 million to stay focused on page 122 before you start studying page 123. So we're going to walk through now the 4 fundamental models. So these 4 models are, and by the way, on page page 44 in your workbook, same thing, same page. When I was teaching this class in Colorado Springs, a cute young kid came up to me and said, Holly, page 122 is my new business wheel of life. I went, what? That was kind of heavy. I was kind of like, what are you talking about? He said, I'm a mountain biker. And he said, he was a competitive mountain biker, and he says, I've got a bunch of buddies, and we're always having a discussion about what's the most important part of a mountain bike. One of my buddies says it's the seat, one says it's the gears, one says it's the frame of the bike. He said, but I've always felt that the most important part are the tires. He said, because when I'm studying the route that I'm going to take in my competition, I'm studying the terrain, and he said, I put the amount of air in the tire that is appropriate for wherever I'm going. Anybody in here mountain bikers or whatever? I guess that's what they do. Anyway, so to make a long story short, let's make sure she has a book. Do you have an MREA book?
I don't have one with me, no.
Okay, we need to get you one. We need to get her a book. So would someone
I'll go
get
grab
us
one.
a book? Okay.
Sorry about that. Thank you guys.
Right. And then a workbook. Right here.
Thank you, Olivia. I totally forgot. Bruce is in there.
You bet. That's all right. Anyway, so he said, so when I look at this, he says, to me, it looks like a tire. And he said, so you're talking about the 4 fundamental models: economic, lead generation, budget, and organizational. And he said, the question is my tire, are these 4 elements of the tire properly inflated? Because think about it. If you've got an economic model, a lead generation model, and a budget model, and your business is booming but you have no organizational model, is your wheel gonna turn well? Well, it might be okay. But if you've got an economic model, lead generation model, and no budget model and no organization, well, now the tire is might still turn, but it's gonna be a bumpy ride. And then of course, if 3 of these models are flat, you're not going very far. And of course, if you don't have a clear picture of all 4 of these models, your business ain't going anywhere. So it made a lot of sense to me. So today, as we go through these 4 models, I want you to really be asking yourself, which one of these models in my business wheel of life might need a little bit of air, might need a little bit of inflation. All right? So let's talk first about what Gary calls the mother of all models, the economic model. Now you might say, well, why would we talk about the economic model first? Wouldn't it be about lead generating? Well, Gary says at the end of the day, you can have a great lead generation model, but what happens when all you have is leads? Your goal for the economic model is to keep track of your appointments. Your goal with lead generation is what? To have appointments. You can have all the leads in the world, but if you're not getting in front of any of them, what are they? They're just names on paper, right? So let's talk about the economic model. Please turn to page 129 in your workbook. 129 in your MREA book and page 45 in your workbook. maybe she can look on with you until we get her a book. All right, middle of page 129. Now, whether you realize it or not, you have an economic model. Every business does, every real estate agent does. The issue is not about having an economic model. Rather, the issue is whether you understand the one you have and whether it can get you the net income you want. A sound economic model should do three things for you. Number one, show you where your money comes from, your gross revenue. Show you where your money goes, the expenses. And then number three, shows you how much is left for you at the end of the day. That's your net income, right? This is basic economics, right? Money in, money out, how much is left. Nothing too difficult with that, right? This is basic economics and sounds very simple, but in actuality, most people follow very unsound economic models. We don't have any more books. No more books in this entity. Wow.
I'll share. Thank you. Sorry.
Do you have a book?
Yeah.
Okay, you just didn't do it.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
Yes.
It's okay. I have one and I wasn't willing. Someone else was on this topic.
Okay. We just gotta read our emails, right? I think she said she emailed everyone and said bring their book. I'm just being funny. This is basic economics and sounds very simple, but in actuality, most people follow very unsound economic models. They're not sure where their money will come from. They're not sure which costs are critical and which ones are not. And they can't be sure how much will be left at the end of the year. Can anyone? Yay!
Oh, look at you.
I knew you'd come through, boss.
Thank you, Bruce.
I appreciate you. Why is he in the book? Thank you.
This is recorded.
Oh.
Can anybody relate to that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The problem is, and we're on page 129, my dear. The problem is their economic model is based on activities with no projected outcomes attached. They bought into the common fallacy that if they just work hard and spend money on their business, then somehow they deserve to make all the money they want. How many of y'all how many just think if you work hard, you deserve to make money? Sorry, it simply doesn't work that way. It says, fortunately, highly successful real estate agents have lived before us, and we now have lots of examples to guide us. We can now put together a basic and proven real estate agent economic model that you can trust to help you achieve your maximum potential. The economic model we propose is about approaching your economics and your business in a manner that works for any real estate sales business, from a one-person sales operation to a large dynamic team. Big models work for everyone and lead to big goals. In fact, the model advocated here has no known limits. So, the three key areas of the economic model. Number one is focus on the numbers you must hit. What are those numbers? Well, the three key numbers we just talked about. How much money do you need to gross this year based on how much money you're going to spend this year, which then tells you how much money you intend to net this year. How many of y'all could give me those numbers right off the top of your head?
Gross.
All right, so at least you get how much do you need to gross this year to hit your goals?
300,000.
All right, $300,000. All right, good. Let's start. Do you have any idea how much you intend to spend?
Probably 20%.
Okay, so 60 grand. which then your net would be 240, right? Okay, good. That's a start. But again, I'm pointing this out because as business women, isn't that important to know how much money you need to gross based on how much you're going to spend, so that you have a clear picture of what your intentions are for netting this year. So, the three key elements of the economic model are knowing what numbers you're going to hit. The second, that's the first. The second key focus area is knowing that the way you're going to hit these numbers is by getting appointments. You're not going to hit these numbers by getting leads. The leads come, but you got to get in front of people to get that appointment. And then the third key element of the economic model is getting clarity around your conversion rate. Now, let's compare this to baseball. Let's think about baseball. Anybody in here know anything about baseball? Okay. So, what's Nolan Ryan's batting average? What's a really good batting average?
A good batting average is like 3.35 and up.
Well, 335.
Yeah, 335.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you have what does it take to get a 335 batting average? Well, the first thing you got to do is what?
Get up to the
You got to get a bat, right? You got to get a bat. And the second thing you got to do is what?
Get your stance.
Well, the second thing you got to do is hit the ball. I mean, you can have a stance and you can swing, but you got to hit the ball. So, you've got to get in front of a buyer and seller. You've got to get them to sign a listing agreement or a buyer rep agreement before anything's going to happen. So, the key is understanding how many of those things have to happen based on your current conversion rate. Can anyone in here tell me how many appointments they need to go on based on their conversion rates? So let me ask you a question. Because I've taught this in this market center, so I'm gonna get on Michelle if she didn't bring it to you. But there were a couple of years in a row I came here and taught business planning clinic. Did they bring in business planning clinic this year?
I don't think they have this year.
Well, I'm going to challenge you to go back and get them to bring someone in to teach business planning clinic, because that's exactly what you do in the business planning clinic, is create your economic model, which tells you, because here's the thing, look at page 131. I'm in your book now. Yeah, 131. Here is basically the formula for an economic model. Now, the interesting thing is that I told you as I traveled around the country teaching this, I realized people were not doing this in the book. And I realized why, because we had this upside down. Please turn in your workbook to page, let's go to page 47. See, the reason that the way, and basically when this will show up in MREA, the next edition, this will show up. However, it will look different. Because what we found was, real estate agents would look at this page 131, and the first thing it asks for is seller listing appointments and seller buying appointments. Well, back then we realized how few of you, and it probably hasn't changed much today, have a clue how many buyer appointments and listing appointments you need to get to hit your goals, right? So we flipped it upside down, as you see on page 47. Because most people, if I ask the question, how much money do you need to have in your pocket to have a successful year, most of you can give me an answer, I hope, right? Then hopefully most of us, and we're giving you actual percentages here, most of us can give at least an idea of how much money you're going to spend this year. rule of thumb is no more than around 30%, right? And that gives you your, GCI. So the point is that what you're going to see moving forward is the same model as you see in the book, but it's going to be flipped upside down, so it's more user-friendly, as I call it. So you can actually plug in the numbers, and this is the way we teach it in the business planning clinic.
So they do. So I will say this, because I just transferred from Northwest to here, and they do teach something like this in the new agent orientation, and then Michelle also takes you aside and does this with new agents. So I will say that with new agents,
But
how about
the rest of it? But when you're a new agent, you don't know if the majority of your business is going to come from listings.
But I didn't do it at the Northwest at all.
Okay.
So it was new to me that we actually did this, and I just so happened to come to new agent orientation to start over.
Right.
So so I will say they do that for new agents.
But the class you're talking about is excellent, and I went to it when they had it. And it tells you what percentage of your business is from listings, from buyers, and you can really
You
tell
walked
by the
out
numbers.
with your economic
yes, I have
model
my
completed.
business plan for the next year.
Yes, darling.
What is the cost of sale? Operating expenses is like for marketing and
Great
stuff?
question.
But then with
Great question, which I'll touch on briefly here, but we'll cover when we get the budget model.
Okay.
All right. So, cost of sales. When you get into business, you're going to spend your money two ways. Either cost of sales or expenses. Now, here's the difference. Cost of sales happen when you sell something. Cost of sale is your cap. Cost of sale is a referral fee. Cost of sale is if you have a buyer's agent and you are paying a buyer's agent out of the commission. Expenses happen whether you sell anything or not.
Like photography.
Yes. Photography, cost of sales is your desk fee. It's expenses are your desk fee, gas in your car. Those happen whether you sell the first house or not. Right? So, cost of sales happens when you sell something. Expenses happen when you don't, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay. All right. So, what I want to point out to you, and I'll only do it briefly because what I told you I was going to do was show you the differences between the average percentages of cost of the economic model in the original book versus what you're going to see in the next edition. So what I want you to do is I want you to turn to page 181. And you will see average percentages, average. Because if you look at page 47, go back to page 47, you will see that as you are working through these numbers, you have to be plugging in conversion rates to come up with these numbers, right? Now, in 2003, when they wrote the book, the conversion rates they used were on page 181. They're on average on the listing side, which is on the left. There was an 80% conversion between listing appointments and listings taken, and only a 65% conversion rate between listings taken and listings sold. Well, we all know that's not applicable today, right? We sell a lot more than 65% of our listings, right? The question is, are you keeping track of your own conversion rates, right? Over on the buyer side, it was just flipped. Buyer appointments to what they call it buyer listings taken was buyer rep agreement signed. There was a 65% conversion rate between buyer appointments and buyer listings taken, and then an 80% conversion rate between buyer rep agreements and buyers sold. That was in 2003. What you're going to see in the updated version, and what we are, recommending, that if you haven't kept track of your conversion rates, then at least use these averages. What you'll see, and you might want to mark this in this workbook, is that 75% is kind of across the board in all these areas. They use 75, wherever you see 75% on both the sell side and the buy side, those are the averages. All right? So if you leave me today and decide you're going to go do your economic model, if you don't have your own numbers, just use 75%, and that's probably going to get you close. Everybody clear what I just said?
Yes.
Good. All right. So now turn back to my favorite page again. What's my favorite page? 122. We've talked about the economic model. You're saying, okay, Holly, I'm figuring out how many appointments I need, what my conversion rates are. Now, where are those appointments going to come from? Well, they're going to come from the lead generation model.
Yes, excuse me.
Thank you. The three key areas of the lead generation model are the fact that lead generation is simply prospecting and marketing, setting up a database, and then systematically marketing to that database. So please turn to page, let's go now to page, let's go to my second page. Well, actually, let's not go quite there yet. Let's go to page 138. And go to page 48 in your workbook. So, understanding that the first key focus area is that lead generation is simply one of two things: prospecting and marketing. Now let's make sure we understand the difference between prospecting and marketing. Someone share with me what prospecting is.
Actively seeking out business versus being passive, which is what marketing is more.
Kind of.
I think it's like an open house as prospecting.
Prospecting would be working an open house, right? Yeah. What else?
Farming,
phone calling.
Is geographical farming?
Well, what do you mean by geographical farming?
If you, let's say you did a monthly newsletter,
Marketing.
300 homes.
Well,
that's marketing.
If you knocked on the door.
Yeah.
See, here's the thing to understand. Prospecting is face to face, eyeball to eyeball, cheek to cheek, ear to ear. I mean, prospecting is two-way communication. It gives you the opportunity to get an immediate response to the question, do you know anybody interested in buying or selling real estate? Marketing is one way.
Okay, that makes it clear.
You don't get an immediate response.
Yes, right?
Well, maybe. So just hold that thought. Marketing is one-way communication. Now, what is email? Marketing or prospecting?
Marketing.
I would respond. Well, but prospecting is face to face, eye to eye.
Well, it's about immediate. Can you get immediate response? It's kind of a trick question. I'm playing with you a bit because I don't know what it is. You could respond immediately to an email, right? Or not. If you're like me, you delete all the stuff that.
What about texting now?
What? Texting would that's a great question too, because you could get an immediate response. Most of the younger generation uses texting rather than picking up the phone and calling.
Exactly.
no right or wrong.
But if you initiate it, you're prospecting, but if you respond to it, I mean, I'm sorry, if you initiate it, I would think it would be marketing one way. If they answer,
I
then
would,
it
you know what,
changes
it's a good way to look at it.
You taught
When
us
you
two
send
ways.
out a group text, like you send out a group email, to me, that would probably be more marketing. Again, I don't have an answer, we're just kind of talking through it. But here's the important point I want to make, and thank you, that's a great point. When Gary wrote the original version of this book, the majority of the top agents that he was studying, their lead generation plan was marketing based and prospecting enhanced. Direct mail, marketing, billboards, grocery carts, park benches, marketing based, and then if you made a phone call, it was the cherry on the sundae. Now, when the shift happened in 2008, all of a sudden Gary was studying the top agents and found out that they immediately flipped that. Because they knew their job was, during the shifting market, to find ready, willing, and able buyers. So if you read Shift, you will see that those top agents that he studied for Shift now built their lead generation on prospecting, and marketing was the cherry on the sundae. And by the way, Gary says he will never flip it back. And when we talk about the organizational model today, and when we see what these top agents are doing, they're building their business on prospecting. They're marketing, but they're prospecting first. So, now that you understand the difference between the two, please turn over to page 49 and compare that to page 138 in your MREA book. See, in 2003, these were the key, some of the suggested prospecting and marketing, strategies. What you're going to see in the next edition of MREA is what you see in the workbook. It's really very similar except for one thing. Can you believe this? When Gary wrote this book, Facebook didn't even exist. There was no social media. There was no Craigslist. There was none of that even existed. So what you see in the workbook is a whole section under marketing of online marketing. Now, a lot of things are still the same, but now we've got to add in the whole social media element. So what I want you to do now is I want you to look over the page 49 in your workbook, and I want you to take a minute and I want you to go through and mark the lead generation strategies that you can honestly say you are implementing on a regular basis. Not something that you did once and hoped it worked, right? But one that you absolutely can say it is part of my consistent lead generation plan. All right? Goodness, and I guess you've got some over on your pages are set up different than mine. Okay, so I guess you've got some over on the next page too, on page 50. Huh.
Oh, there we go.
All right, now what I want you to do, I want you to look at what you just marked and determine whether or not your business is prospecting based and marketing enhanced, or marketing based and prospecting enhanced. If you've got more elements of prospecting than you do marketing, then of course your business is prospecting based. And by the way, that's what Gary is recommending that a healthy model looks like. If you've got more, because at the end of the day, if you need business right now, what are you going to do? Prospect or market? Prospect. You're going to prospect, right? If your business is up and running and you want to sustain it for a long period of time, of course, then you're going to add marketing to it. So, and for those who of course, you said you were fairly new, right? Well, then when you do this exercise, you do it based on what items you're going to do. And if I were you, I'd be focusing on that prospecting side first, because in the very beginning, you don't want to spend a lot of money. Marketing sometimes costs money, right? Not as much as it used to with technology the way it is. However, it's still going to probably cost you more and take you longer to get started than prospecting. Okay? Any ahas from that exercise? Were any of you surprised on what? Talk to us about it, Melissa.
I'm more marketing based than prospecting based, and I wouldn't have thought that until just now.
Good. Good. Any other ahas from this exercise?
Well, when I get, when I'm kind of disappointed that I'm not doing enough prospecting, and I look at this, I'm like, oh, what the heck am prospecting?
I mean, anytime you're out amongst people, you are prospecting.
Yeah.
I mean, when you are working in your kid's soccer game, you're prospecting. Especially if you've got your name badge on and you've got your KW hat on, all that's prospecting, right? Yes,
Susie is one of the top geographical farming people.
Well, you're the top name tag winner.
I'm old. Anyways, but what I'd like to know is somebody who is super successful at geographical farming.
So when you mean geographical farming, let's explain what that means, because that farming is a big word. So what do you do in your neighborhood?
Well, now I guess I want to know, does she prospect more or market?
Okay, well, then that's what we're asking.
Well, it's interesting because I do both. Because looking at these things, I started with farming monthly news flyers, but it's evolved into I just got an email that I checked during the break, not while I was sitting here, that every year the elementary school in my neighborhood asks if I can sponsor a booth. So I go there and do the games. I do, so that's prospecting. Really, the kids play the game, I talk to the parents. I do annual Easter egg hunt. That's totally prospecting. But I'm an elf at Christmas, that's right. I do. So it's evolved into prospecting. And I personally am someone who really struggles with calling and talking to people on the phone, and I've accepted that. So as a result, I know that I have to really kick my farm prospecting into high gear if I want to hit my numbers.
But I bet if you drop in and visit on people, they love seeing you.
And I started doing open houses too, so neighbors will come in. That's prospecting too. So it's a backdoor way to do prospecting. Since
that makes you comfortable.
That is something that I enjoy doing and I'm comfortable with.
So let's talk about that. So if you were to determine today, if I were to ask you what percentage of your geographic farming is prospecting and what part of it is marketing, what would those?
I would say 65% marketing, 35% prospecting.
All right. So interestingly enough, just think what her business would look like if for this year she focused on getting 50.
I think about that too, and I think to myself, I have accepted that I'm okay with this percentage of the farm that I have. I know that if I did this, I could get here, but it's okay. I'm okay. This is how I define how I want my business.
Yeah, and you need other agents come in and sell your listings. You can't own too much.
So the key is the first focus area of lead generation is understanding the difference between prospecting and marketing, determining what level of each you want to do to hit your goals. And again, if you need, right now, the top agents are focusing on prospecting. Again.
Thank you for teaching that. I really wasn't clear on that till today, and that was great, because that's really valuable.
Good. Here's the other thing I want you to know about top agents. Turn to page 50. As Gary studies these top agents, what he's determined is that 80% of the top agents get 90% of their business from 5 sources or less. Wow. Top agents are not jacks of all trades and masters of none. They have determined where their greatest sources of business are, and they have focused on those. They're not doing a little bit of expireds here, a little bit of FSBOs here, a little bit of database here. You know, Susie's a perfect example. Her number one source of business is her geographic. I don't know, is this true?
No, and it was, but now it's equal with past clients and referrals.
Okay, all right. So your 2 greatest sources of business are your geographic farm and your past, you know. So the point is, before she even thinks about calling it expired, she needs to make sure that her systems are in place to stay totally focused on her past clients and her referrals, right?
Absolutely.
Or make sure that she's got her mailings going out to her geographic farm. Because top agents are saying, you know, focus on what works. Focus on what works. Go back and review your business. Where did your business come from in 2019? And focus your energies on no more than 5, the top 5, before you even think about taking on anything else. Too many agents get themselves spread out all over the place. They go, well, I'm going to try this for a little while, try that for a little while. Top agents are saying no. 80% of their business come from 5 sources or less.
But look at, she just knew her numbers like that. 65% from farming geographically, 35%
Isn't that an
from
aha?
clients.
I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
So take a minute right now before we move on, and I want you to write down what would you consider your top sources of business, and don't go past 5. What would, if you could just guess? Now, when you go back home, you can go back and really look at it and determine it. But just right now, off the top of your head, in 2019, where did the majority of your clients come from? What are your top 5 or less? And maybe you only got 3. Maybe you only got 1.
I feel like only 1. It's just past referral, past clients.
Past clients, there you go.
They feed me.
So then the question is, what am I doing to nurture my past clients? How many times am I calling them? How many times am I sending them mailings? Am I popping in? Am I having client parties? I mean, again, then if you know that, then I'd be focusing all my energies this year on making sure I'm taking great care of my past clients. Right?
Boy, we're leaving here with a lot of power today.
Look out, world.
This class has been so great. I don't know why this room is not packed.
All right. So everybody clear on the 5? Your 5. I mean, again, I just threw that exercise in for you to do it for yourself, so you get clarity around what your top 5 sources of business were. All right. Now turn to my second favorite page, which is page 137 in your MREA book, and turn to page 51 in your workbook. So the first focus area of lead generation is prospecting and marketing. The second focus area is setting up a database. Gary is all about saying anyone in the real estate business has to understand that your business is your database. If you have any interest at any time in your career of selling your business or stepping outside your business and making money from your business, it's only going to happen if you have a database and you feed that database every day. The value of your business is your database and what you are doing to your database. All right? So let's talk about that. So on page 137, when Gary first wrote the book, and we said, where do we start building a database? Well, we started in the bullseye, right? And the bullseye back then was what he called allied resources. And allied resources, as defined in the MREA book, and this is over on page 139, bottom of the page, it says, allied resources comprise a very select subset of your MET group. These are individuals you expect to do business with or to receive business leads from every year. This is your core group. This is your core group. All right? So then, after you have, these are your allied resources, are people that stand up on a rooftop and say, send Susie business, right? These are people, we all have our allied resources, right? Then there were the people in what he called the MET group, people that you know. Then the people outside of that were the haven't mets, or a target group of like people that are in an organization, or maybe people in your neighborhood that you just haven't met yet. And then of course there was the general public. Well, as Gary is studying the evolution of today's real estate agent, look at page 51 in your workbook. Now, Gary's no longer calling them METs and not METs. You will not hear that word, those two words anymore. You will hear leads and contacts. A lead is someone where you actually have their information. You have an email address, you have a telephone number. That's a lead. A contact is someone that you have actually communicated with. Is someone that you've actually gotten an email from, gotten a phone number from. So that's the difference now between a lead and a contact. The other thing, because I told you that top agents now are focusing on prospecting, look at where their main source of database is. Their database, the heart of their database is past clients and allied resources. And contacts, people they've had communication with. And only in that very thin outside sector are the people that, you know, they buy database, they buy email lists from. Or people that they just have contact information but have never connected with. So your top agents are now building their database on contacts, not a bunch of names, addresses, and phone numbers, right? Not that they're not there, but the heart of a database probably comes mainly from prospecting, not from marketing. Isn't that interesting how that has evolved? This is what you will see in MREA too.
All right. Now, is there some psychological reason here? Because now people are receiving so much information, general, that they want a personal touch?
You know what? I think a lot of it has to do with what we were talking about earlier with technology. People want instant gratification. They want to be able to talk to someone. They want to be able to text someone. They want to be able to, I mean, you know, we're moving so much faster. People aren't checking their mail anymore. Right? When they want information, they go to Google. They go to Surrey. They go to, you know, our world has changed.
But they do often go to the number in their phone they say.
Right. So I don't have the answer for that. Yeah. What this is what top agents are doing now.
So maybe, this is something I never thought about before today, but maybe I need to start sharing my contact information by phone.
Again, I mean, are you a texter? I mean, today's world texts.
Yeah.
I mean, Even though I'm a talker, I mean, I still have had text, you know. I mean, I'd much rather talk to someone than text, but you know, but if I'm gonna communicate with my 27 and 24-year-old nephew, if I got a text, you know, they're not gonna call me.
That's right.
Alright, so, alright, real quickly, and then we'll take the quick break here. I wanna go over the third element of the lead generation model. Turn to page 52. It's great to have a database, you just gotta do something with it. Now, and turn to page 145 in your MREA book. When Gary wrote the MREA book, there were 3 systems he recommended. And these, by the way, are still alive and well, however, they have evolved. And I'm going to show you quickly how they've evolved. On page 145, Gary talks about the 8x8, the 33 touch, and the 12 direct. The 8x8, if you wanted to cement a relationship with someone, you sent 8 touches in 8 weeks. Everybody familiar with the 8x8? And by the way, still in E-Edge, you have 8x8s. You know, we're starting to see more plans in command, right? Now, once you have connected with them on an 8x8, then he recommended the 33 touch. And what I want to point out here, now the 8x8 was described over on page 146. And for the most part, it was marketing. It was only really 2 telephone calls. I want to point that out to you. It was only 2 telephone calls. And the rest was marketing. On the 33 touch on page 147, the majority of the 33 touch was marketing because there were only 3 phone calls. See where that's described there? And then the 12 direct, which was designed for people you didn't know, was strictly direct mail. So needless to say, the world has changed, right? So today's model is, now please understand, these still work. However, this is what today's millionaire real estate agents are doing. On page 52, the 8x8 has now turned into a 1 high value touch that cements the relationship. Gary truly believes that if you truly connect well with someone, you can develop a relationship without sending them 8 pieces of direct mail. He believes that. Now, once that's done, he believes to maintain that relationship. Now, he says 36 to convert to business. That's what he's calling it, 36 to convert. But I want you to look at this. 36 touches, how many of them are prospecting and how many are marketing? Well, now he's saying 4 touches are telephone calls. Now he still has 26 touches that are emails, etc. Now he's saying 2 touches are events, parties, get-togethers. He's a big one now. And here's the thing, he even says, they don't even have to be your party. If, you know, I know that Georgetown's got this big red poppy festival every year, right?
Oh yeah, big fun.
So why not send out an email to all your database saying, I plan on being at this location at the Red Poppy Fest. Would anybody like to join me at the Grape Creek Winery or something like that? And take advantage of events that are already happening, right? Or have smaller dinner parties for 8 of your clients. If you're a good cook and like to entertain, you know. But the point here is now 6 out of the touches are prospecting versus 3 out of the touches over here. And then of course the 19 to connect, which is now it takes place of 12 direct, which was all direct mail. Now he's saying, gosh, even to connect with people you don't know, you pick up the phone and call. And then it's got the monthly newsletters and 2 touches that are promotional. And then it says even one annual event where you invite your entire neighborhood, whether you know them or not. You have a neighborhood garage sale. And that gives you a reason to pick up the phone and call everyone in the neighborhood and say, hey, if you got stuff you want to contribute, here you go. Or, if you're part of an organization, and, again, you have an event and you invite everyone. Or Red Day. You pick up the phone and call everybody you know and say, hey, we've got this great event going on. We'd love to have your participation. I've not had the privilege of meeting you yet. We're looking for volunteers to come give blood or whatever your event is, right? So
the Mardi Gras that we're having, the casino coming up.
February 28th.
Yeah.
It goes to our KW Cares for our agents here in the office.
Okay, and so who gets to come to that?
Anyone.
Well then, guess what? There's your next lead generation opportunity, right?
Yeah.
Call everybody you know to tell them about it and invite them. What's the worst that happens? They don't come.
Yeah.
However, you've had a reason to pick up the phone and call them.
Right.
See, Jay Papazon was explaining this to me at another family reunion breakout session. He said your events can cover 4 touches. You pick up, you send out a save the date. You send out the invitation. Then before the event, you pick up the phone and call and say, don't forget, we're doing such and such. Actually, 5. You have the event, so hopefully you see them at the event. After the event, you pick up the phone and you call and say 1 of 2 things. It was great seeing you there, or sorry we missed you. So one event can cover 5 out of those 36 touches. Love it. All right. The lead generation model works in conjunction with the economic model. Again, everything in the book still works. This is just what the top agents are doing. All right. Any ahas? Give me 3 ahas on what we've talked about so far, and then I will give you a 15-minute break. What ahas? What have we learned?
I think this has been one of the most fabulous classes I've taken in 34 years of real estate. It would be even more powerful if we could meet next month for a follow-up on it.
Well,
you know what? That's funny because I was thinking of the same thing, sort of like how, knowing myself, all these things I'd like to do, but I'm going to go out and get busy. So, like, if I can be accountable, like, this is the homework that you would, and you don't even have, maybe we just as a group, don't.
Oh, no,
just,
she's our fearless
I know.
That's why you have a coach.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, that's true.
Okay. But we love you.
I love you too. But the point is, I love y'all too. However, again, what you're doing today is creating this list of activities that you know you need to do. Now, if you're going to get it done, what did I tell you this morning? Accountability is a relationship choice of champions. And we'll talk about that a little bit later.
But can I share with everybody something that I thought was the most fabulous idea? And it's been a couple years. Gary Gentry and I were part of a farming seminar down in Austin. And he had this brilliant idea. And it's one of those, when I saw cement the deal, I thought that is what I need to do. Had procrastinated, and you too. He said the thing that he mails out that he gets the most response from, and he's been doing real estate for a very long time, and Gary Gentry is very successful. He sends out a postcard saying, "I've sold your home before."
Oh.
He said, people call me, they want to know if I have any surveys, if I could come talk to them about it, they want to know the history. He said, that gets me face to face with people. I've sold your home before. I've never received one.
That's all he says?
That's good.
Yeah, I've big sold on on it and it says I've sold him before. In his geographical
I
farm,
did that.
he has the
I did that
addresses.
once. Yeah, you
of
mentioned
some
that
of the
before.
homes.
Because some of the homes I've sold
But
three
I've
or four
never done
times.
it. I have great ideas, but never been able
I
to
know,
do
that's
them.
just.
All right, couple more ahas and then I'll give you a break.
Difference between prospecting and marketing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's my biggest thing.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
good.
yeah.
Lead versus contact. Because I always get different, even when I was in coaching. I'm like, okay, is it a contact or is it a lead? I don't even know, or prospect, I don't even know anymore. So definitive definition.
Lead is someone that you have their information. A contact is one is something that we've had.
I met it open house, already talked to him, and
Good. Okay, quarter 3, come back here at 3 o'clock. We'll talk about the next 2 models and finish the book. Cool.
I have to share with you, the thing that hit me the hardest is what am I doing to nurture past clients? You know, I've got it in my database, 3,000. I don't have to do anything. I'm overwhelmed.
Well, and that's why you get help.
You know, I had an
That's why you get help. Absolutely.
Are you on the auto group?
No. What's the auto group?
Well, Keller Williams created an auto group mailing list. Where they create the flyer that goes out. It's a very nice, and Michelle could probably share it with you, but on the back is what I get, and it only goes to my past clients, people I know. I guess, I'm sure some people send it to whomever, but I just, because I pay for it.
Real estate is about helping people with one of the most fundamental aspects of their lives, home. And you are the expert they turn to. And not just when someone buys or sells, but before, after, and all the little spaces in between. So it can be frustrating when you don't have the time or technology to know when someone needs your help. And when you miss that opportunity, it creates a gap that someone or something else can step into. So let's close that gap and give you the time and technology you need to build high-quality relationships with more people. Let's join forces and demand our technology not replace us, but help us be more human, more present, more everything. Let's take command. Built exclusively by and for Keller Williams agents, Command is your do-it-all, do-it-quickly, people-centric, less stress, more time, end-to-end platform to grow your relationships, your pipeline, and your market share. Whew! Luckily, using it is a lot easier than explaining everything it does, but let's give it a try. Organize, customize, and sync all your contacts. Group them however you want. Know exactly who to reach out to, when, and about the things they really care about. Send personalized, neighborhood-centric, just-in-time marketing materials in a snap. Have more conversations, build more relationships, earn more business. Say, hey Kelly, and escape from your desk in the office. Add a new contact, log notes, and sync everything while on the go. Seamlessly and transparently source, send, and manage referrals through one of the world's largest and most profitable referral networks. Deploy an ROI-maximized ad campaign across Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter in like 30 seconds. Integrate the systems and tools you already use every day. Automate paperwork and background tasks. Access real-time revenue projections, end-to-end ROI insights, and goal tracking to get a bird's eye view of your business. Have more conversations, build more relationships, earn more business. Command empowers you to be a better agent by giving you more time, more value, and more freedom. And best of all, it ensures you and your relationship with your clients remain at the heart of real estate, where you belong.
A few years ago, we gathered all the smartest people we knew: agents, market centers and regional leaders, technologists, data scientists, and asked them some big questions. What does it look like when technology is simple, smarter, and more human? How can we ensure agents stay at the center of the transaction where their clients want them? How do we accomplish this while eliminating the cost? It's called Command, and it's going to change the way we do business. Start by adding contacts directly, or through a simple voice command with Kelly. All calls, texts, notes, and any other customized fields are synced automatically across all platforms. When you add a new contact to Command, a neighborhood is automatically associated with their address. That way you can share the most pertinent information, such as migration patterns or median home price. Marketing materials have evolved from one-to-many to one-to-one, providing value at the home and neighborhood level for everyone in your database. And with Command, your business is not restricted by IDX. Wherever your clients are, there you are. Another challenge agents identified was the complexity added to the transaction by piecing together different systems connected by spreadsheets. We solved this by ensuring Command aggregated offers, documents, and communications with your client and broker, all in one place. Get a quick overview of your listings, appointments, contracts, closed deals, revenue projections, and customized reporting. Command shines a light on your business so you're never left in the dark. Housed within the Command dashboard is Lead Accelerator, an intelligent marketing tool. Get leads through ROI and AI-optimized ad campaigns across Facebook, Instagram, Google AdWords, Twitter, and an ever-growing list of channels in seconds. And campaigns aren't limited to the digital space. Quickly set up and deploy a modern print marketing campaign to specific homes identified based on your criteria. That means brand awareness grows and leads flow faster with far less spend. And if you think you have to be a computer scientist to take advantage, rest assured, because Command was built hand in hand with agents. It's designed to be used by agents, by you. Simple, smart, human. Command puts you in control of your database, your business, and your future. It's time to take command.
Hey, awesome agents. I just wanted to tell you some cool stuff that was happening here at Keller Williams Round Rock.
Hi, thanks for stopping by today.
Hi, I'm Siobhan Martin with Keller Williams Realty.
Keller Williams Agents. This is Greg Gearing with GDA Property Management. Wait.
I used to be a finance before Keller came in.
What am I missing?
There's a blank one of this formula, or do I just write it out?
You know what? Your PC coach should be able to get one of those for you. Do you know? April, would you like? April, is it official?
Monday. I'll start Monday. So Michelle hasn't done like this big announcement.
Would you like
yet.
to stand up for a minute and introduce
Sure,
yourself?
So Michelle asked me to come today. Let me just come up here since it's easier to face off with my back. So I'm April Crees and I'm from New Orleans. I moved here last year and went to work for Max in their client care division. I was a manager. So that's the mastery coaching. So you guys, if you are not in it yet, you'll hear about it throughout your career here. So I'm excited to be here. I've been in real estate for 26 years. And I love training agents and teaching you to hit your goals and reach your potential.
She has taken the role of a PC coach. She is your new coach.
And my last name is Freeze, F-R-E-E-S-E. And you start officially Monday. Thank you, Holly.
So, guess what, children? Accountability is the relationship choice for champions, and there you go, right in your own backyard. So there's no excuses for it. So April, you could be the one to coordinate the follow-up of this class, right?
I did, and I even wrote it down.
Good. All right, before we jump into the budget model, to quickly turn to page 53, and I want to just give you, I want to do a real quick little fun exercise to help you determine whether or not your database will hit your goals. So everybody, believe it or not, don't flip out when I tell you this. Get out your phones. Get your phones out and turn it on calculator. You're not calling anybody.
No Facebook.
April, this is a powerful exercise for you to be doing for your people. Alright. So for years, the question came up. How many people do you need to have in your database to hit your goals?
Oh, it was ringing earlier.
It was me, but now it's on silent. All right. The question came up over and over and over again. How many people do you need in your database to hit your goals? And we never knew the answer because we hadn't tracked it long enough to know, to have enough statistics to give you any sort of response that could be proven. The great news is now, 20 years later, we have data. So here's what I want to show you on page 53. What we have determined is that you can expect from your database, and look down at the very bottom. Look down at the bottom. We call it the opportunity for conversion. On average, you will get a transaction from 6.37% of your database if you are connecting on a regular basis with your database. So if you've got 100 people in your database, realistically, you can expect that you will either get a referral or do a transaction from 6.37 of those each year when you are staying in touch with them on a regular basis. Now, let's do this little exercise down here at the bottom to help you determine that. So, line 1 says, what is your goal for gross commission income? So just put a number in. Just put whatever number you would like to make next year for GCI. Alright? We're on page 53 in your workbook, my dear. And we're doing this calculate your own goal. Now, what is the average commission? Well, hopefully you all know your average commission, and where do you find your average commission?
On your report.
The MLS.
On your report.
Your trend report.
How many of y'all know that we track that for you and have a multi-year trend report, right? Now, for the time being, if you don't know it, guess what's the average commission here in the office? Anybody know? Or
7,000.
All right, 7,500, 7,000, whatever it is you want to put down there. Use that number, which then tells you the number of deals you need to hit your GCI. Right? Everybody clear? The first line, where we got the math, right? Everybody have their answer. I want y'all to do this exercise. Get your phones out, use your calculator. You may go back later and use your real numbers, but I want you to see how this works. Okay. Line 2. Number of deals needed. So you've already calculated that, so bring that number down to line 2. Now, divide by your opportunity for conversion. So now you're going to divide 0.0637. You all remember how to divide a percentage, right? You got that in Algebra 101 back in high school. That's the minimum number of contacts needed in your database. Minimum. Minimum. Now, everybody got that?
Yes.
Anybody not? I don't want to lose anybody. All right. Now come down to line 3. Take that minimum number of contacts and divide it by your conversion rate, if you know what it is. Is it 25%? Is it 50%? Is it 75%? Now, hopefully after this class you'll start tracking that. I would probably, in the very beginning, use 50%.
What does that just mean?
That means your conversion rate is how many people do you meet with that end up buying a house or selling a house. Yeah. That's your conversion rate. And based on that, that tells you how many people you really need in your database. Everybody clear what we just did?
Yes. Yeah.
You have a number?
Oh, yeah, I did. Sorry.
So you only need 106 names in your database?
That's what it said, yeah? Let's take it out.
Let's try that again.
Okay.
Alright, write the numbers in here. What's your GCI goal?
Okay.
How much money do you want to make this year?
Got it. And then divide by the average commission, right?
Right. So that means 13 transactions.
Yep.
Okay, come down here, 13 transactions. Alright. Now take that divided by 0.0637. 204.
Yeah, there's.
Okay.
And then.
So then now, minimum number of contacts, 204. What's your conversion rate?
85%.
All right, so divide by 0.85.
Okay.
Before it.
240.
All right,
Okay.
so there's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way it's gonna go backwards.
Yeah.
Okay. The number you end up with expected has got to be more than your minimum.
Right.
That make clear? Okay. So any ahas from that exercise?
No, I have a lot of work to do.
Okay. All right. In what respect? Getting people in your database?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And does anyone have plenty of people in their database, but they're not hitting their goals? All right.
Well, to hit my goal, I've got 526 in my database, and it says I need 690, which is 164 difference, and I went really small, and that's 3.5 a week to add. But if I'm not touching them, it doesn't mean anything.
Right. Did anybody though have enough in their because she's bringing a big point. If you can have a database that's big enough, but the issue is if you're not doing anything with it, you're not going to get the results.
I need like 30 more people.
Right. So again, this is a very powerful exercise, April, that I think is just really good for us to use the results.
That's great.
All right. Turn to what's my favorite page?
122.
Turn to page 122. We have covered the economic model, which works in conjunction with the lead generation model. We talked about how the lead generation model has evolved. Now we're going to move into what I call the budget model. Aren't we all excited about this? So when I was selling houses, I sold in Las Colinas for 13 years. And when I was selling houses, I sold to a wonderful couple that are now in their 90s. And they were Texas through and through. Their names were Dottie and Witt. Can you imagine? And I sold them a house, and I was having lunch with Dottie one day, and she said, "I am so upset with Witt." And I said, "Well, why?" And she said, "Because he is using the B word." Well, of course, in my mind, I said, "Dottie, there is no way your Southern gentleman husband would ever call you what I thought, right?" And she looked at me and she said, "That's not the word I'm talking about. The word I'm talking about is budget." And I guess the question I ask all of you is that how you view the B word? Is that how you feel when someone says, "Do you have a budget?" Yeah. Right. Well, again, when Gary studied these top agents, this was the area that needed the most help. So the 3 key areas, actually there's 4 now, focus areas of the budget model. Please turn to page 152 in your MREA book and page 54 in your workbook. The 4 key areas of the budget model are: number 1, lead with revenue, not expenses. Bottom line, don't spend money you don't have. The beauty of the real estate business is we don't have to live by the philosophy you gotta spend money to make money. No. Yes, you gotta have enough money to pay for your gas in your car. You gotta keep your dues up. You gotta pay your office bill. But at the end of the day, there are so many things that we can do that don't cost money to build business, right? That's the beauty of technology. That's the beauty of what's happened to social, with social media and all that good stuff. So don't spend money you don't have. Play red light, green light. Make sure that what money you are going to spend is money that is proven to bring results. So, Sonia.
Yes.
The reason you spend $799 to take Bold is because the results are proven. Average number of transactions is 14 for the 7-week period. Would you like to do 14 transactions in 7 weeks? That would be awesome. That's average. I mean, I'm using that as an example. Anytime you are deciding to spend money, ask for proof. How many of you get all those phone calls from everybody in the world saying, hey, sign up for this and you'll be number one in the, blah, 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 all that stuff. My question would be, great, share with me who has used your services and they have gotten there and I'll be happy to consider it. Instead of saying, oh yeah, I'll spend the money, right? Play red light, green light. Don't spend it until the results are proven. All right, turn to page 55 in your workbook, and you can follow along. We're just kind of covering, and we can turn to page 156. Stick to the budget. Well, the bottom line is you can't stick to something
that you don't have.
If you don't have it. So as I would travel around the country and ask people why they didn't have a budget, what do you think their answers were?
I don't need it.
Oh, I've never heard I don't need it, but you know, maybe. Maybe they just got so much money it doesn't make any difference, right?
They don't have time and they don't know how to set one up.
Don't know how to set one up. I did hear that, but
I'm so busy.
The thing that used to just blow my socks off was when they'd say, well, Holly, how can I have a budget? I don't have any money.
Oh,
yeah. And I would go, wait a minute. A budget is not about having money. A budget is about what are you going to do with the money that you have to keep you in the business. So whether you have money or not has nothing to do with whether or not you have a budget, right? So the point is, we're going to talk in a few minutes about where to begin with that budget and the stats that we have proven over the years in studying top agents, all right? And then the last thing that they're going to add, which I think is kind of cool, is, and this kind of goes back to playing red light, green light, is the fact that we're now giving you a formula to determine return on investment. So when I was in the masterminds when they were writing Shift, Gary said very emphatically to all these top agents, if every dollar you spend does not bring you $2.50 in return, it wasn't a good investment. Okay? Now what Gary is telling these top agents is the expectation is for every dollar you spend, you should be receiving $9.50 in return. So why would there be such a big jump between 2007 and now?
Because
technology. Things aren't costing us that much money anymore. Absolutely. So what you've got here is a formula to determine that. So who has spent money recently on their business? All right, so Joanne, how did you spend that money? What did you buy?
I've just been boosting Facebook posts to drive traffic to my open houses.
Okay, so how much did that cost you?
$5 per each, so $25. Yeah, $25 a week.
Okay. And so how long have you been doing it?
Not always. Yeah, pretty much every week. So yeah, probably.
All right. So for how long? Let's say.
Say 3 months.
Okay, so for 3 months. Okay, so 3 times 4, so 12. So 36. Let's say 36 weeks, right?
Oh no, just for the last 5 months. For the last, I would say 3 months.
What I want to know is the total amount of money you've spent on that expense.
Well, probably 15. Let's say $15 a week. So for 3 of them, because some of them I'm not advertising. That wasn't. I wasn't getting any clicks or anything. It's just like dead zone. So $15 a week times 3, so $45 a month. So I've got what 150, 125.
All right. So let's say $150.
Yeah.
Have you received any? I mean, have you made any money from doing that?
No, well, actually, the open house came, but I don't know if it came from the Facebook post or not, though. It's hard to track and see unless the agent that's holding open asks, hey, did you hear about this from the Facebook ad? Plus, you know how hard it is to target anybody.
So then, that type of an expense is kind of a shot in the dark.
It is,
Right.
and I really do it more just so my sellers see that I'm advertising and hopefully, they'll see it.
Well, and again, you've got to decide how long you're willing to spend money on things that are shot in the dark, okay? Who else has spent money on something that they can actually determine that has brought them something? Okay, good.
I do sponsorships at the school.
All right, so give me an idea. So how much did you spend on sponsorships in 2019?
$1,000.
Okay.
$1,000.
Did you receive any business from
I
it?
did.
Okay, so how much money did you make?
I did
one
buy
deal
it. So it was 2 deals, but it was the same person.
Okay, so how much did you earn?
Probably 25,000.
All right, let's do the math. Come down here to this formula. So Sonia made $25,000 minus her $1,000 lead generation expense, right? So that's $24,000. Divide that by the lead generation expense, which was $1,000. So 24,000 divided by 1,000. Her lead generation ROI was 24. She made $24 for every $1 of expenditure. Was that a good expenditure for her? Yes.
Absolutely.
See, this formula tells you whether or not the money you're spending is going to be worth it, right? Now, keep in mind, Joanne, you don't really have enough, I don't think you've got enough information yet to determine. I'm not saying don't do it, but if you're doing that, say, rule of thumb is you can start judging whether you're getting your rate of return after probably 6 to 8 months. So start tracking it, but if you're still doing what you're doing after a year and you can't directly see that it has put any money in your pocket, then you might decide whether or not that's a good choice of spending.
I can't wait for the command where I was watching Nick Baldwin and stuff and seeing more targeted through command instead of just
It's already there, and we just did a class in Georgetown yesterday, and I tested it, and I spent $5 and I got 5 leads.
Awesome.
So, because, leads.
Well, it's a start.
It's a start because they target people who are looking for a house. So I just posted a listing that I had, and so I just did it for 2 days. Today's day too. But if you're going to do Facebook marketing, I really encourage you to go do through the campaign.
Yeah, because otherwise, like I said, I'm more doing it just so my sellers can tell my sellers for $5, I'm running a Facebook ad for you. Yeah. Right.
And I'll be honest, when I did when I do the sponsorship, it was what I was how they were gonna advertise, because everybody does banners, but they were advertising it social media, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Then they were doing media guides, which everybody got for free. Then you did a banner, and then you did scoreboard, and then they made an announcement. So I had 6 or 7. I paid $1,000, but there were 6 or 7 ways of my name getting out there.
The point is, you made a good decision on that expenditure, and you will go do it again because it gave you results.
Correct.
And this again is how we determine how we spend our money, right? All right, turn to page 56 and turn to page 157 in your workbook. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because this could take up the rest of the day. However, what I want you to see here is the updated budget model. Now, what you're looking at on page 56 is sort of the updated version of the top area of page 157. All right? Because we're tracking GCI, cost of sales. By the way, underneath that top box See where it says assumes cost of sales for those who ask what cost of sales was? I want you to highlight that right there. This is where Gary explains his definition of cost of sales. Alright? The biggest difference you're going to see is when the original book was written, GCI only went to 1.2 million, right? Now look at what what is going to look like in the next edition on page 56. GCI is going to go all the way up to 3.4 million. That's the biggest difference. No, we're on page 56. 56 is the same as this top section. Is everybody clear where I am?
Yeah.
Top right corner.
Yeah, it's on page 157. And you can see GCI now goes all the way up to 3.4 million. Now, what they've got over on the far right is best practices for $1 million and 2.5, right? Best practices. Now, the percentages aren't that different. Let me just kind of real quickly though, let's compare best practices of $1 million in the workbook to the 1.2 million in the MREA book, and let's see how they've changed. So you're looking at cost of sales as $350. Cost of sales, quite frankly, is down to $250 or 25%. Versus the $350, which was 34%. Cost of sales has gone down for two reasons. Number one, because I believe we are paying more salaries, or you'll see as we do the organizational model, they're paying more salaries than they are commissions. And you'll be seeing that as we move forward. Gross profit isn't that different, 75% versus 71%. Expenses were at 29%. Expenses have gone up to 36% again, because when I show you the organizational model, you're going to see that these top agents are paying more salaries than they have in the past, and I'll explain to you why. And then net income, well, net income in the MREA book was 42%. Net income is around 39%. All right. Now, when you look at these percentages, let's say, for instance, as a brand new agent, you can look over that GCI of 150. All right. This does not mean that you have to spend 38% of that for expenses. What it means is if you spend over 38%, you're probably going to you're not going to hit your goals, and you're probably going to get yourself in trouble. So when you look at these percentages, don't think this is saying you have to spend this much money. This just says you don't want to go over these amounts. Is everybody clear on that? You don't, there's nothing that makes us happier than if your gross profit is 95% rather than 87% when you're in particularly in the lower GCI categories, right? So, all I want to point out to you is this is what you're going to see in the updated version in comparison to what you're seeing on the top part of 157. Everybody clear on what I'm doing for you? All right. Now let's look at the bottom of page 157 and turn to page 57 in your workbook. The category, what we determined is that there are basically 9 expenses that most real estate, but 9 categories where most gross real estate agents spend their money, right? And those haven't changed too much. Now, what has changed are some percentages. So for instance, let's do the same thing. Let's compare $1 million, the best practices, with the far right-hand column, which is the 1.2 million in the book, all right? The first thing I want to show you is that salaries in the MREA book were 12%. Now salaries are a total of 20%. Now that's for a couple reasons. Number one, because they've added, salaries are when you're paying for an assistant. Salaries are when you are paying for I'm going to talk to you later about maybe a ISA or an OSA. But here's what else has happened. They put professional services under the salary category. For instance, if you are paying that photographer, that is now categorized as a salary. If you are paying a transaction coordinator, that's now considered a salary. All right? So they've lumped that into the salaries category. So that's the other reason the percentage is going up. All right? Then under lead generation, they used to just have this general lead generation, and the original MRA book was 10%. Interestingly enough, now lead generation is down to what? 7.3%. Right? And they've got lead generation divided up between listing management and general prospecting and management. So when you buy a sign, that's considered lead generation. When you put together a flyer, that's now categorized in the lead generation category. You see how that's changed. Although even with adding things to that category, the percentage has gone down. Because we're not, on average, these top agents are not spending the money on advertising the way they used to, right? And then the rest are fairly standard. I think the biggest difference is occupancy used to be 0.05%. Now occupancy is up to 2%. And part of that is because so many of our big teams are getting so large, they have to go out and get their own facility because they don't fit in market centers anymore. And market centers are cutting back on the expense of offices, right? Because what we're realizing is the majority of the agents work at home, right? The other change is, you can see education and coaching. In the original MREA, education was 1%. Now Gary's saying if you're grossing $1 million, your education and coaching is up to 2.3%. Because he believes in coaching. He believes top agents always seek accountability. So the purpose in this is to give you a place to start when creating your budget. Use these percentages based on these categories to help you determine how much money you are willing to spend in each category. If your goal is to make $150,000, then you're not going to spend any more than $4,200 on occupancy, right? How much does it cost to rent an office here?
$200.
What?
On average, $200.
All right, so 200 times 12 is 2,400. Okay, so you could rent an office here, and that would be within your budget, right? So this is where you start to develop that budget. You use the stats that we know are proven, and you work within those. Any questions? I'm kind of going through this quickly. Any questions? You have proof of numbers. You have proof of numbers. Use these to develop your budget model. Alright, good. Alright, one last time, go to my favorite page. Where's my favorite page?
122.
122. The fourth model we're going to talk about is is there something I said? Okay.
I could only be here a short time. Holly, thank you so much for
having
having me today.
Good luck to you.
Thank you. Nice meeting y'all.
Alright, the fourth model is the organizational model. Now, please don't tune out just because you're a brand new agent and you go, well, I don't have an organization. Well, let me tell you right now, everyone in this business has an organization. Because your organization is comprised by anyone you let touch your business. Who touches your business? Title company? Absolutely. Lender?
Transaction coordinator.
Transaction coordinator, inspector. Quite frankly, your market center is part of your organization. So when I talk about the organizational model, I want you to think about, okay, do I have a great organization? Let's talk about that. So the 3 key focus areas of the organizational model are, number 1, when doing everything you can do, hire administrative help. You will, as your business grows, you will eventually run out of hours in the day. If you don't have an assistant, you are the assistant. All right? So when you get to the place where you're pulling your hair out, it's time to get help. And 99.9% is administrative help you need, not bring on a buyer's agent. All right? The second thing is when you bring on help, make sure that help is talent. And we're going to talk about what talent looks like. And then keep in mind that anyone that touches your organization, you have the right and responsibility to train and consult them. We'll talk about that in a minute too. So please turn to page 159 in your MREA book. Again, when doing all you can do, hire help. And by the way, turn to page 59 in your workbook. Keller Williams provides you great tools to help you make the right choice when bringing on any kind of help, right? The Keller Cloud products, the KPA. Are you all familiar with the KPA? The KPA is a behavioral assessment that Keller Williams has created to help determine whether or not your candidates are a good fit for the position. Your team leader will help you with that. Did you take the KPA before you were hired?
Yes, well, is that the disc?
No, this is the KPA. This is the Keller Personality Assessment. It is designed specifically for Keller Williams and will tell you whether or not they're a good fit as a team leader, good fit. I'm sure she took the KPA to determine whether she was a good fit as a coach. You took the KPA, and why did you take the KPA?
I just wanted to see.
Okay, and what did it say about you?
It said that the highest thing I got was assistant team lead.
Huh?
So, yeah.
Good. So the point is, it's a behavioral assessment designed to help you make the right choice. Then there's a fabulous course called the Leverage Series, Career Visioning, 3069, and Success Through Others. We teach you how to hire people and how to train them and how to consult them. We don't just tell you go hire someone, we give you the tools to do it. So as you all are progressing in your business, don't hesitate to take advantage of these opportunities. Other companies aren't offering this.
And Monday, Casey Jorgensen is teaching a class here that's similar to the career visioning. It's kind of like his take on it.
Yeah. Okay. How to build a team.
Casey Jorgensen, part of the Jorgensen group here in Round Rock.
Okay. All right. Well, just so he's teaching proven models and systems.
Yes.
I always worry a little bit when people try to divert from what we know.
No, I believe it's following us.
Okay. Good.
He's past military, I'm sure they'll be.
Anyway, so the point I'm making is when you're doing all you can do, hire help and use the tools Keller Williams has given you. Now, make sure that help is talent. Please turn to page 161 in your MREA book. As I read this, I want you to think about your loan officer, your title company, your inspector. I want you to think about whether or not you have talent in your organization. Talent pushes to get answers. Non-talent will have to be pushed to even want answers. Talent shares your goals and fulfills your needs as a byproduct of fulfilling your own. Non-talent doesn't fulfill your needs and ends up giving you back pieces of the job. Talent knows what it wants or is actively searching to know. Non-talent doesn't know what it wants and isn't searching. Talent pushes you constantly. Pushes you constantly. Your loan officer should be pushing you all the time to get the information that he needs from your buyers and your buyers, right? Your title company should be pushing you to make sure that that thing gets closed on time, right? Talent pushes. Non-talent requires you to push it. Talent is continually raising the bar and wants to be associated with talent. Non-talent may not know where the existing bar is set or even what bar you are talking about. Now, I don't want to hear names, but as you went through this, did people come to mind? Either talent or not talent. We all have been exposed to both, right? Only allow talent in your organization. Then even when you find talent, understand on page 164 that your responsibility is to train and consult talent. Don't be upset with your, let's say, your loan officer if you haven't made it clear how you want your clients to be treated. Don't be upset with your title company for not communicating when you haven't made it clear how often you want to hear from them. Don't be upset with your inspector if you're not invited to the final walkthrough because you haven't made it clear that you want to be there. Again, you have a right. Anyone who touches your business, you have a right to communicate that with them how you want your business handled. See, too many people on page 165 practice what we call seagull management. They do very little training or none at all, then they just swoop in, make a lot of noise, dump on people, and fly off. No wonder people have a hard time keeping talent in their world. All right. So now, turn to page 273 in your MREA book and turn to page 62 in your workbook. And we're going to now walk through how the organizational model has evolved from the original MREA. Everybody there? So here's the good news. Level 1 hasn't changed, it's still you. That's it. We all started there, right? Level 2 actually hasn't changed because level 2 is you and one administrative assistant, admin, some sort, right? Number 3 hasn't changed too much. Although it's gotten a little bit more specific. Now we're recommending that the 2 admin is a lead admin and a transaction coordinator. It's 2 admin. Now, this is where it starts changing. Level 4 is now part 1 and part 2. Level 4 now is bringing in a showing assistant, no longer recommending a full buyer's agent, bringing in a showing assistant. A showing assistant is someone, does anyone in here have a showing assistant? Okay. A showing assistant is someone who shows the houses brings them back to the lead agent. The lead agent then writes the contract, negotiates the contract. Basically, the showing assistant takes the time-consuming showing of property off the shoulders of the lead agent. The other thing that is interesting and new, but is happening a lot, is that at level 4, you're hiring what they call an OSA, outside sales agent, or ISA, inside sales agent. Does anyone in here know what an OSA and an ISA is? Who would like to share with us what that is, or what they think it is?
One makes outgoing calls and one takes incoming calls.
An ISA is someone who is within your office and is taking in calls that are coming in. In theory, the outside OSA, now in this case, they're both the same person, right? In this case, the OSA and ISA are the same people. Outside sales agent is someone who's making calls to your database on your behalf, saying, hey, Melissa's having a client event. She'd love for you to be there. We look forward to seeing you. An OSA is someone who goes and knocks on doors around open houses saying, hey, Joanne's holding an open house at 123 Smith Street. We'd love for you to come see the house. So, part 1 is an OSA/ISA. Then, level 4, part 2, when the business is going, then what happens is then you bring on the lead buyer agent who may have a couple showing assistants that work for them. And you bring in a lead manager, someone to just handle covering your leads. Make sure leads aren't falling off the crack. Make sure they're following up. Make sure the OSA is returning all the calls. You've got a lead manager. All right? That's level 4. Level 5 on page 63. Now you have a lead manager and you've separated the OSA and the ISA. You've now brought on a director of operations. And that person is over the transaction coordinator and the listing manager. Everybody clear on that? Level 5, part 2, the only real difference there is now the listing agent cannot go on all the listing appointments because they have so many, and they bring in another listing agent. Alright. Level 6, part 1, the only real difference here now is you have a director of sales who is over the buyer agent and the listing agent, and of course the showing assistants. And at level 6, they say about now you might be considering bringing in an expansion agent. Everybody clear what an expansion agent? This is an agent that is on your team that maybe works in Waco, or works in at Lake Travis, or somewhere. They're on your team, but they're working outside of your area.
But they're competent.
What?
I said that they're competent in the area
Right.
working in.
Right. Level 6, then now you potentially bring in a second outside sales agent, and now you bring in a director of expansion. And then, of course, on page 64, you have got level 7, where now you step out of the business and you hire a CEO to run your business. And again, we have numerous examples of that happening within our organization. So, again, what you see on page 273, it's not that it's wrong. It's just that this is how the organizational model has evolved over time. And part of that is because our teams have gotten bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Now we have people, there's one team in Houston, Texas, the Lance Logan team that has 100 people. 100 people just on his team. Between expansion agents and everything he's got. So again, we've taken what Gary's vision was in MREA and we've made it way more than, quite frankly, I think Gary even expected. So what we've just gone over are the 4 fundamental models. However, I've shown you how they have evolved for the millionaire real estate agent. One last time, I want you to go to my favorite page. Please go to page 122. Hopefully though, even though I went over all of the updated models with you, I want to get real clear what you're looking on page 122 is totally relevant to all of you. Every single one of you, if you have not developed your business based on this fundamental model, I encourage you to look and see where one of these models might need a little error, right? Maybe you need to get that budget going. Maybe you need to get some systematizing of your database. Maybe you need to do some more prospecting versus marketing. Again, based on the fundamental model, there's always things we can do to move us forward. Whether you want to gross $100,000 or gross $1 million. This model is still perfectly legitimate for anyone who wants to gross $1 million. Everybody hearing me loud and clear on this? Okay.
And I believe you. I have to tell you, I have a confession. I took that business planning seminar, and we worked through these models, and we did our business plan, and I had the best year in business model. So you're absolutely right.
Good. So what I want you to do now on page 65, please turn to page 65. I know I've thrown a lot of stuff at you. I want you to write down 3 action steps that, based on what we've talked about from the 4 fundamental models, 3 action steps that you are going to implement moving forward based on what we've learned today. All right, someone share with me an action step they're going to take based on what we've learned today. Your what? Budget. Great, good. But do you feel good about a place to start with that? Yes. Good. What else? Yes, Mary.
I'm going to add 50 more contacts to my database. I only need 30, but I'm going to go for 50, and because it's going to help my business.
Absolutely. I love it. Yeah. Good. What else? One more action step. Thank you.
I'm gonna know all my numbers. Like I'm going to really map out where I want to be and how I'm gonna get there. Be more intentional with that instead of just
hoping and praying it shows
you
up.
kind of start on a path and then you get so busy that you fall off and then you kind of lose your momentum because you got to build it back up again, right? It's always like this for me. It's like I think if I'm more intentional with where I want to be and how I'm getting there, that it'll be more consistent.
Well, and you bring up a great point, my dear, because here's what happens. we get so wrapped up in our business that we don't work on our business.
Right.
And quite frankly, Gary says the highly successful real estate agents time block to work on their business, even as much as time blocking to work in their business. Your one thing could very easily be creating that business plan that you know you need so that you've got that model to follow. Good. All right, we're gonna fly through now because I promised I'd get you out of here a little bit early. We're gonna go to part 5 and we're gonna talk a little bit about the 20% that matters most. Now here's where the one thing and the MREA are gonna start intersecting, because here's what we know. Gary says very clearly in the MREA book, top real estate agents understand that their 20% is basically what we call the 3 L's. Leads, listings, and leverage. If there's anything to focus on in your business, if your business isn't where you want it to be, it's about lead generation. And ideally, lead generation for listings, because you can handle a lot more listings than you can buyers. And at the end of the day, when you start running out of hours in the day, that's when the word leverage shows up. So we're going to talk a little bit about these 3 things. And Gary says on page 68, doing a lot of things is never a substitute for doing the right things. So turn to page 69, let's talk about leads. At the end of the day, we talked about the evolved 5 stages of growth, the foundational model. And what he's saying here now is at the heart of all of that are leads. And leads come from your value proposition. Leads come from being clear with people the specific set of services you are going to provide. Do you see that? No one wants to do business with people that they don't know what they're going to do, right? Listings come and listings sell when you have a strategic service plan. When you can show your potential seller all of the things that you are going to do for them, right? And then leverage shows up in your database. How many of you thought about your your database as leverage? Your database is leverage. If you are doing something on a regular basis with your database, let's say you get your database on one of our plans, our marketing plans. Is that happening without you doing too much? That's leverage. That's leverage. While you're out working with this buyer, if your database is on a plan, it's lead generating for you, right? We're going to talk about the definition of leverage. So, again, keep in mind, we're providing you with the tools for all of these. It's whether or not you are taking advantage of them. Now, here's what we know about lead generation. Number 1, your goal is to sustain a lead generation program that consistently increases the number of leads. And ideally then, leads become contacts. So you've got to be always looking to increase that number, right? You increase a lead, you increase the contacts, right? It's important that you track your leads, because that's how you're going to determine what your 5 greatest sources are. So be paying attention in 2020. Where is your business coming from? Where are your leads coming from? And of course, then it's important to understand the importance of converting those leads. Leads are fine. They don't make any money until they become contacts and you've converted them into business, right? And then, of course, the third thing says the key is to protect your lead generation time. If there's nothing else you time block for in your business, it's probably your lead generation, right? Leads. Now, listings, turn to page 70. And what I want to ask you to do now is turn to page 102 in your MREA book. Right now, listings are fun, aren't they? If you get a listing, chances are, if it's priced right, and if it's in decent condition, it's going to sell, right? I mean, we've been in a pretty sweet market now since about what, 2010, 11. It's been pretty fun. But for those of us who were there in 2007, we remember when listings weren't fun. We remember when we had to tell them that to sell their house they were going to have to lose money. We remember when we used to tell them it was going to take them, years, not weeks, to sell their house. So the reason I want you to go to page 1,
We used to take 2-year listings because that was the average time on market.
Right. But that's why I want to point you to page 102, because page 102, there may come a time, and you all are young enough, because I'm so old, I've been through 3 of these ups and downs. And some of you may experience that. I hope you never do, but some of you are young enough, you're going to be in the business long enough, you're going to experience this. And there are going to be times when you're going to go, oh, listings are a pain. And when that happens, I want you to go back to this page 102, and I want you to remind yourself the virtues of seller listings, because there are many of them. Many of them. You can handle a lot more listings than you can buyers. Taking listings keeps you on the front of the pricing. You know what's selling. It's better, cost per hour. Putting out a sign is advertising. It's marketing, right? So the point is, listings will always be, according to Gary, the gift of the real estate gods. So the highly successful real estate agents are focusing on building a strong listing business, not just working with buyers, right? Mm-hmm. All right. And then leverage, turn to page 71. I want to make sure you get clarity around what leverage truly is. See, most people, when I say leverage, they immediately think what? An assistant. That's one element of leverage. Leverage is people, systems, and tools. Yes. Working smarter through people. Yes, we went through your organizational model. We're giving you a model to follow. You want talent. Your responsibility is to train and consult that talent. However, leverage is also systems. Please turn to page 72. Systems are simply checklists. How many of you have a checklist on what to do when you take a listing? All right, good. That's a system. A system is what to do when you do an open house. It's funny, you're talking about getting agents to work open houses for you. So when I was in Vail, Colorado, the average sales price up there is what, like $1 million, $1.5 million. And so our top agent, her name was Liz Leeds, she, L-E-E-D-S. Anyway, of course, she had numerous listings, and of course, up in Vail, Colorado, open houses are really big deals because people come up to go ski and they walk around looking at open houses. So Liz always needed people to help work her open houses. And when she came, I recruited her to Keller Williams, and I'll never forget, the first week she was there, she sent out an email and said, if anyone would like to work one of my open houses, please meet me in the training room Thursday at 2 o'clock. Well, I mean, 15 people showed up because, you know, we're talking $2, $3, $4, $5 million houses. Who wouldn't want to work that open house? Until Liz passed out her checklist on what she expected of those people working the open house.
That's pretty awesome.
They had to dress a certain way. They had to be at they had to tour the house with Liz prior to the open house.
Wow.
Yeah. They were not allowed to be on their cell phone while they were doing an open house. You know, there was this big long list.
So she knocked out about half of them with that list.
She ended up the end of that day with 3 people that were willing to work in an open house based on her system. And by the way, that first weekend, one of those agents got a client that 3 weeks later bought a $4 million house.
Oh, wow.
Now, the point I'm making is that was Liz's system. A system that she was able to communicate with someone and that worked. Right.
Love
Systems.
it. Love it. That's great. Thanks for sharing.
And then the other thing is leverage is tools. Command is a tool, right? Smart plans are tools. Kelly is a tool. So that's what we consider leverage. Leverage gets things done that we don't have time to get done, right? You don't have to create your 8x8 and 33 touch anymore. It's all done for you. That's leverage. So, the top real estate agents understand leads, listings, and leverage are their top 20%. And this morning we learned that every day you take that top 20% and you go extreme with it and you come up with that one thing that you need to work on that day based on the 20%, right? Everybody clear where I'm going with this? The 2 books are not separate, they're intertwined. All right, turn to page 73. Once again, leads, listings, leverage. Based on our very brief conversation, write down a couple action steps that you're thinking about to get focused on the 20% leads, listings, and leverage. Got it? All right. Let's jump over then into part 6, the power of combining the one thing and MREA. Please turn to page 76 in your workbook. Purposeful choices for proven systems and models. Here's what Gary says. The one thing gives the purpose, the MREA gives the how, and both are driven by the why. Now, we talked in the one thing about purpose, priority, and productivity. And then the MREA talks about the big why. See, I believe that your purpose is always driven by your why. See, I think you could almost put another layer underneath that iceberg as to why your purpose is so important. For instance, let's say you determined, in my case, my purpose was to be I forget what it was, but it was, a godly example in my marriage and in my work, and to create more trainers than there were before I got there. So why is that important to me? Because I want to, it's important to me to give back to the company that's given me so much. It's important for me to succeed in marriage because I have failed in that before. And I want to prove that you don't have to stay a failure. I mean, I have my whys. So my why drives my purpose, and then my purpose drives my priorities.
And the giving's at the top.
So the point I want to make is that, the why and the purpose are not mutually exclusive. So as you're trying to figure out your purpose, then the next question is, why is that my purpose? And that's an important question to ask too. All right, turn to page 77. Use time blocking and extreme Pareto with the 4 fundamental models. All right, so we talked about the economic model, the lead generation model, the budget model, and the organizational model. So now turn over to page 78 and ask yourself, all right, so what one thing must I do to move forward with my economic model? What one thing must I do to improve my lead generation model? Melissa already has her one thing. She's going to increase her database by 50 people. If she does that one thing this year, it will be what makes everything else easier or unnecessary, right? Who was it said that their one thing this year was to create a budget? In the budget model, you just got to create a budget, right? So take a minute now and just identify one thing that you know would make everything easier or unnecessary in each one of those models, and write it down.
I have a really silly question. Is a profit and loss statement the same as a budget?
No.
Okay.
And it's also important.
Okay. Because I do a budget, I do a profit, my husband does a profit and loss statement every year. So.
Right.
Okay.
Now, your profit and loss statement shows whether you were in your budget or not in your budget, which then tells you whether you made money or lost money.
Okay, so since I'm going to do it backwards, but since I have a profit and loss statement, then I guess I can work on my budget.
Well, you do the budget so that you can determine whether you're on track in your profit and loss statement. All right.
And why did you say that? Because if she does it the way she was talking about it, doing profit and loss first, she's
Well, they go together.
Yeah.
They go together. A profit and loss statement is only,
it seems like
you can't do anything to improve your profit and loss statement if you don't have a clear picture of what you're spending, and then the best way to do that is to create a budget.
Yes, I thought profit and loss put more of a ceiling on our goals?
No, because quite frankly, profit and loss puts more money in their pocket. Well, the profit and loss statement tells you whether or not you've got a business worth owning.
That's really good.
All right. Everybody got it? Turn to page 79. And of course, Gary says time blocking. All right. Time blocking is productivity's greatest power tool. Right? The bottom of the page, don't cheat yourself in your business out of the value of everything you've learned today. Go to your calendar right now and time block your most important activities. I'm just going to assume that you're going to do that when you leave here today. And then last but not least, on page 80, just a reminder, maximizing time prepares you to maximize profit. Typical day looks like your one thing squeezed in amongst everything else versus a productive day when you come in with a commitment to doing your one thing first. So again, MREA and the one thing work together. They're in conjunction with each other. They're not mutually exclusive. This is why both of these books are your new operations manual. I want to truly encourage you to please, when I leave here today, do not put these books back up on your bookshelf and never see them again. All right?
Yes.
Yes, my love.
The one thing is actually on Audible too. I bought it and it's in my Audible app too. So I'm just gonna listen to it along.
And don't they have the one thing, like a planner, the one thing?
I just got that. It's awesome. It's awesome. I just got it.
Is it really?
Absolutely. So again, the tools are there for you.
Just gotta use them.
All right. So I want to congratulate you all. You really read 2 books today. Do you feel like you've read 2 books?
Yes. Yeah.
Do these books feel a little bit more familiar to you? Less daunting, less threatening, less applicable to your business.
Right.
Both of these
delving back more further into, definitely.
Both of these books absolutely, when utilized properly, can change your life. So Mo Anderson says, you don't get 7 hugs a day, you get weird, right?
Right.
It's been my honor and privilege to be with you today. I don't want to be weird and go home and be with my husband tonight. So I need 7 ahas as we leave here today, and then I can go home and I can be normal, okay? So give me 7 ahas. Let's think about the entire day. What are the biggest ahas you received from the day? Who's going to give me the first one?
Mine is still the balance thing, because I've been, like I said, I've been beating myself up about it. So that was kind of like a huge release.
Great.
Week for me.
Great. And then I want you to keep your one thing book open to that chapter all the time until you finally feel like you've internalized that.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Yes.
How everyone's big why is different, and big for me is completely different than big for Susie or big for Angie. And it's nice. I don't have to be big to other people's level. It's just me.
Don't fear big.
Right.
Fear mediocrity.
Exactly.
Fear not hitting your big.
Right. Exactly.
If you want to make $100,000, you better do what it takes to make $100,000.
But I don't have to make $1 million, and if that's not my big. So
that's the beauty of real estate.
It was so nice just to have that. Yeah.
I'm seeing that theme a lot with Keller Williams, and like Mega Camp, and I really appreciate that because it seemed like it was always so geared toward big top agents, and I really like how you said just emphasize on up to page 172. That makes this book more manageable because other than that, I don't want to go 7 levels and all that. So if I could focus on 172, and MREA is on Audible too, as is Shift.
I'll have to get that one. Yeah, I need to get those on Audible too. Cause usually I'm driving and stuff.
Right,
and
it's a good way to.
Apparently now I have more time to read, but.
And here's thing, the reason you gotta understand, the reason Gary does highlight these top producers is because Gary never wants there to be a ceiling in what people can potentially achieve in this business. I mean, if Gary were still highlighting people that can't, we would not be attracting the top people to this company. Gary believes if he meets the needs of the top people, it will definitely filter down into everyone else, right? So he will never stop talking about top producers because he's just amazed at what's happening. However, he's never said everybody has to get there. He's just said, here's the model, here are the tools. If you want to get there, we've got it for you. And by the way, no matter where you want to go, follow these models, it'll get you there. All right? Number 4. Thank you.
The 4 models and how it's important to have each tire inflated. Like that made a lot of sense in my head.
The business wheel of life, right?
Like budget, I don't really
inflate the tire, right? I love it. It's true. Those are the 4 main issues that are going to drive your business. You know, do you know how many appointments you need, right? Do you track your conversion rates? Do you have a systematized lead generation plan? Do you have a budget? And then, what's the quality of your organization? Good. Number 5. 3 more, we're out of here.
For me, it's not enough to think it. I'm going to start writing my goals down. Today, I've written down more goals than I have in a year.
Good. And by the way, this manual, when you all decide to get into coaching, just take this manual with it and just go through and go, help me get all of these things done. There you go. Number 6.
I feel like I'm walking away with more of a, to get organized. You know, I feel like I've been all over the map, and I feel like this, if I follow the 2 books, I'll have it.
That's why Gary wrote them, for people like you, so you've got a path to follow. 1 more and then we're done. 1 more, Thank you, dear.
You know, I've been doing it a few years now, but I always get away from my one thing, and then I go to a class and it's like, damn it, I need to focus on my one thing again and time block, which is, you know, but then you get busy and then you're flittering all over, and it's like, back to basics. You know, back to the time block, which I have a horrible problem with. I mean, I know that.
You just keep trying.
You know? I'm like, here I go again, time block again.
Because remember what we talked about is, you know, this morning, it's the path to mastery, and it's moving from E to P. It's doing things differently, and that's not always easy. So anyway, I love you guys. Thank you for giving me the day. I look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. So good to see you again. I missed you today.
I know. Well, I'll see you again.
Kelly, what am I doing today? Kelly, add a local insight. Kelly, what am I doing tomorrow?